feared.
What is it?
The beast was there, and now it is no more. Yes?
Indeed. We saw it plain. But you didn't, did you?
I saw nothing. Not the blasphemy that perished here, nor the other men turned beasts. And because of this, I now see all too well. There is no ether. Where the creatures should be, I saw naught but emptiness.
Emptiness? That would mean...
Recall the words of the Watcher. 'Twas a stagnancy of ether, a cessation of flow, leading to decay and absence, that led the ancients to conclude their star was dying. This is the same phenomenon. The instant these people are seized by the transformation, their ether begins to rot and crumble away like dried mud. Until, from their corporeal forms to their very souls, naught remains.
But the beast spoke with its dying breath. Surely at least a sliver of the man it was endured.
Mayhap so. But even if the process is incomplete, is little more than a faint residue.
God be good. You're saying they cannot be saved?
Not by any means known to me, or by any means at all, like as not. For there is naught left to save.
Like they're dead, not reincarnatable dead.
They return not even to the ethereal sea.
Yeah, there's Graha.
The beasts rage on, their hunger insatiable. Even deprived of their master, they perpetuate his legacy of hate. Once proud sons and daughters of Thavnir, all of them, and now I spill their blood.
Vitra, my friends, I am heartened to see you safe. You put your secret at risk. Those closest to me already know the truth. The truth I must now share with one and all. Vitra, calamity has come to Radzatan. Our fair nation is rent by screams of pain and despair. More than ever, we require a strong leader to shepherd us through the storm. Reveal your true self to our people, Vitra, and guide us to salvation.
What madness is this, Iwan? Thou dost forget thyself. Were we to reveal our duplicity, it would do naught but foster confusion and chaos. Nay, I shall remain the Satrap's loyal ally, and do battle with the beasts. Easing hearts and leading the people to safety is thy task, and thine alone. I ask that you remain at Ahewan's side, and render unto him what aid you may. I know not what lies ahead, but without you, Radzatan will not survive.
Take me with you. I am as at home fighting in the air as I am on land. Take me with you.
Were my words unclear? I require no assistance. Thy place is at Ahewan's side.
Estinian, here.
The last thing you ever wanted.
plans on coming with you after all?
Then I pray thy grip is iron. Be it on thy head if thou dost chance to fall.
Fair enough. Now, shall we? I fear it is as Vithra says. We will not survive this on our own. While I am loath to impose upon you again,
I would insist if you did not. 'Tis the very reason we have come.
then once more I find myself without words to thank you properly. Let us return to the capital and plan our next course of action.
Should I click on L1 or will that go into another cutscene? Okay. What? Already? Okay, I will let you go then.
Just gonna hello chat. Party and I. So this is Party and I. We were just doing Vanispati together. Running Vanispati for the first time. Yeah, it's very quiet right now. I had my voice and stuff on low for whatever reason. Hello, Steam Crow. Have you been on one of my streams before, Steam? Have you visited? I'll go make breakfast this sim. Yeah, best go make breakfast. Currently running roulettes. Oh, okay. Hello, Wooly. Hello, chat. We were just doing a little bit of MSQ. Party had a very late night. So did I, to be clear. My whole schedule has flipped, so I'm kind of stuck. I'm hoping maybe this week I can get it back on track, but if not, Party will try to help me probably when I go visit her. Steam says, unfortunately not. I subbed after you and Aklon spoke. I've been trying to catch more of your stuff since, but life and things. Hey, no pressure, Steam. Yeah, my life is also pretty nutty. I don't get everything I want done every day. And my content comes out like drip, right, chat? It's drip content. Yeah, I'm actually pretty... So this is not a glam. This is like an actual outfit I'm wearing as a white mage. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I think Chieko is so adorable. Here. Okay. I think she is... I think she's super adorable. What do you think? She has green eyes, deep red hair right now. Sometimes she has dark hair. I think she's pretty cute. Right now she has the mullet hair. Sometimes she has short boy hair. Sometimes she has long hair. And this is Uncle Koa, who is always watching over her. In fact, if I click on Uncle Koa, and look at Uncle Koa's adventure plate, oh my gosh, Uncle Koa changed to Weary Uncle to Chieko. That is terrible. My adventure plate says, don't make me call Uncle Koa. Who do we have here? Oh, we have Ben here. Hello. Don't worry, chat. This is not a FF14 stream. FF14's on Wednesday. We're going to do some Dawn Trail discussion. I've seen a lot of interviews, and I have some thoughts, and I want to... let's send Ben a joy emo. Wooly, what data center are you on? Steam, what data center do you run on? Are you European servers or North American? Steam is on Crystal. Okay. Yeah. My uncle is doting on me right now, but we know it's a lie. He is a party pooper. He is always party pooping me whenever I'm checking out cat boys, like Raha, for example. Graha. I made her specifically small so that Graha could look like a Chad beside her. But yeah. EU. But Wooly is not subbed. Yeah, so we can't go see you, Wooly. If you came to Oceania, Uncle Koa, you should go up behind Chieko, who's currently perving on Graha, and you should look very, very... Is he touching my butt? Kind of is. I'm okay with that, though. Yeah, this is the money shot right here. Do you have like a folding arms emote? Oh, wait a minute. Maybe it's one of your poses. One of your standing poses. Oh, Lord. There we go. This is my life right here. Yeah. Okay, so Wooly, I'm going to go on a little rant. So this is going to be spoilers for Endwalker. So if you've not finished Endwalker, or Shadowbringers... No, it's more Shadowbringers spoilers. But basically, there are a lot of people who like to say that Elidibus is a baby. And their primary reason is because he's very short. Very small. But if you actually see the height of him compared to us when we're, you know, compared to other, that's all I'm going to say, to other ancients, he's actually a lot like Grahatia. His height in relation to other ancients is actually very similar to like that of Grahatia to, let's say, Koa, or some other larger, like a Rogadin, for example. Yeah. Well, Ben, if you go by the translations of the short stories, the Japanese and the German and the French all call him a young man. So I would put him somewhere between 18, maybe 16 minimum, 16, or 18, up to maybe 26. Um, and his short height is specifically mentioned in the Japanese name. His Japanese, how can I say it? When they referred to him as a young man, they used a literal term in Japanese that means a man who is very short. So literally Graha. And in my opinion, if we look, I'm going into my rant, so I should probably stop, but I have this thing where I just don't see the ancients putting a 13-year-old in charge of being that's irresponsible. I don't think Hermes and Emmett Selk and who are the other ancient names? All of the other people, right? Emmett Selk, Finn Daniel, all of those people, they're not putting a tiny kid in charge, like in the heart of Zodiac. It's just not. So Graha, I think, is an example of he's very short. I think, like, if you go by his height, he's only like 5'4". There's a whole little dialogue with him at one point where he admits to enjoying being with Kryl and the Lalafels, because he can look down, and it's like, instead of always looking up at people. So he's very, very short. And he's technically taller than my girl. My girl is very, very short. So yeah, I have a whole thing. Wooly, who are you calling smaller than a rice grain? Full Metal Alchemist reference, I get that. Yeah. Okay, so enough perving on Graha. I shall say goodbye to Birdie. Don't spend forever on this game. Go and play like a Hidden Objects. Relax. Log out. Not log out. I'm gonna exit. How's chat doing, by the way? How's the weekend gone? I know that we talked a lot about what people were planning to do. How did the plans actually go? Ben says, I'm great. I got the day off when Dawn Trail drops so I can full DJ. Well, if it goes well for you, Ben, and that the queue's Party says, you already know I'm dead. Fine. I want more coffee. How much coffee you already had? Are you vibrating over there, Party? Sim missed the assignment. He gets a big F. He had a weekend but no plans. Pick succeeded in relaxing all weekend and pre-made his lunches. Wow, that is like actual. Okay, what do you mean by small low party? Your idea of small a little bit. Okay. Let's bring me up. I'm just gonna check my. No, I'm running it. Is it better now? It should be good. Okay. What I'm gonna do is go like this, and then I'm gonna bring it down over here. How about now? Wooly is recommending Monster Energy drinks. Wooly, do you drink that kind of stuff? How's it now? Why is my sound behaving so weird? I have no answers for anyone here. Great. Good. I downloaded Guild Wars 2 chat, and I was playing it last night for a while. I'm at level 40 now, I think. I'm in the part where I had to choose what order I wanted to be in, because I'm a Sylvari. I beat Mazdak barely. And I'm chose to be in the Order of the Whispers, and it's been a lot of fun. I actually like the dialogue in Order of the Whispers. It's hilarious. There's a levity, which I know some people don't like humor in my game, but I like having a spot of humor here and there. Oh, is there a Zero Sugar version, Wooly? I did not know that. Okay. All right. This is not good. I'm gonna. I haven't actually touched my thing physically. I wonder why. Oh, wait a minute. You know what? Okay, let's see. I just left Discord chat. I was actually in Discord, and I wonder if Discord was messing with it. Okay, so let's see. How is it going now? Usually I don't have to. I didn't want to complain too much after the volume was fixed. No, Sim, just lay it on me. We all know that I'm a bit hopeless in this regard. I wish more MMOs were like Guild Wars 2 and branching paths. Even the expansions had moments where each class handled a problem differently, like a necromancer raising a skeleton to break them out of a trap. Oh, that is kind of cool. Yeah. Were you just leaning away from the mic before? I was, but usually it catches me really well. ESO does a good job too with zones changing for you based on choices. Yeah, it's still doing it, says Sim. Nah, it's still weird. I'm internally screaming chat. I have here. This is going to make chat kind of like weird, but here we go. So here you can see and it's my Yeti. I just don't know. I wonder if I should plug and unplug my thing. I could do that, maybe. Did I watch The Acolyte? No, I did not. That's on Disney Plus, right? It's on Disney Plus? I saw that it's a Gundam. I saw that it's a Gundam. I saw that it's a Gundam was reviewing it and a bunch of other people, but I haven't seen it myself yet. Is it a trash fire or are people thinking it's good? Who can afford them? Not me, Wooly. I think I have one brother who has Disney Plus, so I could ask for his I could ask for his password. It's a dumpster fire. Oh, well, are we surprised, chat? Are we surprised? No, we are not. Oh, Monster Ultra. Interesting. I have never had a Monster drink before. I'm not gonna lie. I'm wondering, like, should I restart the stream? I don't know. What does chat think I should do? Should I restart stream? I have a profile. Yes, I do have a profile, but I haven't logged in for ages. Ben has a lot to listen to now. Yeah. Outside of the internet, people I spoke to like it. On the internet places I navigate, it's the same old division. Yeah. Once again, Epic, we gotta understand, I suppose, that there are currently a lot of people who are blissfully clueless, who are just enjoying stuff. And it's for them that this is made. But the people who have investment in certain IPs one way or another to either make the IP do what they want or to preserve the IP for what it used to be. I think for those people, that's where all the conversation comes from. The problem is the people who are having these conversations, and these are, by the way, necessary conversations, get an overinflated sense that most people care, when unfortunately I don't think enough people care. Because if enough people cared, then this wouldn't be happening. You know what I mean? So like, we'd like to believe that there's lots of people out there concerned about the shittiness of what's going on, but I think a lot of folks are checked out and they don't really care. I heard that there's a campfire in space, Ben. So Epic is admitting to liking the new stuff. I'm in this case, I don't want to come off as like a crazy purist, right? When we adapt stuff for visual media from, let's say, books or comics, there's going to be a certain loss. You're going to have to change things, and I'm okay with that. But I am a fairly hardcore Star Wars universe lover. Is there a Star Wars expanded universe book checklist? Let's see. Timeline of Legends. Yeah, they're calling it Legends now. Let's see what this is. No thanks. So we got the Old Republic era stuff. So I did not get into a lot of these. The one early one that I did read was these here. So these Jedi Apprentices. So I read the Jedi Apprentice stuff. And I read the Rogue Planet. I read this one. Rogue Planet. I think I might have read this one. Outbound Flight, maybe. Boba Fett. Read those. And Shatterpoint sounds familiar to me for some reason. The Last Jedi. Han Solo trilogy. I read all of those. Tales from the Empire. Read that. I read some of the Lando Calrissian stuff. I read Death Star. I read, Rebel Dawn. I read Force Unleashed. I think I read that. Tales from the New Republic. I read that. Tales from Mos Eisley Cantina. I read those. Scoundrels, maybe? Question mark. I don't feel. I know it about it. Maybe. Splinter of the Mind's Eye. Tales of the Bounty Hunters, Tales of Jabba Palace, I read those. Shadows of the Empire, read that. Truce at Bakura. Okay, so this is where I went crazy. Okay. So basically all of the X-Wing shit, Courtship of Princess Leia, Tatooine Ghost, the Thrawn trilogy, Izzard's Revenge, Jedi Academy, iJedi, Children of the Jedi, Darksaber, Planet of Twilight, Starfighters of Adamar, Crystal Star. I read the Black Fleet Crisis. I read the Corellian trilogy. The New Rebellion. I'm not sure about that one. Hand of Thrawn, of course. This this is where Luke actually pops Mara Jade the question. I read some Young Jedi Knight stuff, but I didn't get into it a ton. And of course, I've read all of these. That would be the Yuuz Han Vong and post Yuuz Han Vong with the High Queen, the Joiner King, the Unseen Queen, Swarm War. Then I read most of these, with Invincible being probably the saddest one. Millennium Falcon, I'm trying to remember. I feel like I owned it. I'm not sure how much of it I read. Read all of this as well. Not sure about Crucible. So, when I say that I really liked the old shit, I really liked it. Now, let's see what chat's saying. How much has chat read? Let's see. Outside of okay. Why would anyone that has a shred of affection remaining for Star Wars subject them to Disney shite? Content? Maybe, Wooly. Maybe. Content. Apparently, episode 3 is TLJ levels of world breaking. I heard that there was like a fire. Somebody lit a campfire in space. I don't know. Actually, like okay, so epic is people that don't care don't matter. They'll go with whatever the flow is strongest. Yeah, Willie, that's where our problem, I think, lies. People just don't care. Well, episode 3 is adding Abeloth, which was a challenge from Legends that was Luke's greatest rival, which is part of the old lore I loved. Yeah, so I was actually very fond of the Legacy of the Force. Wait a minute, no, where is it? Fate of the Jedi. This stuff was really interesting to me. Abeloth was a mind flip because, of course, I had read way back up in here, I think it was Crystal Star, that had what's her face? Oh, one of Luke's old ex-girlfriends. Anyway, and then Luke goes into basically what would be very similar to like the reverse Styx or whatever, and he's talking with the ghost of Mara Jade or what have you, and Mara's like, yeah, that's not me, that's, you know, snuggling up to you psychologically at night, it's something else. And it was Abeloth in the body of, or like in the mind, or in the possessing. Tickler, are you ordering Slurpees? Excuse me. But I'm streaming right now. So yeah. So maybe I should watch it to see what happens to Abeloth, or how they're going to incorporate it. I personally like the idea of Abeloth, like psychically damaging children. I kind of like that part. Hello, Mirokos. No X-Wing or Back to War? Oh no, Wooly, I am... So, I just need to clarify with everyone in chat. My favorite books, hands down, in the Star Wars Legends is actually X-Wings. Like, I remember, I think it was, I want to say it was it Asmongold who was saying, like, who wants to not be, you know, yeah, I don't know, like, Asmongold was saying, oh, who wouldn't, like, why would you want to be anything but a Jedi in the Star Wars universe? And yeah, I basically, yeah, it was, how can I say it? It was very, annoying to me because I am a huge X-Wing lover fan. I love Wraith Squadron, particularly the Wraith Squadron's trilogy. I love Starfighters of Adamar, one of the funniest X-Wing books ever written. And there was this back-to-back book. It was called Rebel. Let's see if I can find it. Rebel Dawn. Where is it? Yeah, Rebel Dream and Rebel Stand. They bring, by Aaron Alston, he brings his characters back from Wraith Squadron and the X-Wing series to have this whole part where they're helping deal with the Yuzhan Vong. And at one point, Face Lauren meets Luke Skywalker, and Luke Skywalker is like, "Is this your name?" And he was like, "No." And he was like, "If I told you my real name, I'd have to kill you." A well-told non-Jedi story can be great. See the Star Wars MMO for reference. Yes. So, Willie, I think it's just poorly done. Like, if people are struggling with a non-Jedi story, it just means the non-Jedi story was written poorly. It doesn't mean that it can't happen. I'm a huge, huge believer in the X-Wing stuff. Probably my favorite X-Wing pilot is Wedge Antilles. My second favorite would be Hobby Derek Clivian. Derek Hobby Clivian. Third would be probably Tycho Kelchu. Fourth would be Wes Jansen. Fifth would be Face Lauren. Sixth, well, I'm choosing all hot men, so let's all be real here, folks. But Kip, no, not Kip. What's his name? Kel Doran or whatever his name is. I like Corran Horn. Corran Horn sometimes gets a little bit too anal for my liking sometimes. It's all in execution, yeah. Yes, different materials in lightsaber cores. That's always really important. Yeah. But, yeah. Just dealing with stuff. Okay, so chat. We are not here to talk about Star Wars, although I could talk about Star Wars because I love Star Wars, like I said. And I know that there are some people who enjoy where the new stuff has gone. For me, it was pretty tough. After knowing what had happened with Luke in the Fate of the Jedi series, which I thought, if we're going to make a depressed or grieving Luke, I felt like this was much more respectful. I came away feeling like someone had done something on purpose with TLJ, and I was so upset. I have not yet seen Rise of Skywalker. I refused to go in theater and pay any more money. However, to say that everything that's come out is bad is unfair, because number one, I actually did like Rogue One. Rogue One was phenomenal, and I really, really liked. I really liked how everyone in Rogue One dies, and for the first time in Rogue One, we see for the first time, at least for me, right? We see why the dark side has, like, we see the flaw within dark side users. Up until then, it's always been a huge question for me, like, why is it in the films? Like, I'm talking only about the films. I'm not talking about the books, obviously. But why does it feel like sometimes that light force users are a little bit handicapped? And you can definitely see how light force users have an intrinsic power related flaw, but in the case of Rogue One, for the first time ever, we get to see how the dark side might be super powerful, but it has a fatal flaw that allows for something truly significant to happen. Did chat catch that at the end of Rogue One? Yeah, Steam, you're probably in on the cusp of casual, but not casual folk. Yeah, I heard Andor was good. I need to sit and watch it. Yeah. So the whole Darth Vader in the hallway scene to me was highly representative of both the power and the weakness of the dark side. And it was, for me, hands down, so revealing, I suppose. It shows that you can be extremely, extremely powerful, but if you are not in control of yourself, and if you're just spiraling, you can have all the power in the world, but you will not be able to make good choices. Yeah, they were never evil. I think, well, everyone forgets like the light versus dark. We look at it with a very Western conception, whereas I think Lucas was basically like Richard Gere, right? Like those Hollywood type hippy dippy people who have only the faintest grasp of what Buddhism and Tao is all about. But for me, I really like the hallway scene because it shows that Anakin Skywalker was extremely powerful, but because he spiraled and was killing everyone, he let he. How hard is it to simply use force pull on a small USB drive, right? And it was just really, really terrible, I think, in terms of how, if he had kept his head and not given into the rise of power in that scene, he could have totally taken back the Death Star plans. But he didn't, because he had literally lost it in his force rage. And I like that. I thought it was really good. I do want to watch Andor, though. Yeah. There's a lot of lore, as you know, because I didn't read a crap ton of this era in here. I didn't read a crap ton. There's a lot of lore, early lore, that I missed out on. So when I got down to Abeloth, I had to go onto Wikipedia to kind of ground myself and figure out where things were. But overall, I feel like most of Star Wars stuff coming out does not please me. But that's where I'm at. Is Tickler on stream? Is Tickler still in here? I wonder. Is Tickler here? Is my sound still weird, chat? I'm afraid to ask. Yeah, Steam, exactly. Exactly, yeah. I just don't know. Maybe I should pull it out and then put it in. It's on and off. Yeah. So Steam wrote, I think it's interesting George used to talk to his crew about how the dark side is seductive. It seduces you with its power and then envelopes you and you can lose yourself. The hallway scene definitely is a more face value expression of losing yourself to that moment of powerful lust. Yeah, absolutely. 110%. That is what I got from it. And if he had calmed down and kept his head, then he would have totally been able to reclaim the Death Star plans, and we wouldn't have had episode 4. Automatic gain that you can turn off. Where would that be? Oh, wait 1 second. Wait a minute. I'm just gonna go. Excusez-moi. How about now? Is it much better now? Okay. Chat, check this out. This thing was down to here. How and why, I don't know. So I'm going to use this short moment of testing audio to talk about what the stream is going to entail. All right? We are not going to be listening to Guild Wars 2 music all the time. We are going to continue our long, painful, slow process of continuing to react to and discuss World of Warcraft cutscenes. Okay? So we have been watching World of Warcraft cutscenes, so we're probably going to try to attempt to get from, we got 1 hour out of 6 hours of cutscenes. This has been something that we're going to be slogging through, and honestly, I feel like we will all be in a retirement home together by the time we're done this. Steam Croak says, what? Perfect. Is it still valuable? Well, is it valuable? Maybe not, Ruzy. Is it fun, though? Yes. Because chat starts molding, Wooly starts molding, which is really hilarious. Sim tries to help. Shay steps in. I don't know if Shay is in tonight, but yeah, I think it's still funny. Yeah, this is like EFAP, but for WoW. And honestly, I do find that it has helped me understand a bit more. And I did think that was kind of cool. Oh, yeah, maybe that is a fair point, Ruzy. So Ruzy says the farther we get into the game, the more backstory you just don't have, the more they're just going to be meaningless. It's going to be fantastic, Ruzy. What are you talking about? Now, all jokes aside, we're not going to be doing this all night long, okay? Let's all be real here. This is not going to happen all night long. On Wednesday night last week, we played some Elden Ring. Well, I played Elden Ring. Chat lost their hair. But chat was so supportive and helpful. I feel like I came out of it a bit more knowledgeable, which was great. New War Within trailer got launched today. How is it being received, everyone? How's it? How are people rolling with it? Has Asmongold responded to it? However, I don't want to spend all of tonight just looking at that. So if you... Oh my gosh, my brother is trying to help me with my... Is it working now? I think it's been fixed. I don't know what Microsoft was doing. Microsoft sucks. Sorry if Tab's in chat. Sorry, Tab. Okay. People seem hyped, Yella? Well, I'm glad to hear. I heard that the villainess is looking tasty. Everyone is loving it, says Epic. I'm glad to hear that. I was talking, who are we talking with? And I was like, it would be good if we had people step up and challenge the big three. But, however, I don't want to just cover World of Warcraft cinematics. So if chat has any other recommendations for short reacts, let's try to aim for like 10 to half an hour video things. We can also look in our Discord and have a look at content requests, see if there's anything we could look at or review. And then depending on how I'm feeling, I might hop on some game, either Guild Wars 2 or maybe Elden Ring, and play a bit more. On Wednesday, we're going to do a Dawn Trail discussion. So if you're interested in Final Fantasy XIV and you have ideas about Dawn Trail, or you want to talk about your job or whatever, we're going to be talking about certain things that popped up in people's interviews and discussions about Dawn Trail with Yoshi P. I kind of want to talk about stuff like that. It had me thinking about a few things. Guild Wars 2 has an expansion on the way as well. Oh, I feel like someone was saying, I think Tessa was saying that she's losing, or they, I don't know if Tessa is a girl or guy, but they're losing a lot of money this year. Oh, Steam, are you not on our Discord? Party, can you actually share a Discord link? We get the launch trailer and Final 7.0 live letter Friday as well. Okay, yeah. Right. Oh my gosh. PLL. Maybe I should try to stream that. I don't know if I can because I do work Friday mornings as a teacher. I do my teaching in the morning or just 2 hours, but still, it's still there. Yes, so Party, for those new in chat, Party is my sister. She's my de facto mod. She might bow out at some point. She's running on 4 hours of sleep. So between Party and Ruzi, our librarian of chat, is also struggling. His name is now Sleepy, apparently. We could do a Discord watch along. Oh yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, it will depend on when it's happening. When it's happening. I gotta look that up. So we're gonna do World of Warcraft reaction tonight. We will be doing other reactions. So if there's like a short video that you think might be interesting, I recommend you throw it into a content requests channel, and we'll have a look and see what everyone thinks. So we're going to do that. On top of that, we're probably going to just be chatting about different things. So yeah, hopefully everyone will hang in there. Now the reason why I'm saying this right now is that I'm actually going to go AFK for like, I don't know, maybe 2 to 3 minutes, maybe 4. I gotta go bio, and I also want to heat up some dinner. Yeah, so we're going to rely on Party to keep everyone interested. Yeah. So I'm just going to go AFK for a short moment because I need to warm up something to eat. And then I will be back in a bit, in a short little while. Okay, so I'm just going to increase this volume a little bit, and I'll be back. Okay, chat, I'm back. How long did I end up taking? I feel like it wasn't too long. Okay, I'm not getting paid enough for this. I'm like crying over here in the corner. I need to pay my mod. Sweet. Okay, so I put a diet, well, Coke Zero in the freezer, so I'm gonna have to run out in, let's see. Let's say half an hour. It should be nice and frozen. So Ticklers, you chat may have noticed there was someone called Ticklers in the chat. Ticklers is my sister. She was tempting me with going up to 7-Eleven to get a Slurpee. Now everyone's gonna get Chieko ASMR. Eating ASMR. Okay, so let's do no AFK. I'm back. No spoilers. Okay, thank you, Epic. Feel free, chat, to throw stuff in there. We're going to do about half an hour worth of cinematics. Just chat, and then social eating. Too late, I already had breakfast. Hey, Corsavo, what's up? So today, our little thing is I'm going to eat and try not to eat into the mic. And we're going to watch around, I don't know, like 20 minutes to half an hour of WoW cinematics, talk about certain things. Just, it's not so much even about me understanding. I want to just give like low-level reactions to certain things that I see or talk about, aesthetics or music or whatever. And then after that, we might be looking at other videos. And then after that, if there's still time, maybe I'll crack open Guild Wars 2 or Elden Ring. And we can all embark again on my grinding journey. I don't know. Now, we know that we've all had our weekend. We're facing another week in June. And us, well, I should say we, let's all speak grammatically correctly here. We who are Final Fantasy XIV fans are looking forward to Dawn Trail, which is coming up soon. So that's exciting. Oh my goodness. Corsavo, I actually played a chunk of the free trial for SWTOR. And I played a Jedi. I heard that there are better storylines in that game, but overall, I thought that it was really fun to play. When I got to Coruscant, and you had like those long extended cutscenes that was basically like hiding you traveling to an instance or whatever to your apartment. I was like geeking out so hard because the hidden loading screen, so to speak, was you in a speeder going through Coruscant, and I was like, I loved it. Corsavo, are you in our Discord? Yeah, so if I enjoyed the Jedi Knight story, now, was the Jedi Knight story memorable? No. But I remember not being like horrified. Ruzy, why are you making it sound like terrible? Yeah, Ben, it wasn't. What I would say is, it wasn't. What's the word? It didn't piss me off. It just didn't stand out. You know what I mean? So it wasn't an entire affront. Inquisitor and Counselor were touch and go. I've not played much SWTOR. I've heard a lot of stories are pretty good. Yeah. From what I understand, some of your choices will affect certain things. So, like Guild Wars 2, there's an aspect to it where you can replay alts and not feel like you're being punished for doing an alt. All voice acted too. Some big names still in it. Yeah. I was playing Guild Wars 2 last night and I was like, holy shit, the amount of voice acting. So I am going to make a few videos in the near future, especially once I get to level 80 in Guild Wars 2. I'm going to talk a bit about... I want to make a video, and I'm already thinking about things I want to talk about, but it would be... The video would be titled something like, what Final Fantasy XIV could learn from Guild Wars 2. And I think one of them would be the amount of voice acting is really nice. It's not all good voice acting, but it still makes the world feel very real. And number 2 is the overworld. Like, if we think about the overworld stuff, a lot of the overworld stuff has parallels in Final Fantasy XIV, right? Like, the overworld has little fate-like things that happen, right? Just like Final Fantasy XIV. Some of those fate-like things that happen are interrelated and connected, and that actually can happen in certain zones in Final Fantasy XIV. In the Final Fantasy XIV zones, there are vistas, and in Guild Wars 2, there are lookouts. But the amount for Guild Wars 2 is quite robust, and there are little jumping puzzles that often accompany it. But 14 also has some jumping puzzles. There's just not a lot of them. I would say that 14's jumping puzzles that do exist are much more difficult, I think, than Guild Wars 2 jumping puzzles. So those would be like some beginning ideas. Woolly Ram? Absolutely no one? What? Jumping puzzles is such a weird way to say platforming section. Yeah. Except that the platforms in 14 have weird hitboxes, for real. Yeah, epic. Yeah. There's some things that Guild Wars 2 does that isn't really bad. It's pretty good. Is it my favorite? No. But if you're going to tell me you have to play an MMO tonight, but it's not going to be Final Fantasy 14, I'd probably go to Guild Wars 2 first. Sorry, World of Warcraft fans. Not gonna lie, I wish Blizzard gave in emphasis to class identity like they did back in Legion. They could try to do the SWOTAR route, too, of unique long story quest lines to a class, which would be cool. So what's interesting, Corsavo, is Guild Wars 2 and SWOTOR have large sections of the main story quest line that is defined by the class. And that is fascinating to me. However, what that does mean is that there is a fragmentation in understanding sometimes in terms of larger stories and knitting the community as a whole into a single narrative. I do like 14 where the classes have their own stories and you can enjoy those stories up to a certain point. Now, Shadowbringers and Endwalker, class role stories disappeared and were replaced by role quest stories. Role quest stories were great, but did I miss my class-specific role quest side stories? Absolutely. Lack of class identity is a major downside for FF14. Well, I think it's become even worse, Wooly, because, like, I'm not, like, as everyone should know by now, I'm not a super duper hardcore player. So, I don't need the healers to necessarily be, like, 110% completely different, right? But what I will say is that perhaps class identity that was formed through specific class quests, not just how the job plays. Well, I think there was two sides to it, and when they removed both sides at the same time, I think that's where most people felt blindsided. So you have a lot of more gameplay focused people who felt like the lack of class identity came from the lack of gameplay. And that certainly is arguably true to a certain degree. But then you have these other people who don't really care about the gameplay. They're pretty chill people, very casual, right? But they are missing maybe some of that class identity because the role quests have all minimized to only like 4 or 5. I think in Endwalker they had 5. So I think 14 maybe stripped too much from it. Yeah. Now, last night I was playing Guild Wars 2, and they were like, "Oh, you have a new blah blah blah," and there was this red dot on my build menu, and it took me at least 10 to 15 minutes to realize that I could add a second layer of customization to my build. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, what do I choose? What do I want to do? And so a lot of people might really like that because they're probably the kinds of gamers who enjoy PoE, right? Like they enjoy that high customization builds, high variety. For me, it's just exhausting because then I'm always worried, did I choose the right one? I don't want to look up a YouTube video right now. Is this the right thing to do? Does it even fit my playstyle? I don't know. Whereas with 14, I could try like a job, run a couple dungeons, and I'll just know this is for me or this is not for me. So for me, I committed to a certain build, but I don't even know if it's a build that I can handle as a player that I will enjoy. And because it's not like 14 where you can't just like switch out of that class and decide to do a different class, I'm just like, oh, fuck me. However, I did find out you could do different builds, so I could make a second build of Ranger and maybe choose other specializations, and then maybe I would like it. But it just requires a lot of like experimentation. And of course the answer is, well, just go onto YouTube, watch a YouTube video. And I'm like, I shouldn't have to. So yeah. Guild Wars 2 class identity affecting weapon usage needs to be copied too. Mesmers, Rangers, Guardians, Warriors, Necromancers all use a great sword differently. Yes, I will say Guild Wars 2 is very fascinating because you could have like 2 weapons on hand, and how you use them will be transformed by your class. Devs of 14 speak very true when they say it's a Final Fantasy game first, MMO second. Yeah. I would even say it's a Final Fantasy game first and a game second. If that makes sense. Because there is a strong MMO. So I think I was talking to Ruzi. Ruzi asked me a question. Ruzi asked, what is the difficulty level for solo players? And I'm sitting there going, what can players do solo that's like really difficult? And my takeaway is like 14 still has a lot of MMO systems in it. It's just the gameplay, as Yoshi P has said, has gone into casual, and they haven't been spicing things up. But that's on Wednesday. We're going to talk about that on Wednesday. Ruzi asked, did we abandon WoW cinematics already? Oh, shit. Ruzi calling me out. It removes some of the texture to the game in removing both. Exactly, Steam. So, like, if they had removed gameplay identity and kept the narrative identity, I think not a lot of people, like, there would have been people who complained, obviously, because there are actual gamers in 14 who want to game, right? But there would have been a large audience who would have just been like, okay. But now they've removed the class identity via narrative completely as well. So it's too much gone all at once. Yeah, there's no significant gameplay differential between classes of the same archetype. Maybe for some DPSs, sure. But I can, from my perspective, there is a huge difference between Sage and White Mage. I'm a pretty good White Mage. I suck at Sage. Now maybe my brain is just not developed enough. But to me, there's a huge difference between a shield healer and a pure healer. And then I was told that Astrologian was a pure healer, right? So I was like, oh, I should be able to pick up Astrologian really easily because it's a pure healer, like White Mage. And then I ran Stone Vigil, and I've never played Astrologian again. It's still like foundering at level 60 or whatever. Yes, so Epic points out what grinds my gears with FF14 is that there are rare cases where dialogue changes because of your class, like Zero and Reaper. Yeah, I do feel like they should lean into that more. Yeah. Yes, and see, there you go, Epic. I think Guild Wars 2 is really lovely. If you want to do a highly customizable, interesting class that's very much you, I think it has a lot to offer. But I think because where I stand as a gamer, I can't appreciate it that much. It's just overwhelming. It's definitely a concession due to their narrative focus. Not saying it's good. It's just what it is. Yeah, I think what we can say about Dawn Trail and everything beyond Dawn Trail, right? They're already starting 8.0. My guess is they're going to start spicing things up. Did anyone watch Preach's interview with Yoshi P? Highly recommend if you have not. It is a very good, very good. Oh look, Wooly is already talking about it. So in the interview, Preach had with Yoshida, he said dungeons will stay the same. And there was 2 big reasons why dungeons are the way they are. Number 1 had to do with player time, right? And this is highlighted by a lot of FPS players and a lot of modern day gamer players just want to go in, sample something for a short period of time, and then pull out. And I think this is also reflected in what they did with Crystalline Conflict, where you have a very short, limited time. You know what you're getting into when you go in, you do it, you get out, and it's a very short period of time. However, he mentioned a second thing, which is when it comes to building the dungeons, having this package means that they can implement it fairly quickly. And this allows them to have a regular release schedule. And out of all of the MMOs, 14 has the most regular releases. Like, hands down. You know when it's coming. You know what's on the table. They never have to come out and say, oh, we didn't do this or we didn't do that. If they say that they're going to do something, they're going to achieve it. However, in this interview with Preach, Yoshi P admitted that because of this time constraint, resource constraint, and this concern about players not enjoying themselves, their content was diminished to a certain degree. They stopped pushing the envelope. Things have gotten a little bit too whatever. But once again, on Wednesday, we're going to talk about... Now, I know some people in chat don't like Zeppla, but I actually sat down and I watched Zepla's stuff as well. Zeppla reacting to Preach's videos. And she had some interesting ideas and comments, which I do think we should really take into consideration and talk about. And then, of course, we have what Preach got from Yoshi P, which was boss rush modes, things like that. I'm giving you a stern look over a pile of books. I think your brain works differently, says Party. Yeah, that's a nice way of saying it, because Sage is a maze for me, so maybe it's just playstyle. Yeah, so once again, Party, that's where I'm saying, like, a lot of people who maybe are really good gamers might actually see all of the similarities and know how to naturally be able to get comfortable with something, and therefore they get bored. Whereas for me, because I don't have that natural intuitive feel for things, to me shifting a class actually feels like a big deal, when maybe it's not a big deal. It's just the way my brain is working. In content harder than dungeons, all healers are the same. Mea culpa. Yeah, when I ran Savage Wooly, I didn't run it as a healer. So once again, I don't know like how to talk about Savage or extremes or anything like that. But I definitely have a much more, like, when I say I'm an ambitious middle core, I mean to say I'm an ambitious casual who wants to get better, and I think that makes me mid-core because I have this awareness and I want to get better. But I obviously need to practice more. Ben watched all of them. It's very good, Steam. Very good. No more tangenting. Chat bubbles, yes. Samurai is considered to be probably one of the higher DPS classes, actually, Ruzi. It has the big deeps. Probably the only one that might have more burst damage, or whatever they call it, might be Black Mage. But to be a good Black Mage, you have to be like Galaxy Brain or whatever. Well, Epic, I think 14 is positioning itself to create more mid-core and hardcore content, which is good. I think they and I do want to say, I'm tangenting again. What is my Wednesday stream going to be now? But anyway, I'm going to just say it. There were a lot of people who got really pissy during Endwalker. They got really pissy. And they were like, oh, this is all casual stuff. Island Sanctuary, trust system, da-da-da-da-da. And people were getting a bit pissy. And I understood where they came from, but I think I've mentioned it in videos before, but I'm not sure. But for me, it made sense because before they could step forward to return to making really tough content, I think it was very crucial to provide support for people who need who need the opportunity to run dungeons on their own. And for me, at least from my perspective, as someone who ran all of Endwalker dungeons with trust, like for the first maybe 2 to 5 times, I think there was this one particular dungeon, the last dungeon of Endwalker, that I did not run with other players. At least, I think I ran it I want to say I ran it at least 10 times on my own before I felt like I could run it as a summoner. And so one thing I was very happy to see was Yoshi P taking a stance on that. Now, a lot of people were like, oh, look, we were right. It was casual. Oh, we were right. They're going to change. It's going to be mid-core. It's going to be more hardcore, whatever. I think they also fail to admit that a lot of people were really rude and imbalanced in how they expressed their concerns about the situation, and they literally got blinkers on, and it was my problem, I'm not happy, my problem, when they couldn't foresee down the line that this would actually help, in my opinion, help a lot of other players feel more confident going forward. And especially like someone like myself who has a bit of a social conscience on occasion, my conscience tells me I shouldn't run a dungeon with another human for the first time. It's not fair to them. And so I appreciated it. But yeah. Healers adjust. Wanting and being willing to improve is the most important difference between casual and gamer. Oh, that's interesting, Wooly. Yeah, I want to get better, but I need more support than your average person, as everyone can tell from watching me play Elden Ring. BLM has more overall damage. Samurai has more mobility. Yeah. So if you're really good at your BLM, your Black Mage, you're going to crush it. But let's all be real. Samurai players are more likely to put out consistent damage than a average BLM. Wooly, are you very good at BLM? Yes, Ben. This is where I do think this is now the time for Yoshi P and the dev team to return, make that mid-core content, make that hardcore content, make that exploratory content, make the Ishgard restoration, content for the crafters and gatherers. I think now is the time where we can start getting actually critical. Being critical before, it's helpful to give them feedback, but they already knew what they had to do. And I felt like not enough people were thinking about it from that perspective. That's my position. That's all. Running a dungeon as blind party is part of launch week fun. Wooly, maybe. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Wooly is a tank. Why am I not surprised? Okay. Wooly is a gunbreaker. Maybe you can confab with Party when she gets her gunbreaker to 90, because Party is a gunbreaker. She loves playing gunbreaker. Yeah, Epic, like, my brain isn't it's yeah, it does weird shit. Endwalker Alliance. Okay. Endwalker Alliance, first Alliance raid, right? I'm going to say the word Fire Boss. In the Fire Boss, I died. Just the Fire Boss. I think I died 5 times. Yeah. It got to a point where the healers were like, just let that summoner lie on the floor. Floor tanking. Ruzi wants to play 14. Help me get good. My dream, Ruzi, is to play White Mage at Savage tier. That's my dream. I want to be able to play White Mage on Savage, not Summoner. Summoner is the most brain dead class you can play. It's very fun. I love Summoner, don't get me wrong. But I feel like if you say, oh, I did Savage and I was a Summoner, I don't know. I want to do White Mage. I want a White Mage on Savage. Oh, Duck Slice is in here. Hey, Duck. Force Chieko to play Gunbreaker. Heal her only at sub 10% HP. Never, Wooly. I'm actually a huge Warrior fan. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sucked into Warrior. I'm leveling it on Nico right now. Because I tried it on Chieko and I was like, I gotta get it on Nico. I love Warrior. It feels very good to me. But once again, that just might be my newbie. I refuse to BLM in the new alliances. She'll learn to rotate CD damn fast. Well, we can try, Wooly. I still haven't leveled my Gunbreaker, but we'll get there. Chieko isn't bad. She just gets in her head. Yeah, I have a good brain and I have a bad brain. The bad brain can get in the way. Should we make a static? I would not be averse to... I want to take Party to Endwalker normal raid to do Savage. Yeah, clear Uwu or Ukop. Oh my gosh, Ben, that would be fantastic. I'd love it. Playing BLM in a blind raid is probably painful. Dropping poly and stacks due to mechanics. Wooly, I could only imagine. Which is why you should always go in as a red mage or maybe like a summoner. Jonathan said, I leveled most of my jobs through PvP. I can't even do daily roulettes because my item level is so low for many of my jobs. Jonathan. Yeah, I also want a cool legend title, Ben. Yeah, me too. Wooly, you are looking at a almost... No, I think I leveled my Weaver to 90. I'm going to be crafting my own damn gear. I'm so close. I'm so close to being able to I'm not an Omni crafter yet, but I have all of my crafting over 50 now, officially, I believe. And I'm aiming to get Omni crafter. And then I'm going to craft the living hell and make furniture for my house. And I'm going to make my own crafted gear so I can finish the fucking relic tool in the Crystarium. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Sorry, Wooly. Yes. Yes, sir. Okay. We're gonna watch some WoW. We're gonna watch some WoW, folks. We're gonna watch half an hour of WoW. Alright. Let's sit and watch WoW. Next Wednesday, I'll make a little docket and we'll talk about 14. Okay, let's go. Now, just in case chat doesn't know, Sylvanas basically cucked everyone. And everyone got poisoned. And the dragons had to come in and basically torch the place. Very sad. Sad that. Is this Sylvanas? Or somebody else? This is probably about her and her people. Oh my. A lot of future fruit bowls in this cinematic. Oh. There's our boy. Is he turning her into a banshee? Oh, wow, look at that. Yeah. So he turns into a banshee. Yeah. So this is like a flashback to what happened to her. So then we, you know, we're like, oh, is this Ruzy? Ruzy, it's you!
How could we have missed this until now? King Varian, thank you for coming on such short notice.
Varian.
What's this all about, Ronan?
I've called you here to ask for your help. While our efforts against the Lich King press on, Bran here has brought us frightening news of the horrors beneath Ulduar and of its dark prisoner.
Prisoner? Huh? With its binding shattered, its influence unchecked, it's gonna come after us, and we're gonna be the prisoners.
You can see now what we're up against. If this evil is not stopped, then the armies of the Death God will march on our doorstep.
You'll have to excuse me.
Well, what do you propose we do?
Uh-oh.
Thrall, what are you doing here so soon?
The summons sounded dire, Jaina. What's happened?
Oh, this is Jaina.
Bran Bronzebeard's forces assaulted the gates of Ulduar.
Is it? But not our Jaina.
They battled
This
the
is
Iron
a
Lords
different
and
Jaina,
their cursed minions.
right? Yes, there is a dwarf. His name is Ruzi. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna go.
He won't stop talking about this presence he felt.
Oh dear me.
Permeating the great halls, stirring in their minds, chilling their blood. He said the horror that the Titans imprisoned so long ago, Yogg Saron, has awakened.
I want to see this dwarf, Garrosh, to see the fear in his eyes. Then we'll know if he's telling the truth.
No, no, wait!
We are going to need all the help we can get if we are...
Thrall!
What? What are they doing here?
Let me explain.
I thought I smelled the stench of Alliance pigs. Control yourself. You want my blood?
Oh boy. Infighting.
He's mine.
Oh dear.
A great deal in this conflict. But we stand to lose everything if we do not stop fighting and work together.
We're gonna die.
A true war chief would never partner with cowards. At the Wrathgate, the Horde's partnership killed more of our men than the Scourge. I'm done with your Horde. May this Death God take you all. You disappoint me, Garrosh.
So basically, the previous alliance of the Horde and the alliance that had teamed up to fight the Lich King is now literally falling apart before our eyes because everyone's feeling betrayed. Everyone is not able to trust each other. This kind of reminds me of the cinematic I just watched about what's it called, Divinity something, where Kaith tries to get her old partners together and they just refuse to get together. I feel like it's almost like the champion of heroes in 14. Like if we went to talk to the champions before we fought Leviathan or Titan or whatever. No, Titan. I think both. No, Leviathan, right? Anyway, and they were like refusing to work with each other or something like that. If Garrosh had died, there was so much suffering that could have been avoided. Yes. Okay. So Wooly, there was in this little cinematic, there was like if you looked very carefully, I noticed like there was like this, right? All of this stuff here. It was like boss. Like it felt like we were looking at what would have been maybe like a raid of some kind, like this and this and that. Right? Tidus and Leviathan. I think it was an informal, like from the sounds of it, right? Because like one group rushed in to save another group, right? Oh, hello, Lucids. We're doing our evening reacts, which is completely without context and in the eyes of some rather meaningless, but it's still fun to kind of look from the outside in at some of this. Ulduar is a raid. Ulduar is a raid that basically was cut short and skipped over for other content in Wrath of the Lich King. Oh. If the Horde was annihilated, Azeroth would be better. Yeah. Well, it seems like you had some very strong... Okay, let's see here.
Scourge. I'm done with your horde. May this death god take you all. You disappoint me, Garrosh.
But this is Thrall, right? That green guy is Thrall?
The old god is laughing, toying with us.
Who will be our hope?
Who will stand and face Yogg Saron?
Oh, there it is. Secrets of Ulduar. The coloring on this is really nice. I like the color on this. Is it vignette, maybe? Oh, what is this going to be? Is this going to be another raid? PvP? This looks like PvP, maybe. Or is this Horde versus Alliance? Horde versus Alliance PvP. Okay. Thrall. Okay, it was Thrall. So this must be either a raid of some kind. Boss rush? Would it be like Alliance and Horde separate from each other? PvP. This is the content that Ulduar was cut short for. New heroic dungeon. New raid. New battleground. Isle of Conquest. Are you up to the challenge? Call of the Crusade. Okay, chat. Chat is telling me that Ulduar was cut short because of this content here. How did the players respond to that? The story justification is a tournament to select heroes worthy of attacking the Ice Crown Citadel. Stupid mounted dailies. Raid and dungeon under one roof. Just different entrances. Okay. Now, from what I understand, this was cutting into or shortening the development or the progress of Ulduar. Was this sidelining of content responded by unsubbing or just going on autopilot? Oh my gosh, Sim is back under another name. Susan was... It's almost like, Deck, you're on somebody's naughty list. And anytime you even put your toe out of line, they like slam down on you, like unfairly so. Ulduar is still beloved, especially with the hard mode version of bosses you can activate. Oh, so they didn't know. But then when they found out, they got pissed off. Because it was really good. Wow. Oh. Ulduar has the same dev logic of FromSoft. Everything is diegetic in-game. Honestly, Wooly, I think, like, WoW players might prefer that, though, right? Like, that might not be a bad thing. Oh, Asmongold is still. Maybe that's why the name sounds so familiar. I feel like people still talk about it. Even if she's not at YouTube anymore. Yeah, what name should we be using to replace Susan, I wonder? I'm gonna quickly go grab my diet / Coke Zero. Tutu, you can totally come in my room. It's not a big deal. It's just my work when I'm being recorded. Okay. All right. I'm back. CEO is called Neil Muhan. She's the Deus Ex Machina of YouTube. Oh my lord, Party, stop it. Party has dad humor because she hung out with our dad too much. Okay. We're doing well. We're about halfway through our proposed cinematic length. But to just wrap it up, if I were to look at these cinematics here, I'm going to be honest. Like, if I was like coming in and this was brand new, I think it would look exciting and it would make you want to do it. Except for the part where, like, if there's any PvP, I'm not. I don't know. I feel I like PvP. I PvP a bit in 14, but 14 PvP is like PvP for toddlers, kind of. So, anyway, oh my gosh, this is such a lovely shot. This is really nice. This gives me like Mordor vibes, to be honest.
Rise up, Argent Crusaders! The hour of justice has come!
I'm imagining this is in the north with the Lich King. This is so beautiful. Okay, here's the thing. Where is it? This is like a streamer, and this is all of their chat right in there.
The light's justice has been awakened.
Oh,
the sins of... Rise up, Argent Crusaders! The hour of justice has come!
Yeah, here we go. So really beautiful. This is like, yeah, this is definitely feels very inspired by Lord of the Rings. Look at all those skulls. So much, so many.
Can you feel it, my son?
What?
Closing in all around you. The light's justice has been awakened.
Oh.
You will be called to account for all the atrocities you committed.
Oh dear. I'm betting this is another raid.
Unspeakable horrors you've let loose upon this world.
Yep, this is another raid.
The dark, ancient powers you enslaved. Though my soul was one of the first to be devoured by your evil, there are thousands more bound within this blade, and they cry out for release.
Okay, so people who get killed by the sword, their spirits go inside the sword, which makes the sword probably very powerful, but it's a bit inconvenient when the souls come out and start berating you. Chat whispering to you. All the previous launch trailers. Yeah, we could do that. We could do that, Ben. In an expansion without Ulduar, Icecrown Citadel would have been peak. It's a bit like the sword from Malazan. Wooly. Oh my lord. Wooly and I are oh my, I should have said it faster. Wooly's still on factor. Okay, it reminded me of, oh, what's his name? Gavin? Garrick? And when he's in the sword, yeah. And it's like being pulled by those, was it like dog-like? Or were the dogs separate from, there was like people with chains. Retcon that it splits the soul and keeps half. Okay. Their souls are split. It's not the full thing. The side beneficial to the jailer is what is in the blade, while the useless part is gone somewhere. Okay, hot take here. Question. Hot take. Why talk about soul splitting? Like, Epic is saying there's the helpful or important part is inside the blade, and the unimportant part is outside the blade. Does the unimportant part come back? Or like why would we have an important and an unimportant part? The ghost is like your cat waking you up in the middle of the night. I'd be okay with that, Lucids. I love cats. I should watch the Final Fantasy 11 opening trailer, since 14 is going to have the 11 Alliance raid. Take a peek at the roots of FF14. I would love to. The trailer opening theme song gives me chills. I have not seen the full trailer, but we were looking at it to compare graphics at that time, and for that time, the trailer graphics were crazy good. Everyone felled by the blade is chained to a cart. Yeah, Wooly. There was like, but there were also wolves, I believe. Unfortunately, like I said, there's certain aspects of Erickson's writing that makes it hard for me to imagine or even comprehend it sometimes. So victims of the blade are potential tools. Was it the jailer's plan that the dad of Arthas should come out and berate his son? Okay. I just wonder, because at this point in time right now, if I was coming into this, okay, without the context of the jailer, without the context of Shadowlands, all right, and you were to ask me, why are we having a dad, right? I don't, of course, chat's going to remember this, okay? But you remember there was a cutscene that we watched last week where Arthas's dad, I keep forgetting Arthas's dad's name, but the king that he killed, his own father, was doing a voiceover while showing Arthas being an absolute evil person. And the whole point was the juxtaposition of what is a good man, what is a good leader, what is a good king, and what is Arthas doing. And it had this dramatic, can I call it irony? Dramatic irony in the sense that we are seeing someone talking about being a good king and leading his people, and we're seeing Arthas in a sense being a good king and leading his people, but it's like the inverse or the mirror in a way. And I thought that was beautiful and it was meaningful because it was having almost like a double speak about the whole situation, and at the same point in time, you know, it had this whole other, I don't know, like emotional weight because this was the words of a father to a son. Alrighty, I have to go for now. Take it easy, everyone. Glad I could watch you live. Hope to do next stream. Ta-ta for now. Have a good night, Steam. Thanks for coming round. I always hang out on Sundays and sometimes on Wednesdays or Thursdays if I want to unwind. Murder hobo dogs were chained as well, if that's what you're referring to. Yeah, Wooly. That's what I was referring to. Yeah, there were the dogs. There were the creepy dogs. If anyone wants to read something completely confusing, and also a little bit challenging, but also like it does go places, check out Malazan Empire. Start with Gardens of the Moon. It's one of the most difficult things to read. But okay. So here's my thing, right? So if we think about that one cinematic where the dad is talking over as a narrator, and then we combine it with this cinematic, okay? So if we listen to what he's saying here. Went back too far. Okay. Blah blah blah. Proceed.
The hour of justice has come. Can you feel it, my son? Closing in all around you. The light's justice has been awakened. The sins of the past have finally caught up to you. You will be called to account for all the atrocities you committed. The unspeakable horrors you've let loose upon this world.
ancient powers you were slain. Though my soul was one of the first to be devoured by your evil, there are thousands more bound within this blade, and they cry out for release. Look now to your defenses, my son, for the champions of justice gather at your gates.
Okay. So here's my... Did chat, like, notice the kind of music that they used here? Right? And, like, if I was coming at this from a, like, as I am right now, from an outside source, like, as an outside person just watching, combining this cinematic with the cinematic I've been talking about, with the over voiceover with Arthas's dad, it feels to me like what they're going for is that this power that he is drawing from all of the swords is a double-edged sword to a certain degree. And that as he, like, this is how I would be reading it if I was playing this, like, without context. As he is using the sword, the voices of those that he is harnessing and oppressing into using it are speaking out against him, and these voices are literally bit by bit, like, I mean, he himself is not who he is anymore, right? He's possessed. But what consciousness he might have is slowly being driven crazy by the like, these are literal, it's conscience, like his conscience. Oh my goodness, his conscience, like, he has no conscience right now, right? He's possessed. So he's not in control of himself per se. Probably not. You can tell me in chat if I'm wrong. But I would, like, me looking in, listening to the music, like the elevated music when the ghosts are speaking, the fact that all of these victims are literally standing there in the room, like that's gotta, it's saying something. So if you came to me afterwards and you said, well, actually, these voices and these apparitions that you've been seeing that have been literally been judging you for doing what you're doing, and if you came back and you told me as a player, well, this moment isn't actually about conscience, and it isn't about guilt, and it isn't about making a point about what has happened to these people who are now trapped in the blade, that these souls are in fact the dark uncaring versions of themselves that were utilized by the jailer, I would not be happy. He's witnessing himself doing all this terrible stuff without being able to resist it. He's totally dominated by the helm he's wearing. So this makes it even more fascinating and tragic. So we got Tyrion and we got Tyrannas Menethil. What a sick name. You later learn that the voices Arthas heard were actually coming from his helmet, the crown of domination. Arthas, in a short story, had moments where he debated if he was fully in control of his actions, and we now know that the jailer used the voices of his victims to help manipulate. But this does... I don't know if I'm vocalizing what I'm trying to say correctly. But what I'm going to try again. My concern would be, okay, let's say there's two souls, two parts to the soul. And the part that's supposedly inside the sword is supposed to be the empowered dark side of the self. Right? Yeah, Wooly, I think what I'm trying to argue is that by having all of this soul splitting nonsense and having the jailer doing the soul splitting nonsense, I think it's actually gutting what the scene could have been or should be or was. I'm not even sure if I'm making... I don't even know how I could do it. Let's go to paint. Maybe paint will save us. Okay, so let's say there is a soul here. Okay, this is a soul. And there's two parts, right? There's the bad part, which we're going to paint in black. Right? We're going to... Wait a minute. What am I doing? Let's do here. This is like the empowered part. And this is the good part. Okay? So we used the sword. Okay? The sword splits it. So we're going to do a splitting action here. So this part goes into the sword. And this part, we're going to make heaven here. It's just Shadowlands. Shitlands. Over here. Okay. So far, so good. But here's my problem, Wooly. Okay, this is why I'm starting to mold here. Okay, if we're putting all of the bad parts of the soul into the sword, why the fuck? Why would they be telling him that he should be ashamed of himself and they're coming to get him? They should be like, yes, good, feel the power. Let it swell within you, Arthas. Like, okay, so it's not about good and bad. Is it like energy? I feel like Wooly is crying for me. Has anyone in chat ever watched Red Letter Media? And Jay is like, don't think about it, just consume product, move on to next product. Okay. Okay. I'm just a little worried. You know, like as soon as... Okay, so then here's my next question, okay? If this isn't a question about this side, okay, so we're talking about this side over here. If this side isn't bad and this side isn't good, right? So if this is blue and this is yellow, honestly, why did they do yellow? They should have done orange. Orange is the complementary color of blue. Don't they? Anyway, let's keep going. So if we have blue and if we have yellow, okay. Here's my question. Why even have the soul splitting? Like, why even do that? So if this is not a split based off of morality, right? Good and bad. Like, why are we even splitting it? Just have all of the soul in the sword. I don't know. Oh no. I'm basically pouring lemon on Wooly's wounds. They did it so they could do Sylvanas' redemption story. Think of it like the light and dark side. Neither side is good or evil. The soul was split into what the jailer found useful and what he didn't. That's it. It's him making tools. Yeah, I just feel like this soul splitting thing is useless in terms of everyone. And so they made useless lore that doesn't make sense to justify Sylvanas when they could have just let Sylvanas be Sylvanas. This is wild into me. Now I understand why people are molding. I would be molding. And I haven't even played this game. This is me, out of context, going, wait a minute, what are we doing here? Because this is a beautiful cinematic. Like, the music in it, and the whole fact that his dad is literally like, son, it's time. It's more complicated than the jailer hedging. Yeah, it's just, it feels weird. At the very best, it feels half-baked. Let's keep going. I don't know. I love that cinematic, though. Let's pretend the jailer didn't happen. And just... Oh. You're gonna be dead now. This is post-raid. Oh. Gosh. BGM 100.
Father, is it over? At long last. No king rules forever, my son.
I see. Only darkness before me.
Without its master's command, the restless scourge will become an even greater threat to this world. Control must be maintained. There must always be a Lich King.
The weight of such a burden. It must be mine, for there is no other.
Tyrion! You hold a grim destiny in your hands, brother. But it is not your own.
Volva!
Oh dear.
That is holy.
The dragon's flame. Seal my fate. The world of the living
can no longer comfort me.
Oh, he's gonna go.
Upon my head, Tyrion.
He's gonna become part of the icicle thing.
I will be the jailer of the damned.
No, old friend. I cannot.
Do it, Tyrion! You and these brave heroes have your own destinies to fulfill. This last act
He's gonna
of
become
service
Lollipop Icicle.
is mine.
You will not be forgotten, brother.
I must be forgotten, Tyrion. If the world is to live free from the tyranny of fear, they must never know what was done here today. Tell them only that the Lich King is dead, and that Bolvar Dragon died with him. Now, go. Leave this place, and never return.
Wow. That is so amazing. I got chills. Like, really cool. The part where he sees his dad, and his dad tells him no king lives forever. Like, that shit with the music is phenomenal. This is exactly the kind of stuff that I think has a lot of meaning. And it feels weighty. Even if I don't have that experience of playing the raid, and like, it must have been like, if I had played the raid and done the story properly, I bet I would be like tearing up for sure, because it's just so beautiful. And it's heartbreaking and sad, very sad. Dex says it's possible it makes sense because Lloyd crafters like Pyromancer think it might be related to Cool God melodrama, but what we're given is very confusing. Yeah, Deck, as it stands right now, if I was someone like I am someone looking in from the outside, it feels like, how can I say it? In Final Fantasy XIV, the writers went back and they retconned certain things. But whenever they retconned, as far as I don't want to say whenever, because that's a bit too final. As far as I know, let's take La Habrea. La Habrea in the original A Realm Reborn is, well, he's a thing, isn't he? Same thing with Elidibus. But when it came time for them to rethink La Habrea, they went back into the game and they actually fundamentally changed the story and some parts of the actual gameplay to help revisit what La Habrea can do and would do. And yeah, so when you go back and you play certain parts of A Realm Reborn, you can see like the solo duty with, so I don't know if anyone here has replayed the new version of A Realm Reborn MSQ, but the new solo duty with La Habrea is very good. And I feel like when they went back and they did Redcon, they did it in a way that made La Habrea cooler. They didn't make it uncool. They didn't confuse it up. They made it more clear. They made it more cool. They leaned into the whole point that he is an ancient related to fire, so on and so forth. And same thing with Ritatin. So in Wurlet, we get to see ghosts of Ritatin and Livia and all of that, Nero. And it's very easy to forget Ritatin. And Cape Westwind was a joke. And so when it came time to revisit those characters, they said, wait a minute, what we have right now in the MSQ is a joke. It's funny, it's a meme, but it's a joke. So what did they do? They went back in and they redid his entire fight with a solo duty, which is actually super meaningful. And yeah. So it just, I felt like with 14, if they were going to do retcon, so far, at least for me, it has felt like they weren't making things more confusing, and they certainly weren't making things uncool or taking away from that moment. They were adding into it. I, Epic loves cosmic drama. He likes scheming gods and higher powers. I never cared for Arthas, generic fallen hero seen over and over again, but the jailer made him better for me. Wow. I think Epic, you'd be holding an opinion that is not very common, or maybe a lot of people feel that way. Bully is hardcore disagreeing. Lich King was just Darth Vader for me. Yeah, you could say that for sure. It's an archetype, right? But archetypes exist for a reason, I think. 14 retcons of the bad guys didn't seem that big. Maybe because they didn't have much personality before. Yeah, so the original Realm Reborn, Elidibus and La Habrea Nabrialis, they were doing what they should do in terms of moving story forward, but that's about it. They didn't have a lot of personality. No one knew, right? The Power Rangers of Gaius Van Belsar, who cared, right? But what Endwalker did and what Endwalker did was go back and make it meaningful. But even more than that, I think the game developers were ready to admit, hey, we need to tighten things up here. We need to fix some shit going on. And I feel like by doing so, they actually made the characters cooler. They weren't taking away from that moment. Yeah, a Realm Reborn Asians, definitely at the beginning, like pre-Endwalker, were definitely mustache twirly. I think in a lot of cases where retcon occurs in 14, it's that new information is given which brings our cast to a new understanding. Yes, Jonathan, that is the best way to go with retcon, as long as it makes sense, right? And as long as the seeds have been planted. If there are no seeds planted adequately enough, and if the seeds aren't there for you to go back and be like, obviously, okay, so for example, if you have back to paint, if you have like let's say this is the storyline, this is the single pipeline of the story, but you have little threads hanging off, and these little threads should be noticeable, and they should get people thinking. They should be getting people thinking, and eventually those threads might lead back into the story, right? And and the story might continue without them, like with them in mind, right? But the problem is, if the threads are too tiny or non-existent, and then you go back and you say, yes, but don't you see this thread over here? And people are like, what? Or don't you see this thread over here? And people are like, what? And that is, I think that's where things can get a little bit, a little bit skeevy. So we could add more information in to recontextualize it, but we got to make sure that when we're referring to the past about something, that is actually there to be referred to, and that we're not just like making it up out of nothing. Or making it up out of something so small that it feels like you cheated as a creator. You weren't giving people the fair chance to consider these other possibilities. So that's one way, is adding new information like Jonathan suggested. But another way, Jonathan, that definitely we know for sure that 14 did, was that they admitted, essentially, they were admitting A Realm Reborn needed to be tightened up. It needed to be fixed, and they went back and they cut out certain sections, for one thing, and then for another thing is they cut apart certain things. So even like Praetorium looks different from how I experienced it, right? And so we don't have the part where everyone is just wailing on La Habrea and stun locking him, which made La Habrea seem very lame. Now there's the solo duty with La Habrea. Now there's a solo duty with Rititan that make those characters more meaningful, because they were meaningful, but they weren't being handled appropriately. Yeah, when 14 retcon stuff, it doesn't create massive problems for established facts. And in fact, I would argue that so far the retcons have been fairly respectful. There are two lore moments that could have fallen flat in Shadowbringers. The first was with Yuri, when he explains that light aether calcifies, and the second where Hades gives us a history lesson. Yeah, some people may appreciate it, some people might not. I think if they wanted to, they could not have achieved Shadowbringers and Walker. I think if they hadn't, especially Endwalker, I think Endwalker needed A Realm Reborn to make a few changes. I think it was good. Yeah, but the problem, Epic, is back to my shitty illustration. If you are trying to refer to something that doesn't exist, saying, hey, it's there, it was there all the time, or there's like a hint of something, but you're making it bigger than what it was when it first came out, it feels unfair. It feels contrived, Epic. And some readers are going to feel cheated. Praetorium runs used to be 40 minutes. Yeah, Ben, remember the YouTube? Like I actually started before they made the last changes to the MSQ in A Realm Reborn. So I actually remember old Praetorium runs. But yeah, overall, I think when you are retconning, you have to be very careful. Otherwise, it's going to feel contrived. Not feels contrived, it is contrived. Yeah, once again, I didn't play it, so I'm coming from an outside perspective here. I could totally be wrong. But what we know right now is that we have this beautiful scene, and even if you don't have a lot of emotional investment, you haven't played the game, this scene is beautiful. And it just feels a shame that now all of these phenomenal scenes might have been... Now, Wooly has cut off the World of Warcraft limb. He has gone... He's cut it off, and he's abandoned it. He's walking away. But there are a lot of people who did not, or have not. And so for them, maybe a lot of these old scenes now, it's like me with Star Wars. I love episode 4, 5, and 6. But now, whenever I watch episode 4, 5, and 6, guess what I think about? Guess what I think about, chat? I think about 7, 8, and 9. I didn't so much mind 7, but like, holy moly, it's hard. The well can get poisoned sometimes. I read some of Mistborn. It bored me. Oh. Yeah, it might be a matter of taste, Wooly, for sure. Like, maybe cosmic stuff isn't as, like, compelling for you. You think about Kylo Ren's abs. Oh my lord. Oh. No. 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 Do you know who was my favorite in the new Star Wars? I liked Poe. I was a Poe fangirl. And when he came in and he was like killing everything and he was a really good shot, I was like, oh, Poe. And then out hopped Oscar Isaacs, and I was like, take my body, I'm ready. But then episode 8 happened, and they decided to make him this asshole to make the plot happen, and that's when I was like, no. Yeah, I think definitely epic. I think some people prefer it, some people don't. Yeah, Poe and Finn got shafted. They got shafted by Rose Tico. Did anyone here ever watch Ethan Van's what is his name? Ethan Van's he was the Comicsgate guy. Ethan Van Sciver? What was his name? Ethan. The guy who did the Frog comics. And he had like the Rose Tico action figures. Admiral Purple Hair had me foaming. Yeah, Ethan Van Sciver. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I did get his name right. I loved his videos on Rose Tico. Did chat ever see that? Those were funny. But it was really sad. Remember Ethan's, like, he had that little stylus and he would tap his phone or whatever? It was funny. Yeah. But it is tough, once again. Like, I think it's sad when something new feels like it's stealing the energy. It's like a leech from the old stuff. But maybe, once again, not everyone's going to feel that way. It's just, I feel like this is a beautiful scene. Like, you can feel that it means something, even if you are not. He hunted down all of the Rose Tico figures. Yeah, he was hilarious. Okay, so we'll do one more cutscene.
Return. Cavernous deeps.
This looks like a proper rendered cinematic.
The world heaves with my torment. Accursed kingdoms quake beneath my rage.
We're almost done, Ruzi. We're almost done. We'll be putting ourselves out of our combined pain soon. Oh. This is pretty epic looking, not gonna lie. Ooh, yes. No. There's not a lot of... Okay, so World of Warcraft, Cataclysm. Okay. That's pretty cool, though. A lot of cool... I feel like a lot of World of Warcraft cinematics are like, can we show some cool stuff? And it will get all of the men, all of the guy gamers, some of the girl gamers, to, like, resubscribe because it looks cool. It's Deathwing. Deathwing. Oh, man. Oh, my gosh. Chat, does chat remember that one cinematic where they don't show the dragon killing the mole people? And Asmongold reacting to that? Deathwing used to be a green dragon. The different dragon flights was a retcon as well. Oh. Well, I guess they had to, like, give reasons why people were choosing different dragons to be or fly or whatever. Do you remember? Yeah, the mole people. The cowboy moles. And then Asmongold, like, when they cut away and they don't show them, like, going up in flames or whatever. A zone-sized dragon better than WoW. I haven't yet seen one, but I look forward to seeing it epic. Okay, chat. We're going to take a breather. I think ending with intro to Cataclysm should have us salivating for next week's 15 to 20 minutes. I think we got 20 minutes in. Yeah. We got 20 minutes in. I feel like we don't have to, like, crush ourselves. I'm going to go into Discord. I'm going to take a look at what recommendations we got, okay? Let me know in chat if anyone has not gotten into our Discord. Let's see. Ruzi is asking if Sim wants a job. Oh, we got Steam in our Discord. So remember, everyone. Oh my gosh, I don't even have to. Everyone is saying hi. Wow. Yeah. Okay, I'm going into thing Mombabi, and I'm going to run a poll. So I'm actually going to do Strummer stuff here. So what we're going to do, I'm going to pop open my We have a real Shabiri, the real Shabriri, DLC, Elden Ring DLC trailer. Karma. I'm at soup. What is this?
Hello?
Okay, this is super short, so we're gonna just do it. What is this? I'm at soup. Code Geass. Okay. Okay, so this is apparently a meme. I missed out on memes when I was watching Code.
Hello? Hey, what's up? I need your help. Can you come here? I can't. I'm buying clothes. All right, well, hurry up and come over here. I can't find them. What do you mean you can't find them? I can't find them. There's only soup. What do you mean there's only soup? It means there's only soup. Well, then get out of the soup aisle! All right, you don't have to shout at me. There's more soup. What do you mean there's more soup? There's just more soup. Go into the next aisle. There's still soup. Where are you right now? I'm at soup. What do you mean you're at soup? I mean I'm at soup. What store are you in? I'm at the soup store. Why are you buying clothes at the soup store? Fuck you!
What did we just watch, chat? Chat, explain. Ruzi, explain yourself. Well,
soup.
Well, Ruzi, tell me that you've never gone shopping in the wrong store. Ben is glad he saw that. Something's belonging in the trash. But this wasn't in Code Geass, right? This was not, like, this is just dubbed over. Yeah, this is not... Wooly, this is not actually Code Geass. Am I defending Soup Guy? It's been a hot minute. I recognize Lelouch. For sure. But I don't remember Soup, like, I don't remember, like, this feels like somebody dubbed over it. You know what, Ruzi? I feel like I should rewatch it. Because I think I'm like Ben. I haven't seen it in a hot minute. And I watched it with Japanese. I didn't watch it in English. So I know this must be a joke. These are forces of order and chaos in our deep minds. Yeah, my question is, Ruzi, have you ever had this point where you think you're doing what you should be doing, but you're not in the right spot? Wait a minute, is this the mind of Sim? Deck, is this your brain? This might be Deck's, Sim's brain. Because this is clearly the order, and the soup guy is chaos. And Ruzi actually got me to play this because he wanted Sim to see it. Such is his love for Sim. Yeah. Yeah. Well, Deck, the thing is that it's greater than that. You have to extrapolate upward or downward, depending on how you view it. Yeah. I'm trying to think of a time where I, too, was shopping for clothing in a soup store. Would it be... Okay, this is going to get savage. Would it be like me being disappointed about lack of story in Black Desert Online? People are like, why are you playing that? I'm not saying I'm playing Black Desert Online, but me looking for a story in Black Desert Online. And then people would be like, what the fuck? Chieko, why are you even playing Black Desert Online? I'm looking for story! I need a new story! Anything but that, Chieko. But I'm in here now! Yeah. I think the only story that people play for BDO would be the story of the boobs. Yeah. I now understand, Ruzi. I have achieved Ruzi's level of consciousness. Okay, so that was 37 minutes. I feel like I should get a gold star. Yeah. There is no narrative for Tetris? What do you mean? The narrative is the friends we made along the way while we were playing Tetris, Ben. The narrative is the stories of me beating my friends at Tetris. Ruzi pretending that he's not playing a hot chick in BDO. Oh, hello, Sephian. Yeah, but this was a meme, Ruzi. This is a whole other level. Oh wow, Jonathan. Jonathan, you should make a Valentine's card out of that. It's like you complete me, and then you know, like you have like a Tetris situation where there's just like that one line, that one vertical line, and then there's like the four vertical block line coming down from the top. You know what I mean? So it's like this is one Tetris pile. This is another Tetris pile. And then there's a single Tetris thing coming down. And then card ends here and it says, you complete me. This is the Geeks Valentine card. Okay. Now I'm just going to look one last time at the content requests. Oh, we have a request also from Wooly that looks interesting. Okay, so I'm going to run a poll. So the poll is... Everyone brace yourselves for the poll. There's going to be... I think I can do 4 choices. Okay. Wooly, I am always okay from complete left field within reason, as long as it's not super illegal. Turn it upside down. It's a Lego man pooping. Oh my lord, Ben. Ruzi always plays hot chicks in MMOs, proving that he is a hot-blooded man. Oh no. Oh no. Sim has come back in his 3rd incarnation. He's done bad, chat. What were you doing? What did you text Sim? Don't answer that question. Answer it in Discord. So we got a poll going. Number 1 is looking at the Coils of Bahamut lore. Number 2 and number 3 are related to Elden Ring. And number 4 is a recommendation from Wooly, which is called The Definitive Guide to Media Literacy. Not seen it before. It looks interesting. Okay, so what do we got here? We have Is chat trying to like fuck with me? Okay, how many votes do we got? We got 9. Okay, yeah, technically the trailer wouldn't last that long. The real Shibriri is an archaeologist, Elden Ring archaeologist lore video. Jonathan, self-reporting. It's gotta be long. Okay, we got 10 votes. Wow, people are going for coils. This is wildin'. That's okay, Sam. I was so enraged being shadow banned, I couldn't think straight. Okay, I'm going to put the milk into the fridge and then I'll come back and I'll end the poll. We have 4 lurkers in chat, which is totally fine. But right now, we're looking at Bahamut. But I think what we could do is do the Elden Ring DLC trailer, and then we could do Bahamut after. You didn't see the last one. Oh, would you have voted for the last one? Well, let's see what we can get done, folks. Let's see what we can get done. I just gotta run and put this milk away. Okay, chat. How am I sounding? Is everything okay? I'm back from milk. Party. Okay, good. All right, so chat is a bit up and down. So what we're going to do is Epic is going to bed soon. So we're going to watch the Elden Ring DLC. And then after that, we'll see about what else to do. Wooly, you mentioned earlier that there is a video you have that's completely from like out of nowhere. Please feel free to share it in the request channel. I'm always open to looking at different things, honestly. Hello, Chad. I am back. Yes. So we're going to start with this DLC, and then after that, we might do binding coils or we might do media literacy. I'm not going to lie. I do think this looks fascinating. Just this first thing has me very interested. So let's see. Okay, so let's go.
Mikula the Kind spoke of the beginning. The seduction and the betrayal. An affair from which gold arose. And so too was Shadow born. What followed was a war unseen. One that could never be put to song. A purge without grace or honor. The tyranny of Mesmer's flame. And so kindly Mikula would abandon everything. His golden flesh, his blinding strength, even his fate. But we are not deterred. choose to follow? Will you walk with us?
Okay. Let's go back here. Let's go back. I'm going to turn it down a bit.
Mikula the Kind spoke of the beginning.
Okay, so Mikula is a bro.
The seduction and the betrayal.
Now, for seduction, is that literal or metaphorical? But what we definitely have is someone stealing something from somebody's body. Right? They're taking something from somebody's dead body. That's Marika, by the way. Yeah, that's a female hand touching a dead body of some kind. Odds are both, says Wooly. Okay. Someone here has long hair, so we're sure this is a female, right?
An affair from which God.
What is she or they walking on? It's not. It doesn't look. Is it scarlet rot or whatever, or is it dead people, or the inside of something that was alive?
An affair from which gold arose.
So this might be. So a lot of people are leaning towards this being Marika. So Marika is the one that has the arms outstretched. The stake of Marika, right? So you would go to those little statues. If you die during a fight, you will go to the nearest Marika or nearest Grace. Holding in her hand, presuming that this is Marika, would it be the remnants of the tree, or does chat think it's from the tree, or is this the Elden Ring? Do you think this is from the tree or the Elden Ring? Or is the Elden Ring actually from the tree? And the reason why I'm asking is later on we see that the tree is dripping gold shit. So it makes me wonder. Whatever is happening, it's not good. This is a very powerful image, by the way. This is, in my opinion, it has like that feeling of, I don't think that's the Elden Ring. This is part of the ring, I would say. Yeah, because it has like that gold. Well, the Elden Ring is literally a ring, not like a ring you put on your finger, Jonathan. From what I understand, is the ring is actually like a big rune, like a circle that you would draw on the ground, like a sigil. But this image is very powerful. This image is very powerful. She's okay, so we can now say she's walking on dead people. And this is all dead people. You can see like the corpses. Which could it have been mages? Because you know, like, do you remember me fighting that ball with all of the arms and the faces and the heads? And it's because the mages were doing like bullshit magic and they shouldn't have been. So, like, could this be like a mage thing gone wrong? Or right, maybe she did a mage thing and it created this mountain of amalgamated people.
And so too was.
And this is very fascinating because you have on one side, you have this dark, and then on this side, you have light. So is this maybe a door? A door of dead people. And she's opening a door.
Was shadow born. What followed was a war.
Yeah, so the gold strands, Sim might be part of the magic, like a magical aura. So you can see here, like the dark strands that are coming out of her hands. These might represent parts of the Elden Ring, or parts of a sigil, or the part of the like this is her. We could probably definitely read this as being a form of some kind of magic for sure. Sigils, I'm not sure. But yeah.
What followed was a war unseen.
Okay. So we got the war. After America did whatever America did.
One that could never be put to song.
Why not? Why couldn't it be put to song? Okay. All right. So we have here people going up a stairway. And you notice like this guy is stabbed with swords. Would this be the bro who got stabbed by the people? The golden bro? What does chat think? This is America thing gone right for America. Yeah. That's what I'm guessing. That's what I'm guessing, Wooly. It makes me think like she's maybe forcibly opening a door of some kind. Obviously it's resulted in a lot of death. Right? And then we got this war. This is one of the bosses that you fight, I assume, or mini overworld bosses. One that would never be put to song. So that's interesting. Yeah, so there's a time scale. Yeah. So this, I would imagine, happened a while back. I imagine. Right? And then this is the night when everything went down south. I'm imagining. And this is... What is it? Godwyn the Golden? Like, this would be the Knight of the Black Knives. Okay, so So if this took place while Marika was in the lands between ruling the Golden Order, who do you think this person is on the stairs? It just reminds me of the guy who got stabbed a lot. A purge without grace or honor. So does this mean, like, when you have grace, you get, like, is grace connected to the tree? I wonder. Like, remember, I haven't finished the game, so.
The tyranny of Mesmer's flame.
Mesmer. Have I bumped into Mesmer yet in the game? I feel like I haven't. Oh, here's the Chinese dragon with the two people. This is a boss. This is metal. This is metal. This is gross and metal. This is like Malazan Empire. I'm just curious as to, are these people tarnished? Okay, so it's without grace because Marika isn't there. Okay. Mesmer of Wallachia. Wallachia? I feel like I've heard that before. Worse, they are probably Omen? Okay, so this is what interests me. So the tree that I have right now in my game, standing upright and it's golden, this tree has clearly been destroyed and gutted, and parts of it are coming out. Okay, Vlad Tepes of Wallachia. This is the Shadow Tree. Okay. So, Epic, is this DLC a prequel DLC, or is it more like showing us prequel information to prepare us for the next section that we'd be looking at? I think this image looks so creepy. I just wonder if is this Shadow Tree supposed to be this way, or has it been corrupted? That's what I'd like to know. Yeah, Vlad the Impaler. Willie, did you ever read the manga Hellsing? Showing us prequel information. Just feel the vibes. Yeah, I'm feeling the vibes, Ruzi. I'm feeling the vibes. I think these vibes are so metal. Like, it feels like horrific things are going on. Do I care about it? Not really. I'm not shedding a tear. I have zero emotional investment. But I can look at this and think it's cool. ER lore tubers. Maybe me talking about Elden Ring lore is like me talking about WoW lore, right? Okay. So in the manga, they have a whole scene where he's basically getting raped as a kid. It turns out that, like, Vlad Tepes, I think I'm probably destroying his name, but Vlad the Impaler was actually historically given temporarily to the Turkish forces as a hostage. That's what they would do back in the day. They would exchange hostages. There's no historical record is not so sure about what may have happened during his hostage years. But what we do know is that by the time he returned as a young man to take his position, he was going to hold the line. Let's just say that. Oh no. Why is Ruzi? Are you returning to 14? Oh, well, I hope it goes well for you. If you do decide to play, let us know. I recommend going to Primal and doing a character on Lamia, because then we could help you run stuff. Okay, back to this tree. I like this tree. This looks really creepy. I kind of wonder if the gold should be coming out like that or not. Pressing X to doubt.
Kindly Mikola would abandon everything.
Kindly Mikola. Okay.
His golden flesh, his blinding strength, even his fate.
So, chat, in the DLC, do you fight Mikola? We don't know. Okay. I have a feeling like Mikola is his golden flesh, his blinding strength. But they're not showing Mikola. Like, they're saying his golden flesh, his binding strength. But they're not, like, this is the figure of a woman. This is a woman. This is a woman. Pretty sure. Yeah. Mikola is a femboy. Mikola is delicate with long hair. Yeah, but this person's wearing a dress. Do bros? I guess maybe they would wear robes. I'm not averse to seeing a man in a dress. It's just, it's hard to say. Okay. All right. So this could be a bro. There is no booba, really. If we look closely, you don't really see a curve. So he just might be a very slight man wearing a dress. But we are not deterred. Who's we? The player, maybe? And the maiden who's with the player? Interesting. So do you notice, chat, how on the ground there's a lot of this goldy stuff? Like, this, like maybe whatever's coming from the tree is now in the land. Right? Possibly? This is really pretty. I love this. I just love the aesthetic. Can I play the game well? But the aesthetic is gorgeous. I'm imagining that these are all the players, right? Because these are all the new jobs. They're showing off all the things that you can do in the DLC. Will you walk with us? Let's see if I can finish Elden Ring first. So did the Greeks. Okay. Why are you still hungry? I don't know, Ruzy. You let me know. Eat meat, says Wooly. Go out and get some meat, Ruzy. Get those chicken fingers. Huh. I hope I can find all the NPCs in the game, chat, because so far my track record has not been good. Ruzy, about what you said, like if 14, downloading 14 works for you, I have some alts on Lamia, so you could still go to Lamia. I could still help you out. Even if we do switch servers, we can still travel to Lamia. It's not a big deal because we're still in the NA. Ruzy, do you play Guild Wars? Because I'm still low level, so you could play with me there as well. But I don't play it often. I haven't played Guild Wars 2 in like an actual decade. To be fair, Elden Ring NPCs are deliberately obscured. No kidding. Epic, take care. Sleep well. Rest up. Good luck tomorrow. They're almost 5 miles away, though. What does that even mean? Say it in minutes. Driving, Ruzy. Take care, Epic. Ruzy telling us, like, actual distance. Ruzy, can you drive? Or would you have to take a bus? I missed an important comment above. Was it from you? There's a quest her last minute where an NPC goes on a journey with you and discovers they are the same. Is that it? We don't know yet. For now, we're following Mikala's path, trying to figure out what he is doing. Saint Trina is his female self he uses with dreams magic. Celebrimbor. Current speculation is that Saint Trina, Mikala's female alter ego, whose spells are purple. Okay, so it's from Wooly. I'm scrolling up, Wooly. Vlad the Impaler. Helsing OVA is one of his favorites, which is cool. I liked the remake of Helsing for sure. Following Mikala's path, trying to figure out what he's doing. So obviously Mikala is not going to really show up in the base Elden Ring game then, I'm guessing. Wooly told everyone to eat meat, particularly Ruzy. About alchemy and Gnosticism. Okay, wait a minute. How far up is this? I don't know what to say, Wooly, but it's like YouTube ate your chat. I didn't see anything. At 10:12? I like missing something here? Physical and metaphysical. Part of the ring. The catacombs have images of people buried in the roots of the tree. No, that's epic. That's not woolly. I'm sorry, chat. I have no idea how far up it might be. Like when I go up, it doesn't tell me. Is it only in live chat, not top chat? Oh. Wait a minute. What? ER takes from alchemy and Gnosticism liberally. Michaela is likely to be a rebus, like his mother Marika, meaning he is male and female in one body. Okay. So like he represents like both forces at the same time. What is the difference between top chat and live chat? Why do we even have that? Okay. Now I'm fixed, everyone. Don't do Taco Bell at 10:20. Sim fixed me again. If party ever goes down, Sim will be stand-in mod. Oh dear. Wooly, if we looked at it that way then, it would be like the divorce of balance. Wouldn't it like if you cut off part of your psyche, right? Like if in the same way, like if you cut off your anima or your animus, it can result in mental instability and imbalance. So maybe the reason why players will be able to fight Mikila is that he has transformed into something without the balance of his full selfhood. The question we'll have to ask is, if this is in fact the case, if he has killed Saint Trina, that would be the female portion of himself. If he's killed or submerged her, why? It would be very interesting to me if the reason why he did it is because there's something dangerous about that part of himself. His mother has probably strongly rejected her male aspect. Interesting. Wait a minute. Shadowlands had anima? Was that something like he had a grind for? Oh, Ruzi has got his game working, question mark? Ruzi, if you get a home, if you take one of those characters, you can transfer them to a new server on Dynamis for free. And it will give you gil and experience buffs to make the leveling even better. We're moving to Dynamis probably on the 11th. Oh my gosh, Ruzi. You should share pictures. Interesting. So it makes me wonder, Wooly, do you think it's possible that he had to do that in order to balance out his mom? My question would be, why would he separate himself? Is he separating himself because he was corrupted? Or is he separating himself because it's something that he has to do, but there's like consequences? Or is he separating himself because he's trying to balance out his mum? And it reminds me of the Endwalker normal raids. Think about that, right? Yeah, give him what he wants, Ben. Ruzi. Ben needs your support. This is really interesting because if he's separating himself, I just wonder why he would do that. Right, so this picture at the beginning here, with her doing her thing here, Marika may have done something and Mikela was forced to respond in kind. And this has caused him to do something to himself that is not good. Like that is basically schizophrenia of some kind, like a destruction of the id or whatever. I hate Freudian terms, but it also ties into Rani separating herself, her soul, from her semi-divine body to fight fate. Huh. Interesting. So all of this together, thinking about all of this, I'm assuming there are some Elden Ring players in chat right now. Are Elden Ring players happy with the direction of this DLC, or has there been disappointment or anything? I'm just curious because I'm fairly new. So I don't have all of that lore. I don't have all that investment. I look at this, I think it's cool, right? But I'm just wondering if other people feel like this is great, a good direction to go in, or if they would have preferred a different direction. Uh-oh. Ruzi's gonna lay it down. Wooly's body is ready. His desire for some juicy gameplay has overwhelmed. I played ER for gameplay. Yeah, Jonathan, it seems like a lot of people played for gameplay and they didn't really get the lore. I'm going to be frank, I'm a super into enjoying a good story, but it went right over my head. But I'm learning it now. Yeah, it's basically like archaeology. Yeah, so hence why archaeology lore. It's just, I don't know. Okay, well, that was fun. It was cool. I liked this picture. I liked this picture. I liked this picture. I liked this picture. I liked this pic. Wait a minute. No. I liked that picture. That picture of people being impaled was kind of cool. And I like that picture. I think everything looks so gorgeous. So awesome. Is the underground city of Mukbang full of people eating tons of food? Is Nico Avocado, whatever his name is he the Lord of Mukbang? Oh my lord, Ruzi. Someone set Ruzi off. I think it was me. Okay. So we have a decision ahead of us. We could watch this definitive guide. I'm actually pretty laid back. I'm feeling pretty laid back today. I don't want to go super late just because of stuff. I'm going to be trying to get my schedule back in normal mode or slightly normal mode. We'll see if I can do that. I don't know. So we got this one, and we also have this one here. It's going to be looking at the binding coils of Bahamut. So this one we haven't yet seen, but it's talking about Bahamut leading up to Bahamut. Wait a minute. So we haven't actually watched this one, but it covers all of the Bahamut stuff. Yeah. So we got that. But I'm also kind of open to playing something. I kind of feel like I want something to shake me up a bit. What in the world is that? Would this have FF14 spoilers? Good question. It would have spoilers for a raid in A Realm Reborn. Did you finish A Realm Reborn and do the raids after, Ruzi? Oh my lord, I'm getting called out by Wooly so hard. Oh my lord. Okay. I think we're going to protect the librarian. Protect even? Can I even? Chat, can I even? I'm going to protect the librarian. And it will go on the list. It is on the list. And we'll watch it after you finish the raid. And Ruzi, that raid can be very hard to queue up for. So I will totally help you go through that raid. We will nurse you through that raid. That raid's a bit older, so not everyone will, like, you can still probably queue up normal, but it would take longer. So I think you would want to run that unsynced with, although we could try it synced with a party. We could definitely party finder it, Ruzi. And party could also, like, party and I have some low-level characters we could run shit with you. Like, Ruzi, my YouTube channel, Femro, is lower level still, so we could definitely help you out. Yeah, unsynced is the smart way. But, oh, Ruzi, so even though we're going to hop data centers, things have changed now. So we can travel to your data centers with our upper level characters, and we can help you. Switching data centers to visit people is a little thing to do. It's not as smooth and easy as going between servers in a data center, but we can definitely hop data centers now. And data centers hopping is free. It doesn't cost anything for me to go visit your data center. That's different, Ruzi. That's different. That's complete, like, that won't affect anything. That won't affect it. It affects a bit, but it doesn't affect anything. So this is like NA, right? And NA has 1 data center, 2 data center, 3 data center, and they just added a 4th data center. Okay, you're on this one. We're right now on this one. We're going to move to this one, but we can visit you on yours. Super easy. Like, it only takes, like, as long as there's not a queue, it will only take, like, I don't know, 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Yeah, getting onto Ruzi's server, you could move. You could move. If you want to move, I recommend you either move to my current one, which is called Primal, or move to the new one, which is Dynamis. If you move to Dynamis, you get a leveling buff. Yes. And you get gil. They pay you money. Like gil, not real money, obviously. And Ruzi, party is starting in FC. So you could join our FC as well if you chose the right world. But you have to wait till the 11th. Okay, we'll talk about it in Discord. Party, do you think you could reach out to Ruzi on Discord and chat with him the specifics? Well, you don't have to do it on the 11th, Ruzi. You can do it, like, after the 11th. Party can tell you more details. I don't want to drive chat bonkers. But basically on the 11th, so if we do a microscope into this, right now, this is Dynamis. Dynamis has 4 servers right now. Dynamis has 4 servers, and they're adding a whole other set of 4. So they're adding 4 more on the 11th. And one of those servers is going to be our new home. We're moving into one of those. No, Ben, we're making it on Dynamis. This is Dynamis. The dead data center that Zepla is stuck on. KEKW. Yeah, so there's 4 new servers that are getting made on June 11th. And on that day, I will be transferring Nico over. I'll be transferring Nico over there. So Ruzi, if you move your character to any one of these data centers, you will get buffs. But if you move it to these specific ones on the 11th of June or after the 11th of June, it doesn't have to be on the 11th of June. 11th of June is when they're being turned on. You can go over there for free. You can get a free home world transfer. And if you go over there for free, if you go from a super congested world and you go over to a brand new world, they'll reward you even more. I think they're even giving out chocobo feathers so that you can get the special Twintania mount. Not that you know what Twintania is, but you can get a mount from it as well. But I would wait for June 11th or after. Like 12th, 13th. Yeah. Yes, Ruzi, it is useful. Do the existing Dynamis worlds and realms not let you transfer for free? At least the 3 quarters that still let you create new characters. Okay, so let's say you make a character on Dynamis. You could, after a month or whatever, you can ask to go back to one of the more populated servers, but it will take longer and stuff. Like you're not going to get rewarded or whatever for moving back into a congested servers won't even let you transfer back. Now Zepla got fucked. Something went wrong with the payment, so she's stuck on Dynamis. She can't transfer back because of her banking information got screwed over and other things happened, and they're still trying to fix her account. So Zepla is trapped on Dynamis. But that's kind of stupid to say when you can travel between all 4 of these servers at will. It's just a drag. Yeah, we're going to stay on Dynamis, Ruzinas. We're not moving. No, we're not going to move. So basically the plan is that Party is going to be an FC leader. She's going to make an FC. So that's a guild. We're going to make a guild together. And we are going to be looking into buying a guild house. We've chosen the plot, and we're gonna cross our fingers. So we have to level the FC up really quickly in order to get what we want. Oh my lord, the power is already going to her head. Chat, you gotta nip this in the bud. Oh lord. Yeah, so Ruzi, on the 11th or after the 11th, I would apply for a transfer. You get gold feathers instead of silver feathers, yeah. Which will, I think, it will give you a mount, I believe. Yeah, you could also do that too. Sim, she's my baby's sister. I don't know if I can stop her. Command your minions to stop her bid for power. Good luck to me. You can create a new character on Dynamis, but you don't get the same rewards as if you transfer a character. Remember, there are two major, what a lot of people don't know is there are two major servers where they are overpopulated. Okay, so these ones right here are overpopulated as fuck. So what they're trying to do is they're trying to get people to leave those servers and go over to Dynamis. They're trying to get them to go over here. So it's fine if you create a new person on Dynamis. That's fine, right? They're going to give you free game time. But if you transfer over to Dynamis, they're going to really like shower you with shit because Aether and Crystal are overpopulated in general. Transfer my character and then make a new one for the Gil. Yeah, you probably will get a little bit of Gil. And if we go to Lodestone News, go to Lodestone News here. We scroll down. Here's the names. Cuckoo Lane. Cuckoo Lane. I don't know. Golem, Kraken, and Rafflesia. So those are the names of the new worlds, and we're going to choose one of those four. So Ruzi, the reason why I recommend you don't do much in game until you move is because because of this move, I'm having to do quite a bit with my retainers, with my items, with my house that I own, and all of that. So it's a whole thing for me. So that's why I'm saying making the move sooner than later, like after the 11th, is probably smart way to go. So it's happening on Tuesday. Yeah. Oh, and Ruzi, if you do join our FC, you'll have access to buy an apartment if you want. I think. I'm not sure. Yes, Wooly is so smart. OMG. Go with Wooly. Make a new character to secure the free game time. Then transfer if you still want the old character. You do both. You can do both, Ruzi. I'm pretty sure. Maybe not. Maybe you can't do both. Okay. We'll let Ruzi make the decisions, but maybe party, you choose the name of the data center you want to move to, party, and you also let me know. Yeah, you. Yes, I think you're right, Ben. You need Grand Company rank to get the apartment, but the FC room is fairly easy to get your hands on. You're right. So yeah, so Party and I are starting NFC. Sim. Shh. Okay, so Kraken. Ruzi wants tentacles. Party wants tentacles. That's all I'm going to say. Cuckoo Lane. Wow, look at Wooly telling us how to speak Irish. Yeah, we can go to Kraken. I'm not going to lie, I was eyeing Kraken. Kuhuheen. Kuhulin. Kuhulin. I think we want to do Kraken. I want to do Kraken. I want to say I'm on Kraken. I'm Kraken on Kraken. Get Kraken. Or Kraken. There's a pronunciation war. Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to think. Do we want to watch a 30-minute video or do we want to play a game? I'm trying to think about what I want to do. What am I feeling like? Search your instincts, Luke. Oh my lord. Wooly. Party. Rest well. Okay. Good night, future tyrant party. I am a bit curious about what this is about because, like, how are they going to define media literacy? Wooly, did you see this already, or you've not seen this? I feel like we should watch this. I'm very curious. We have up here, it says, media literacy is dead. I can't believe people are struggling to understand a basic grief arc. I hate when people who lack media literacy and reading comprehension have opinions on my faves. Okay, let's watch it together. Okay, let's go.
That's been making its rounds recently, having to do with media literacy. It usually takes the form of someone calling another.
Okay,
There's a common insult that's been making its rounds recently, having to do with media literacy. It usually takes the form of someone calling another media illiterate, or giving them a general, "we need to teach media literacy in schools" type of post. But what does any of that even mean? I found it funny because almost all of the time I have seen this being used, it's directed at someone who's possibly moderately illiterate, but used by someone who's excessively illiterate. So what does it even mean to be media literate? Really, what it all comes down to is symbols. Let's take a look at the English alphabet for a good analogy. If you boil all the various teaching techniques down to two archetypes, there's a certain right way and wrong way to teach a young child how to read.
This is...
Okay, so first off, one of the things that I hate about online discussion is that what is media literacy? Like, how would you define media literacy? What about you, chat? How would you define it? Like, if I was going to define media literacy, I would imagine that it would involve various layers, right? Because to be literate means, number one, that you can read. But there's another additional meaning to being literate, which is to say you understand or you have comprehension or awareness or appreciation for something. Okay, I can turn this up. Yeah, so that's another question, Sim. Yeah. It's a buzzword. It does feel like that. It does have that feeling. So let's put down here literacy and being literate is, number one, I can read. Number two, I can understand what I'm reading. And number three, and this is more to do with the concept of taste, I can appreciate good stuff when I'm reading or recognize bad stuff. Let's replace good stuff with well-written media, or recognize, let's put down here, poorly written media. Right? So then we have the concept of media, which is literally linked to the word medium, which is the form of creativity or communication. So I can consume or create or communicate. And then it would be, I understand what I am consuming, or I know what I am creating. And then related to taste, the same as before, the same as what's up here. Don't ask, Sim. Don't ask. It is poorly written, hyphenated. Hyphenated. Wow, look at that. Wow. That's insane. So poorly written is not hyphenated. There you go. There you go. So if the term is preceding the noun, it is a compound adjective and should have the hyphen. And if it comes after the noun, no hyphen. That's a standard thing. Yeah. There you go. Buzzword. No, media literacy was not a thing, Ruzy. Not a thing. When I was in English literature, they did talk about media. They talked about multimedia. And I believe it was in 4th year, they had a course on Instagram. And I was like, no. So there was a huge focus on multimedia, but they never talked about media literacy. But I was picking and choosing. Like, I never chose anything modern. I never studied anything that had to do with colonialism. I refused. I tried to steal. I did my best to try to keep away from anything that was, like, I tried to cut the woke as much as I could. But media is pretty broad. Yeah. So, Sim, a lot of literature professors would tell you that as long as there's a story, or as long as there's something written on a page that involves words, or words that are spoken that could be put on a page, that immediately comes within literacy and is part of the purview of literature. Media is simply the vehicle for expression, Ben. Yes. So, for example, I'm not sure if anyone here paints, but I on occasion, I used to do painting. And one of the classical ways of referring to different styles of painting, that is to say, different media, would be acrylic, oil, watercolor. So it's simply the vehicle for the picture. It is not the picture itself. So in my literature degree, in my 4th year, we were studying Gothic literature, and one of my things that I wrote and presented was talking about video games and the Unheimlich in how can I say it, in a video game. So I was looking at Bloodborne, I was looking at Witcher, and things like that. And it was considered totally applicable. But my university the university I attended, in my opinion, was kind of shitty and didn't have a robust English department, in my opinion. And almost all of them were sold out to talk about more modern stuff. So trying to study medieval was almost impossible. Trying to study pre-medieval was literally impossible. Okay, so now that we have our own definition of media literacy, let's see what they're talking about here.
What does that even mean? I found it funny because almost all of the time I have seen this being used, it's directed at someone who's possibly moderately illiterate, but used by someone who's excessively illiterate. So what does it even mean to be media literate? Really? What it all comes down to is symbols. Let's take a look at the English alphabet for a good analogy. If you boil all the various teaching techniques down to 2 archetypes, there's a certain right way and wrong way to teach a young child how to read.
This is the uppercase A.
Ah, the uppercase A. Got that.
Each letter has its own sound, aside from a few exceptions where it has no sound or it sounds completely different.
And this is the lowercase a.
Awaken to a world of wonder in
Oh,
Final
wow,
Fantasy
chat.
XIV Online. Take it easy and play your way.
This game looks
Whether
pretty
it's
fun.
Fishing, crafting, or taking on quests.
Oh, wow.
Play solo or team up with your
That
friends.
cowboy looks really cute. I should try playing this game.
Final Fantasy XIV Online.
Yeah, that's so weird.
The lower case A. Oh, God.
But in general, you can expect a K to make a K sound and a S to make a S sound.
And this is the upper...
Enough! Do you want my head to explode? In the name of all that is good and decent! No more for today!
I know. I'm talking about things more advanced than theoretical physics. I promise I'm not being condescending. It will matter going forward. Also, as a heads up, you don't have to read the text going forward unless you want a good laugh. It'll be moving somewhat quickly at times, so don't feel like you missed anything. So when teaching a child how to read the word cat, for example, you want him to sound out each of the letters first, then put it all together until it becomes second nature to him. The wrong way to do it is to have a child look at the symbols that make up a cat, and have him memorize that those symbols are meant to make up the word cat.
Okay, so what this person is actually talking about is, I don't know if other people know this, but there was a shift in teaching how to read that happened in the 80s. Am I familiar with the award-winning MMO Final Fantasy XIV? I wonder. Yes, so Stormblood. Yeah. So I'm an 80s baby, and I came into the school system in around the time when they start shifting things. And my understanding of phonics was shit as a result. And so I actually was taught how to read basically, for the most part, like we're talking about my earliest formative years, was actually this way. And this was both a good and a bad thing. I'm not even going to say it's good and bad. It fed into my strength because I naturally read things as images. I don't read them as sounds. But it made the situation worse, if that makes sense. So it would have been better if I had been taught phonics and not been taught this way, because it made my proclivity worse. And that's just the way it was for a long time. The good news is they are actually returning back to phonics in where I live. But it's been a while. And they went down this whole road where they were going this way, which was not good. So it came to a certain point in my life. We were living in the Middle East at that time. So I was, I don't know, I think I was about 5 years old. I was in grade 1. And I was living in Jordan. So my parents were in Jordan. And they sent me to a local school. And as you can imagine, they were teaching English, but the teachers were not native English speakers, and it started messing with me. So on top of whatever bullshit I had at an early age, I had more on top of that. And yeah, it was just rough. Very, very rough. So my mom realized, oh my gosh, my children are struggling. And she always wanted to be more hands-on. So a friend of hers was like, have you heard of homeschooling? And so my mom became a homeschooler. That's how my mom began homeschooling, was over when we were living overseas. And when we came back to Canada, she saw the state of the educational system. She saw things that were changing, and she was like, nah, I don't want to put my kids in there. So almost all of my brothers and sisters were raised with proper phonics. And I did have some phonics instructions. I've taught actually how to read. I've taught a few kids how to read with phonics. It's a whole thing. But yeah. What do they do in Japan? Ruzi, good question. So I'll show an example here. I'm by no means a Hansa. I'm by no means but I'm by no means like a Chinese or a Japanese. No, like I don't know tons, but this is what I do know. Okay, let's take the word mother. Okay, so this is the word for mother. I think I wrote the Hansa wrong, but this is the shape. Okay, the stroke order was bad, but this is the shape. Okay, so you might think, okay, so how do they memorize this? Well, one of the ways that some, I'm sure, memorize is they just have to memorize it by hand. So they write it out over and over again. Sorry, this is not the character for mother. This is the character for good, okay? Or hello. So if you were going to say ni hao, it would be ni hao. And together, this means you, good, means hello. Ni hao ma. So this character here and this character here together, these are two separate. This is woman, this is child. The concept is when a woman is with her child, it's a good thing, right? And that's how they start building their stuff. So, for example, you often will see on the side of a Chinese character, you'll see this, or you'll see something that looks like this. And I learned that if you see this one, it will almost always have an ing sound. So it will either be ping or ding. Right? So this would be like ping or ding, but it would be part of a larger kanji. There would be another kanji over here. Like there would be another radical. So basically kanji are made out of radicals. And if you know the different radicals and how they are placed, then you know how they sound. Japanese has like an additional step where they have like 3 or 4 different ways of saying the Hansa, and one is kunyomi, and the other one is, I forget what the other yomi is. And basically, the one is closer to the Chinese sound, and the other sound is just arbitrary that they've made on yomi, yeah. But the one that is more closer, there's one that's closer to the original sound. And the original sound is determined by specific radicals. So they have something, but
look at the symbols that make up a cat and have them memorize that those symbols are meant to make up the word cat. What some parents and a few really terrible learning programs get caught in is that the second child generally seems to learn faster because they memorize the symbols on a flashcard and are just repeating a memory with no real concept that the symbol on the left makes the C sound.
But what these kids end up doing is when they meet a word that is really long, they can't read.
Or that the cross is supposed to make the T sound. Even though the child may be technically correct if he says the word is cat, he still would be classified as illiterate because he's not even engaging in reading, he's engaging in memory. So when they see a new word that they haven't seen a flashcard of, like cow, they become lost. They gotta start from scratch now. Give them a more advanced word, like account. Even though 4 of the 7 letters they should recognize, the child will have no idea where to even begin.
I've actually seen this before.
Someone else tells him all these symbols they're viewing on the screen mean account. The other children have to sound out the words, but they do eventually figure it out. The memory kids see the word cat, are able to realize it's cat right away, and feel oh so proud because they knew it before the other kid did. But throw up a word like account that has all the letters of cat, even if the A is pronounced differently, and now the memory kid, if he can even figure anything out, might think that, hey, I'm able to recognize those letters. They make up the word cat. This word must have something to do with cats.
I think I can.
Looks at him with
okay,
bewilderment as
let's pause here. We're going to extrapolate to what he's talking about here. Okay, let me see if I can foreshadow what he's going to say. He's going to suggest that when people are reading or consuming literate stuff or media, okay, so let's say when people are consuming media or multimedia, they're going to see some things that they've been trained to recognize, but they're not going to be able to see other things that they weren't trained to recognize. They think they're educated and can read something, but they actually can't. And so when other people point something out, they freak out because what they don't realize is that their particular reading is not complete or even correct. Okay, so chat, take note of that. Let's see if I'm wrong.
Kid grows oh so smug and fake irritated with the other kid's supposed alphabet illiteracy. He goes to Google and puts in the word account in Google Images. He sees a bunch of dollar signs all over Google Images, so he intelligently concludes that all the extra symbol things just indicate that the cat is rich or otherwise has something to do with money. Also, since he keeps seeing these piggy banks, he concludes that this is just a fat cat. In fact, in modern culture, the word fat cat exists. It's about rich politicians. This further proves the word account is about cats. Look at how literate I am. This problem used to be rectified by everyone else laughing at the Memory Kid. But Memory Kid now has the internet, where he can gather himself up with all the other Memory Kids, and they can all talk about how literate they are and how illiterate everyone else is. To bring this back around to what I see with the media literacy insults, the kids who are taught to memorize symbols like flashcards are able to recognize those simple concepts and ideas easy enough. They are all the tropes we can see coming a mile away. The Memory Kids can only see the bare surface level of a character or event, and if something requires some deeper thought to go into it, they do the equivalent of the Google Images example. One person is able to see the image of the pig, recognize it as a piggy bank and its association with money. Why there is an association between pigs and money, he doesn't know. It's just that in this culture, piggy banks equal money and savings. The other people, who can only see a cat in this image because that's about how far their education has taken them, will then ask, well, what the hell does a pig have to do with money? They'll get a response of, I don't know, most of the time, which is not a problem if you don't know the roots and depths of a symbol. And they'll feel all smug and think that just because of that one thing, that one guy not knowing the origins of a piggy bank, the entire philosophical structure of these letters meaning account and having nothing to do with cats falls apart. Do you see how annoying it might be trying to talk with the account equals cats people as they continue to be smug while saying they're right? Welcome to Twitter. That is not to say that the other side is not without its own media literacy problems. There was a meme I'm sure most of us are familiar with, the curtains are effing blue meme. To those not aware of it, it goes something like this. In a book, an author describes the curtains as blue in a scene. Some group of people, the Memory Kid account means cat people, who go on to become teachers way too often, go off on a tangent about how the color blue represented the melancholy and sadness of the main character, as he feels alone and isolated, like he's adrift in a vast blue ocean of emotion, all by himself. Then the next part of the meme is what the author really meant, that the curtains were just effing blue. I used to love this meme, because when it first popped up, I seemed to be constantly bombarded by people who thought they were much smarter than they are. It didn't help that, in high school, I would be forced to read book after book, like Perks of Being a Wallflower, and English teacher would always try to spin why the main character was not some dumb, miserable waste of human space. But, as time rolled on, I've grown to dislike the meme, because it has become used in the opposite way of
I want to go back to that. I hope chat's okay with this. I wanna go back to this and talk about this. I do think it's possible for people to read into something that doesn't exist. That definitely can be true. I believe that people sometimes can read into things. I am actually more open-minded about reading into certain things. My problem is when a certain attitude comes along with it, because people start thinking, oh, you didn't see it, you're so stupid. I think the spirit of pride that comes along with seeing something else that other people might not see is more of a crime for me than reading into something. I don't think it's so bad to have moments where people can experiment, can experiment and can think about things, right? And I'm very open to people thinking about things. The problem is when it's paired with a certain mindset or attitude that is incredibly proud or arrogant or insufferable, where the person is either clearly fabricating just to sound smart or is legitimately intelligent, but they are wearing their knowledge like they're wielding it like a club. Yeah, Ruzi, I do think that phonics is crucial for the study of words when you're first a kid. But Ruzi, when adults, because remember, I actually was like I would teach older students ESL stuff, right? Like I'm technically an ESL teacher part time, and I can definitely say that adults also run into words that they don't recognize, and having that background of phonics helps a lot, for sure. This is the example of Twitter seeing every character in Honkai Star Rail as lesbian coded. Maybe. I think people wanting to see certain sexualities or certain romance pairings and stuff is more about internal fantasy or looking for some kind of validation of the self through the media that a person is consuming. And let's be real, all people on both sides of the aisle are doing that. Let's all be real. It's just that the people on Twitter are insufferable. This is more, I think, more academic or more, but probably will end up being about lesbian coded stuff. Might be pervs being thirsty. Yeah. It's hard for me to say about, I'm not sure. But here's what I will say. It's like okay, so chat. I was studying Shakespeare for a full year. It was a full 6 credit course. And the professor was crazy. Okay, she was scary. And she ruled the class with a rod of iron, for real. And she had super high standards. And she, even though this was something like a 2nd year course, she ran it like it was a 4th year course. So she had all of these tutorials, and you would have to go to a tutorial every week. But she broke the class down into small groups so that when you attended your tutorial, you couldn't escape notice. You were going to cut, like the seminar, the tutorials were very small group oriented. And for various reasons, I was stuck in the tutorial that she was personally running. You can imagine, chat, how this was going to go. Now, she was definitely a liberal lady. She was helming a lot of different things. But I did respect her because she was very smart. And one day, I'd handed in a paper, and I hadn't gone to like class or whatever. Anyway, I showed up for a tutorial, and she hands out our papers. And she turns to me, and she was like, my name. And then she calls me by name, and she's like, why did you say this? Explain this. And she grilled me for 10 to 15 minutes in front of the class about what I'd written on, I think it was Othello. And when I was done, I thought I was going to pass out because I had written it in the space of like 2 to 3 hours, like a week or two ago. I had barely any memory, and I'm trying to defend a position I could barely remember. But at the end of class, I approached her and I said, you marked it 89 with a question mark. Did I get 89 or is this a typo? And she looked at me and she said, you got 89%. I was like, okay, thank you. And she said, if you hadn't defended your paper, I would have dropped it to like a 75. And her comment on that paper was, I fundamentally disagree with your reading, but because you proved it adequately, I have to cede the case. So she was still holding to, I did not change her mind on anything. She simply couldn't prove that I was wrong. So in my opinion, if you can have enough support to say that the blue curtains mean more than blue, like if there's enough support that you can pull from the greater context of the work, then I think you as a student and as an academic and as a researcher should have the right to go on a thought experiment and experiment with alternative readings. I don't like it when people shut down all conversation. But the problem with some of these people where the curtains are blue is what is happening is they're latching on to easy interpretations when in fact there may be no greater context for those interpretations. So my professor had to cede ground to me because my interpretation was solid enough. But if I had not supported myself and explained more, because these papers were very short, she would have dropped my mark. But I was effectively doing something that was more experimental. Yeah, Ruzy knows. Ruzy knows. Well, and once again, I don't need the prof to change her mind. But what I'm suggesting is the prof was like the curtains were blue, right? I was the person that was saying something else is going on here. She didn't want to agree with my interpretation, but I was able to support my interpretation through greater context. Maybe I can dig the paper out. I'll show it to chat
that
and
the
Discord.
curtains were just effing blue. I used to love this meme, because when it first popped up, I seemed to be constantly bombarded by people who thought they were much smarter than they are. It didn't help that, in high school, I would be forced to read book after book, like Perks of Being a Wallflower.
Okay, I do want to say this. Perks of Being a Wallflower, or these kinds of, let's call them lit fics, right? Has anyone here ever read White Noise by Don DeLillo? Don DeLillo's White Noise. Has anyone read Don DeLillo White Noise? I have a video recording of me reviewing this. I have a sound recording of me reviewing this for 45 minutes. And then I re-listened to what I had said and I was like, oh, I can't post this. Because I just sound like a whiny kid. But TLDR, I hated this book. I hated it. It is the epitome of lit fic. So I understand why guys like this person, Dragon's Treasure, might really hate it.
And English teacher would always try to spin why the main character was not some dumb, miserable waste of human space. But as time rolled on, I've grown to dislike.
Okay, I'm going to disagree with Dragon's Treasure here, okay? There's a character that I absolutely hate and I despise, and I think he is horrible. And that is a very famous, very, very famous name, Hamlet. Hamlet is, like, if you actually comprehend what goes on in Hamlet, you want to kick him in the nads by the end. You want to be like, get a grip, bro. Now, I feel a lot for Hamlet. I sometimes have my Hamlet moments. I do not think you should ever determine the quality of a book by whether or not you like the main character. That is a shitty reason to shit on a book. There are many reasons to not like Perks of a Wallflower. The fact that the main character doesn't jive with you is not a good reason. I'm sorry.
And English teacher would always try to spin why the main character was not some dumb, miserable waste of human space. But as time rolled on, I've grown to dislike the meme because it has become used in the opposite way of what it should have been used
Let's
as.
see. One reason why Cowboy Bebop is so stylishly what? One Oh boy. Okay, let's read this again. One reasons why Cowboy Bebop is so stylishly is because they showed every character's personality through their unique movement and posture. You could recognize them by how they acted as much as their designs. Now Netflix goes, just do the epic action gun pose, it'll be fine, lol. Whoever wrote this, oh man, my bro. I mean, okay, setting aside the terrible, terrible post, a point is being made. I intentionally and purposely avoid literature. It's a crime against human mind. Like, you mean classical literature, Wooly? Remember the time Hamlet gives up the chance to kill his uncle because the uncle wouldn't go to hell if he was killed right then? Yeah. Well, once again, I don't think litfic is ever intended to be like, I hate with a passion. I hate Margaret Lawrence's writing, Stone Angel. I hated it. I hated Margaret Atwood's Handmaid's Tale. I hated that. I hated White Noise by Don DeLillo. In fact, most literature I read in school, I hated. And Shakespeare, I like Shakespeare. Shakespeare's fun. But what bothers me about those books that I don't like is I can look at those books and I can say they were well written on a technical level and on a certain literary level, right? They were very well written. I just dislike them for the characters and the topics that are within them. Okay? But I'm not going to make the mistake of suggesting that they're shit just because they have characters that I absolutely hate. They're still written very well on a technical level, and they use strong symbolism and things like that. It's just I don't like what the authors are doing with it. I just don't enjoy it. Right? I would never go to Stone Angel by Margaret Lawrence and expect Stone Angel to appeal to, certain audiences or whatever. That's just silly. Right? But I can say Stone Angel is technically brilliant. But in terms of enjoyment, in terms of even respect, like I think white noise is disgusting on a certain level. It's like rolling around in garbage, as far as I'm concerned. On a technical level, yes, it's very brilliant, but on an archetypal or ideological level or thematic level, I just hate it. It's just not good. Modern literature, it's just sad sacks being morose alcoholics because their mom weaned them too early. Okay, Wooly is being hyperbolic. At least he admits it. Yeah, I love literature. I'm obviously I have a degree in English literature. I love reading. I love literature. But modern literature, particularly what I call lit-fic, literary fiction, can be, by its nature, very off-putting for your average reader. And so someone in school is going to be like, oh, I hate Hamlet. He's such a stupid thing, or whatever. Or, oh, I hate Perks of a Wallflower. And so then what the teachers end up doing is they try to over-explain why they like this book or why they think this book is important. And they shouldn't. They should just be like, read the damn thing, shut the fuck up. Right? But you do have some, in my opinion, you do have some professors trying to hand wave away lit fic, like let's say White Noise or Perks of a Wallflower. They try to hand wave it away and try to make it more meaningful than it actually is. Because it's not meaningful, actually. It's just well written. So anyway, that's my probably not very popular opinion. Okay, so let's see what this has to do with this post here.
The human space. But as time rolled on, I've grown to dislike the meme because it has become used in the opposite way of what it should have been used as. Now, anytime someone tries to have or look for a deeper meaning, scores of people try and pull a "the curtains are effing blue" on the whole situation. What's worse is I can't yell at them and call them stupid because thanks to those memory kids.
To be fair, you have to have a very high IQ to understand Rick and Morty. The humor is extremely subtle, and without a solid grasp of theoretical physics, most of the jokes will go over a typical viewer's head. There's also Rick's nihilistic outlook, which is deftly woven into his characterization. His personal philosophy draws heavily from Narodnaya Volya literature, for instance. The fans understand this stuff. They have the intellectual capacity to truly appreciate the depth of these jokes. Okay, so let's first talk about this part up here. All right. I hate this bullshit. I hate this bullshit. Okay? This, I hate. Okay, so for example, they will say something. This Asmongold has touched on this before, okay? If it's not important, why are you selling it? This is the same thing, right? So if it is, for example, if a story has been changed to be more liberal, they'll say something like, oh, this is great, right? People will complain. They'll be like, why are you putting progressive stuff into my story? They'll be like, it's not a big deal, right? But at the same point in time, they're celebrating that a certain character was gay, or a certain character was trans, or a certain character is a certain color, or whatever, right? A certain race, or whatever. And you have to ask yourself, if changing the story isn't important, why was it changed? And in this situation, right, they're saying it's not that deep. But at the same point in time, they probably would be like digging for stuff. Who was it that said it? Was it Ben or was it Jonathan? Jonathan, yeah. Jonathan said trying to look for lesbian coded stuff. Oh, hello, Johnny. We're looking at media literacy video. And And Jonathan pointed out people are like trying to validate some kind of partnering in certain things, either because they're horny and pervy or because they have a ideological axe to grind. So what really annoys me is like when it's not a big deal, it's just a story, and then we're like, okay, but we want our own stories. Well, no, you can't. Stories have power. Words have power. Do you see what am I making sense to chat? Am I being logical here? Like, you can't tell me that changing stories isn't a big deal when you're working so hard to change them. And you can't tell me that it's not a big deal if a story has been changed, and then the next minute tell me that stories have power and words have power and things like that. So this is another double standard tactic that can happen.
Or a deeper meaning, scores of people try and pull the curtains are effing blue on the whole situation. What's worse is I can't yell at them and call them stupid, because thanks to those memory kids who go on to become English teachers, they have very valid reasons for liking that meme to begin with. They have been so badly bombarded with people saying a count means cat, look at how we used the word fat cat, and all these other flimsy, meaningless connections based on mistakes and general stupidity. It's only natural that their initial knee-jerk reaction is to throw the baby out with the bathwater, because it's all been so badly contaminated. So again, I'm just between a rock and a hard place here, because I don't particularly cater to either.
Yeah, I'm reacting to I'm reacting to this. It's not that deep, bro. Up here. This person down here has problems with their writing. This person is, in my opinion, maybe English is not their first language. I don't know. Twitter, you can't put in an apostrophe to show possessive because there's not enough room on a Twitter post, right? You got this person who initially wrote. So this person who initially wrote, I ragged on him for his writing, okay? How he is sharing his opinion is making my teacher heart toes curl, okay? But the concept that he's talking about is correct. His ideas are correct. He's suggesting that this picture of Cowboy Bebop is more personalized and shows more character than this here, which is clearly for your average casual audience who you know, they're trying to do like just a blip of what this show is going to be. And so you could see a very legitimate criticism being made here. This criticism is instantly downplayed by this, it's not that deep, bro. But we all know, on this anime circle jerk Reddit person, right? They're saying, it's not that deep, bro. So they're basically going, well, it doesn't have to be that deep. It doesn't have to be that good. And that is a double standard, in my opinion, right? Because imagine that this post was talking about how in Oran High School Host Club, the Haruhi's dad, you know, after his wife died, is now basically kind of like a trans man, but like only for work or whatever. He's bi. This is like one of the early representations for, you know, cross-dressing men or men who want to experience masculinity and femininity in a different kind of way, right? And then let's say we had a conservative up here going, it's not that deep, bro, right? Like, shit would hit the fan, wouldn't it? How dare you take away our subtle meanings and the way for us to analyze and recognize complexity, right? They only want to point out the complexity that they agree with. They don't want to point out complexity that they don't want to see, right? Because Cowboy Bebop, the remake, has to be protected because the big bad right-wing people are hating on it. So we must all like surround it and protect it, right? White knighting for a company, a corporation that's literally shitting on IPs. They lie. So Ruzi says, like, they just lie. They move to whatever position they need to advance their ideological agenda in the moment. And it doesn't matter if it's the opposite of what they said 5 minutes ago. It's all they do. And all your good instincts are going to want to believe they're acting in good faith, just being dumb or something, but they're not. They're just dishonest. Yes, they're disingenuous. And when you point it out, what do they tell you, Ruzi? They tell you that logic is a social white construct designed to oppress people and silence voices. It's ridiculous. Okay, let's keep going on. So we have this person here who is reading into Rick and Morty. I think a lot of comedy tends to be very intelligent. Do I think everyone watching Rick and Morty understand? No. But do I think a lot of people watching it still have a lot of fun? Yes. And if a show pulls a person in and gets them to look up different things, I think that's fantastic. I like that.
Want to become English teachers, they have very valid reasons for liking that meme to begin with. They have been so badly bombarded with people saying a count means cat. Look at how we used the word fat cat, and all these other flimsy, meaningless connections based on mistakes and general stupidity. It's only natural that their initial knee-jerk reaction is to throw the baby out with the bathwater, because it's all been so badly contaminated. So again, I'm just between a rock and a hard place here, because I don't particularly cater to either side. Just one side I find to be occasionally and understandably ignorant, while the other I consider to be downright malicious. So let's go back to the question. What is media literacy? What media literacy is being able to read and understand the symbols that take place on your screen, or in a book, or whatever else. The symbols might be cultural, or they might run significantly deeper than that, even if you don't understand it. For example, I can't think of any reason why this symbol makes the M sound, or why it's shaped in the way that it is. I can, however, better understand the S sound, which is the sound we'd hear a snake make, and is even shaped like a snake. In media, sometimes something having an S sound to it is essentially meaningless, or its meaning is so small, trivial, and unimportant that you'd be wasting your time trying to look deeper into it. Other times, it could have considerably more meaning, and our unconscious reptilian parts of our brains might pick up an S sound in someone's name, leading to thoughts and emotions our conscious brain has no idea where said thoughts and emotions come from. This isn't just for static symbols. The same thing applies to motions and actions, and it's the symbol of what is happening in the moment, as well as the events that happen before and after said moments, that gives those symbols meaning. If you see a woman laughing in the rain, there's a million ways that you can interpret that to get his revenge and go through with his plans. Evie, on the other hand, is born from the feminine rain. Despite what she just went through, she isn't born of blinding fury and rage, but one of overwhelming bliss. She cries and laughs.
Do you know where you'll go?
No. That would have scared me before, but I suppose I should thank you.
The subconscious picking things up, while the conscious tries to piece things together. These are topics I've cared about and
I don't know if I would go so far as to say a woman crying in the rain symbolizes what V is talking about. Because for me, there's an equally fantastic moment of a woman crying in the rain in Howl's Moving Castle. So I don't think that we could ever say that's universal. But I do take his meaning about how, for example, in V for Vendetta, there is definitely the releasing and the integrating of the anima and the animus within V and within EV as well. Like both, they end up reversing in a sense. It also kind of like gives me strong Phantom of the Opera vibes, and which is probably linked to Beauty and the Beast and Hunchback of Notre Dame, like all of that kind of stuff. Like it's very archetypal. I think my definition of what makes a good story is probably a bit broader than yours, Wooly, because I would probably look at the mechanics of how the sentences or like how things are spoken is written. And for me as well, it would be how are the story elements handled? So what does the plot look like? How are the characters explored and progressed, as well as how is setting, which is time and location, how is that also defined, and how does that become a vehicle for the greater themes? So like I would look at quite a bit more to judge the quality of a story. How much am I wrapped up in it? I know I'm encountering something good when I stop critiquing it in my head. Like if I can turn off the small voices in my head, that means something. That means that either I'm tired, that could also happen, but it could also mean that something there has me hooked. It doesn't mean that it's always good though. But usually as I'm reading something, I instantly see shit. Right? Like the other day, right? I'm reading a romance book. Let's all be real here, chat. Now, when men consume porn and when women consume their porn, there's a level where you're supposed to let go and you're supposed to just enjoy it, right? You're just there to enjoy it in the moment. I cannot. Like, I am unable to turn it off. So, of course, I'm going to notice when weird shit happens, especially shitty writing. But if I'm encountering something really, really good, I'm going to be so my concerns will be so subsumed because something else is going on that is overwhelming that voice. So usually that means there's something either archetypally very powerful going on, or it's just very good. Sometimes even archetypal power is enough to get me going. If an author can't immerse you, he must be doing something right. Yeah. Yeah, something like that. Except for like the touching myself part. Heck W. Yeah, no, it's even worse. It's like there's like I'm thinking about myself. Maybe I won't talk about that. But it's just like how our character, like, remember the eyes buzzing with attraction? It's like how could you write that? How could that? What's going on? Face. Hurt myself. That was Ruzy talking, okay? I am not doing that. I'm saying if I'm reading something that's spicy, it is a rare book that from the romance genre that can subsume me so that I don't notice the bullshit going on. So the other day I was reading something and it was just so bad. But anyway, okay, so let's keep going. I disagree with how he phrased this, but I think I can take his general meaning that there is deep stuff going on, right? So symbols have meanings attached to them. And these meanings we can know instinctively, or we can gain them over time as a culture. I think that's what he's suggesting.
While the conscious tries to piece things together, these are topics I've cared about and studied for over 20 years now. Whether it's diving into Carl Jung's works
Oh
like
my
Man and
lord.
His
This is what I was... Guys, this is the book that I've been talking about. I have this book. I've been working on writing notes for this book. I'm actually breaking it down into like understandable chunks because it is one of the most difficult books to read, in my opinion. Like in terms of understanding what Jung and his school thought. This is phenomenal. Wooly is an extremely erudite person, Ruzi. And he has a voice like almost like Liam Neeson. It's crazy. I probably should read a romance that isn't Twilight. If you're into reading stuff, I can give you some suggestions. Kicked of you. Anyway, so Man is Symbol. Highly recommend this. Such a good book. But holy moly.
tries to piece things together. These are topics I've cared about and studied for over 20 years now. Whether it's diving into Carl Jung's works like Man and His Symbols, or philosophers like Henry David Thoreau or Friedrich Nietzsche, or spiritual paths like Taoism, I've come to the realization that trying to explain the depths of these things to the average man is pointless. And I'm not saying that as a slight. I use my car all the time, and if I take it to the mechanic, I don't want a detailed explanation of combustion before they tell me this issue with the engine. I just want it fixed. What everyone who wishes to tell stories that move or inspire people needs to...
Okay. This is, I think, one of the issues that I have with arguments on both sides of the culture war. Okay? Is you have a lot of people with a cursory grasp of either one political persuasion or another political persuasion. And neither of them have really sat to think about everything. And it's just a bit tough sometimes when you see it go on and on. I will say that. And I remember one time talking with somebody about physics. And they were like, oh, have you seen this and that? And it was the concept of spooky action at a distance, quantum entanglement. So I like listening to stuff about physics. I find physics to be very fascinating. But one thing that became very apparent to me is that trying to understand physics as a layperson, it is all too easy to get misunderstandings about what physics people are saying. Okay? So an example, all right? So I can't believe I'm going to try to explain this one. But quantum entanglement, or spooky action at a distance, as it is sometimes called, has this idea that there's one thing over here and another thing over here. And if you affect this thing here will be affected at the same time. And the distance between these two things could be astronomical. Okay? This could be theoretically at one side of the universe, and this could theoretically be at the other side of the universe. But for some reason, there's something called quantum entanglement where certain particles are affected when you affect other particles. Now, what do you think came out of this understanding of quantum entanglement? Hint, it's very popular on TikTok. Does chat know? Let's test chat here. Does chat know what popular thing on TikTok right now arose out of this concept? Just waiting to see if chat knows. Telepathy. Not far off, Wooly. Manifesting. Yeah, shifting and manifesting. Both. Okay. The concept, of course, is that reality is actually more of a series of vibrations. So you just got to vibrate at the right length and you can affect your reality. Corsavo, that's nice of you to say. I have no idea if that will happen. Maybe I can shift my reality to have 200k subs. Yeah, it's manifesting and shifting. It's all based off of shitty understanding of physics, because anyone who has done any kind of actual study of physics, and I say this as someone who has like read a Stephen Hawking book or two, dabbled, watched a couple of YouTube videos, everyone in the physics realm knows that all of this reality that has been observed to one extent or another, now it looks like a face, actually. Okay, that's a bit creepy. Okay, let's not do that. But let's say this is the quantum world reality. Right? This still looks like a face. This is not our reality. Like, the quantum, the whole... Stephen Hawking died trying to look for M theory. What is M theory? Trying to basically make the macro world. So there's like the micro world and then there's the macro world. And there is whatever happens on the micro world has different rules than on the macro world. And if memory serves, ME uses QE to explain instant communication and communication during FTL. I wish I knew what that meant, Wooly. Should I know those acronyms? Duck is ping-ponging in and out of here. Look, there's nothing wrong with playing around with physics and writing a sci-fi book and having fun, right? I'm all about having thought experiments. Heck, I bet physics, professors and students and researchers are all doing thought experiments every single day, right? There's no doubt in my mind that people can definitely make guesses. The problem is when people start planning the world and their life around these misunderstandings of the relationship of the quantum world with our actual world. Why did I draw a confused looking robot? So, okay, so why am I talking about physics? I think the same thing happens with literature. I'm not saying that literature is as difficult to understand as physics, but I think a lot of people talk about certain things with literature with no understanding of what is actually going on. Oh, Mass Effect uses quantum entanglement. Oh. Okay. I did not know that Mass Effect had quantum entanglement in it. Once again, I'm not averse to having stories that toy with this idea, but my issue is when people with a straight face are trying to explain to me that manifestation is a thing because physics tells me physics, like they don't know what it is. And yes, we could blame the community of academics who are doing a bad job of explaining physics, but maybe, and this is where I get a little bit, I don't know, crazy, maybe maybe people should just let it go. I don't know. It's I just feel like a lot of people have like this feeling like, oh, I should know, and it's kind of like, I don't know. Obviously, if we look at this picture here, we have a picture of Jesus in a Catholic church, and of course Superman is talking about redeeming himself. Is this subtle? I think this is fairly obvious, but maybe for some people this is subtle.
To know is how to put these symbols in their stories and make it subtle so that it's not obvious, but people can still pick up on it. Here's an example of what I mean with the universally popular show Avatar: The Last Airbender. In this scene, Iroh is in prison, his reputation destroyed, while Zuko has come back to his homeland victorious and crowned Prince of the Fire Nation once again. Yet, despite all that, Iroh's conscience is clear, while Zuko is more confused than ever. While they talk in this scene, the shot is framed in a way so that anytime you're looking at Iroh, he simply looks like a man who is sitting, while Zuko is constantly framed as the one who's behind bars, showcasing that he's the one trapped in a mental prison, while the apparent disgraced former general can only weep for the sad state of the prince who has it all. How many of us at 12 years old would have ever picked up on that while watching it? How many never picked up on it until someone pointed it out? This then might beg the question, if almost no one actively notices these things, do they matter? Of course they do. This begs the next question then. If things that people don't notice matter to a scene, how many people write their stories or script out their scenes with this idea in mind? I talked about this concept briefly.
Okay, he kind of, okay, where is it? Right here.
That while watching it. How many never picked up on it until someone pointed it out? This then might beg the question, if almost no one actively notices these things, do they matter?
Okay, if almost no one notices these things, do they matter? If a tree all alone in a forest falls down and no one hears it, like, doesn't matter. What does chat think? I think it still matters. I agree with this, what this person says. I think I would have liked him to stop here to explain why it still matters. Duck is saying it matters. Yeah. The Old Traveler was like that. It's an ancient RPG. It will matter. Yeah, so if it's not noticed, so in the case of the bars with Zuko, if too many people don't notice it, is it the people's fault, or were the creatives not, like, did the creatives intend it? Is this a case of the curtains are blue? I'm okay with this interpretation of Zuko's scene. I think this makes sense thematically. But do we know for sure that the creatives actually intended the scene to be read that way, even though it can definitely be read that way, right? And if it's not resonating, or it's not apparent to enough people, let's say we had a population sample, say out of 100 people, 98 did not notice this reading, could we therefore argue that maybe the writers have failed on a level? This is where we can get into talking about objective critique, right? Is it possible sometimes for writers to fail with making something too subtle or not subtle enough? Yeah. So this is where we have to ask some hard questions. is like, can we be critical of creatives if it's too subtle or if it's not subtle enough? Yeah. It's a good question. By the way, I do think subtle stuff still matters because it goes into our unconscious, and it can like seep in. But sometimes I also wonder, have the creatives done enough? Or are the creatives not doing anything or not, or are too unsubtle? Well, Duck, the whole problem with Zuko being trapped while Iroh is physically trapped is obvious. That much everyone can see that. If you couldn't see that, were you the 12-year-old? Like I think only like the super young would not get it, right? But almost all adults and older people listening in on the show would 110% get that there is a dramatic irony being played here, or some kind of irony being played here, wherein Iroh, the free person, is imprisoned, while Zuko is free, but he's mentally imprisoned. That much is clear. The whole bar thing, though, that's being pointed out is what gets me thinking, if it's not obvious, is it because the writers haven't done their good enough job? Wooly says, hard to say since education, attention, and innate intelligence are not equally distributed. Yeah, that's a fair point. So this is why I'm saying, Jonathan, let's say the author was intending to make a point here with the bars with Zuko, right? And then let's say 100 people, out of 100 people, 90% don't get it, or 95% don't get it. This means that the author's purpose or intention was potentially, arguably, failed by their ability. So this is where we can make an objective qualification, right? Because I usually critique things based off of intention, as far as I'm able. But we don't know, right? It's a tough one. It's a very tough one. And as Willie says, it's hard for us at this stage because people are mentally lazy. So Willie is talking about education and intelligence. I'm also talking about laziness. Think about it. This person in the media literacy is talking about people who have been raised with the fat cat analogy with the phonics, right? The phonics, different types of learning how to read, right? The people who come up with surface level readings are consuming surface level and shitting out surface level. And a huge amount of casuals who have no part in this process are also happy to just go along and consume surface level. And by the way, I don't think this is just our age. I actually think across the board historically, you will always get a huge group of people who are just going along with the flow, and they're not going to necessarily like appreciate it. Like they'd have to be trained as a whole group in order to go beyond the surface level. Yeah, so Fahrenheit 451, like if Ray Bradbury is coming out and saying, oh, it's about this, it means that he's failed on some level. He's not made his point well enough. If at any point in time you as an author have to come out to explain something to your audience, I personally think you've failed. Oh, I think the author is absolutely correct. We can't deny the author's intention. But we could say that people's subjective perspective on 451 is still valid, but the intent, we can't take away the author's intention. We can never take away the author's intention. We should never take away the author's intention. But if the author's intention has been obscured, then they are open to being critiqued on a very objective level. That's okay, Duck. Once again, I'm not reading like I'm not reading Russian novels every night. Let's all be real here, okay? But I do sometimes end up with twitching eyebrows and twitching eyelids, right? Oh, Wooly. Wooly's trying to needle me. But Chieko, the author is dead, and so I can read anything I want into his text. I'm giving you the middle finger. No, I'm not giving you personally the middle finger, Wooly. But yeah, I agree. This is what I'm saying is we should always respect author's intention. But if we, as trained professionals, feel like the meaning has been too obscured or too open to interpretation, the author has failed fundamentally somewhere. And we as analysts can go in there and we can do forensics. Hey, Duck. I am the kind of person that gets caught up in most stuff. So for me, there is a suspension. So I can usually also get super surprised. However, there was something that happened in Final Fantasy XIV in Shadowbringers, and when we got to the end of Endwalker, something happened that made me feel so validated and vindicated, and it felt really good. So sometimes I'm able to foresee ahead. I do have abilities to see ahead. It's just the author has to play fair. If the author is doing unreliable narrator shit, or if the author is doing contrived sleight of hand, that's not fair. Nobody should blame themselves. Yeah, well, and here's the thing, Ruzi. When I went into university, we were starting to dip our toes into postmodern critical theory. Get this, chat. Okay, get this. My first postmodern critical theory class was run by a professor from Philadelphia, from Pennsylvania. Get this, chat. We were looking at the death of the author and the separation of meaning, and how people can write what they think they're writing, but they actually aren't meaning it because they're meta-narratively blah blah blah. Okay, so it was all of this hyper relative bullshit. Get this though. This is where I was sitting in class in the front row with my hungover classmate who I would hang out with, and I was like, what in the world? Okay, get this, chat. All right, are you braced? She was telling us that meaning was relative and the author is dead, etc., etc. Authorship is negotiable, while teaching from a book that she herself had written. I was like, what in the world? If the author is dead and meaning is relative and meta-narratives are oppressive, then why should I respect your fucking textbook? I was so mad. I was pissed off. Anyway, that was back in 2007. But Professor, you're dead. I will say her earrings always matched her shoes. That was scary.
Of course they do. This begs the next question then. If things that people don't notice matter to a scene, how many people write their stories or script out their scenes with this idea in mind?
Nobody.
I talked about this concept briefly in my Epic of Dragon Ball video, where I discussed how between the manga and the anime, the ever so subtle change in lines across his face changed the dynamic of the scene dramatically. Every line, every color, it all means something, even if we have no idea what it means. And hell, I've seen this more times than I can count. Artists or writers who put something in a scene or on a character or whatever else, and it carries deep philosophical or even spiritual connotations, but the artist has no idea he even did that. This is one of the reasons the practice and pursuitment of the arts is so dang important. It's one of the aspects of self-discovery, as you discover.
Accidentally successful is totally a thing. Yeah. This is where Ray Bradbury is made a book that was so, I don't know, like in literary world, there was a lot of impact around Fahrenheit 451. To him, he was writing about something else, but it meant a lot to other people. So we can say that there are happy accidents outside of what the author intended. For example, this is a weird one, but in the first season of Witcher, if everyone thinks about it for a long time, or not even a long time, if you just think about it, Yennefer is actually saying something that is ultimately is anti-woke feminist. But not a lot of people seem to be talking about that. Do I think the showrunners sat down and thought, like, oh, we're going to put in some, anti-feminist or like more conservative values? No, I don't think so. I think they were chasing drama, and then they didn't know, they didn't know what they ended up with. That, or there was somebody on the writing team at that point in time who knew what they were doing and they snuck it in. But I do think, like, people sometimes don't realize what they're saying. Yeah. Yeah, Ruzy. It somehow stayed in. And I was very impressed. I liked the Yennefer of season 1. I didn't mind her at all. But, the show then went right off the rails. But season 1 was saying something interesting with Yennefer. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, the happy accident would be if the writers actually thought that they were creating an actual atheistic utopia and actually ended up writing a book about a theocratic dystopia. Is The Witcher worth watching? No. I liked season 1, Duck, and that's about it. Stay away. Read the books. The books are really easy to read. Well, at least the first book that I've read. Super easy. Space elves created a demon god of excess. Yeah, Duck, I think Witcher would be, like, the first season of Witcher is definitely better than Rings of Power. But, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so happy accidents, we can say that those do exist. But he is correct. I do agree with Dragon's Treasure here that this is a case where in literature, when I was studying Victorian literature in one class, did you guys know that Wordsworth and Coleridge were very... Oh, no, wait a minute. It was Wordsworth and William Blake were concerned about what is called like the loss of vision. Between what you create and what you envision, there is always a loss. And only years of practice will narrow the chasm. Because it is a chasm at
Discover
first.
why you keep hitting certain notes while playing music, or gravitating towards certain colors, or even certain angles for your drawings. And honestly, just telling someone about these things sort of ruins the whole experience. Mankind loves discovery, but it's balanced out with its love for mystery and the unknown. If you read a murder mystery book, you don't flip to the end to find out who the killer is. You hang on to that feeling of unknowing, confusion, and suspense, and let the story play itself out. But I'm getting off.
Unless you're me. I have read the endings of many books. In fact, when it comes to certain TV shows or certain books, I actually have to spoil the ending. Because otherwise, I actually like have a mental thing. Very interesting. Very interesting, Bruzy. I'd like to see that. Would you say the more skilled and experienced a creator is, the more happy accidents he will have? Or even it won't be accident anymore, Willie? Like more happy accidents and more happy not accidents. More happy planned things going on. You're doing a run of Warcraft 3? I'm still struggling with... I have a way to download it, but I have to like download it at certain times. I got distracted by Guild Wars 2 deck. Guild Wars 2 distracted me. But I would agree, Wooly, that if you keep practicing, you're going to have more happy accidents, but I also think you will be able to minimize making mistakes that detract from your meaning. So, yeah. But I am actually someone who has read the ending for stuff. Absolutely. Because for me, it's not the end goal, it's the process. But I think I'm more sensitive to stories. So, and I have like a mental obsession thing that can happen. So sometimes reading ahead helps me let go of imbalanced distress.
Hang on.
I'm making myself sound like I'm like on the edge, but I'm not really. I'm fine. It's just
to that feeling of unknowing, confusion, and suspense, and let the story play itself out. But I'm getting off into the weeds now, so let's get back to square one and repeat the question once again. What is media literacy? Before I go deeper into it, I don't have a sponsor on this channel. Most likely never will. The reason being that this channel, The Dragon's Treasure, has the same name as the company I started before the channel even launched. I run an anime-themed tea store that also sells some coffee, and recently launched another business venture called The Dragon's Apothecary that's begun to sell handmade soaps. I did not take a paycheck from some company I don't care about in order to sell you something you probably don't even need. I'm my own company, my own sponsor, with my own products. If you want to support what I do, or want to show thanks to a video that doesn't just repeat something you've heard 1,000 times over, head on over to my website and check out some of the products we have to offer. Or even if you're not interested in supporting me, first of all, how dare you, but you can scroll through the reviews that have been left for the last 9 years on our products and see if I am the real deal. I take great pride in what I offer to people and its quality, and plan to offer more than you can imagine to the anime industry as a whole. Buy yourself, or some friends and family, some tea or soaps, and let's get back to the topic. My example at the start of the video with the alphabet is not a perfect one. You don't need to know the origins of the alphabet to enjoy a good book. As my later example showed, a lot of media literacy has to do with subtleties and the subconscious. But in order to get to the deeper parts, you first have to start at the surface. See how that works? But that cuts to some of the problems with the conversation as a whole. What depths of understanding are we talking about? How many people out there can just barely get past the first layer of skin and think they've now dug to the bone? How many people have decided to become political, go down the commie rabbit hole, declared everything else to be political? So now, to them, they can't even understand the cat in the hat unless it is explained in terms of overthrowing fascism and the struggles for the proletariat. Because those are the people.
It's not just that, though. So, as chat may know, I lived in China for 9 years. And I had a fellow expat who had taken up a job at a private university. I worked for less pay, but a happier life in a public university. Okay. So my public university, bizarrely enough, was super relaxed. I did a lot of teaching, oral instruction. I did a lot of that for quite a few years, but eventually I reached senior status because I became the one who had been employed there the longest. And my last year there, I was able to finally teach reading classes. Now, you might be going, why? Well, basically, in China, they have this thing where British people get more precedence than North Americans. So, yeah. Even though I had a degree in literature, I was not chosen to teach reading for ages, even though my fellow British person had a poli-sci degree, no literature. It was insane. And I was talking about our curriculum with one of my friends who was teaching at a private school, and she showed me the courseware that they had given her to teach from. And guess what? They had made an anthology of literature based on what they thought was appropriate and meaningful. So Piers Plowman got a pass, but certain other things, including like stuff like Oscar Wilde or certain other things like that, would not get a pass. And the reason is because they were literally reading every single piece of literature with the specific lens of political bias. So if it supported their personal convictions and values, that had meaning and deserved to be studied. And if it did not, it should be kicked out. It was hilarious and hilarious. Now, the reason why I'm saying this is because the Chinese government has, a very vested interest in keeping their people in a very specific mindset. And by the way, some of this mindset is very, very positive. Like work hard, for example, protect your family, take care of your parents, don't watch too much TV, or don't watch too much, play too many video games. So there were a lot of things that the Chinese government would do PSAs on. And from a certain standpoint, I would have to agree, right? I would have to say, yeah, that's a fair thing. Don't eat too many carbs. Don't, always go for an exercise. So there was a lot of support to pursue very healthy habits, both mental and physical, within the Chinese community. And it came from the government. But the downside was that if anything did not adhere to their standard for whatever reason, whether it was pro-democracy or pro-capitalism-ish, pro-faith, pro-religion, pro-gay, pro-LGBTQ, etc., it was out. And so they made these value judgments literally based off of their belief system. So to me, this graph here could be made into like a 3D graph where values also play a huge part in how people evaluate or accept certain things, because both right and left of the culture war have sometimes made value judgments of things simply because of the text's perceived connections to one idea or the other. And they aren't able to take the time to like go further down to see what's actually happening, what's actually going on. So they just read the surface problems and they go, oh, the surface problems, this is the surface problem. And they throw it out in the trash. An example would be Ghost in the Shell 2017, which was trashed by leftists. And I was so confused. I went to see it 3 or 4 times in Chinese theaters because I was so confused. I was like, why are the left people, what is going on over there in North America? Like, why are the leftists hating on this? And it's because they simply did not have, they were incompetent. That was a start, right? So their incompetence led them to judge like the value of a certain thing because it wasn't agreeing on the surface level with what they believed in. When actually, if you dug much further down into 2017, it was actually very, in some ways, it was not progressive in a bad way, but it was definitely something that most liberals would support. Was the bias, talking about South China Sea was like, no. There was a lot of shit you couldn't talk about, Ruzi. Woolly nose. Yeah. What if you are Korean? So when it came to hiring, it would go male British man, female British woman, male American man, female North American woman, right? And then underneath that would be people of color, both male and female, with, of course, female taking lower rank. And then at the bottom would be, I think they would prefer hiring an Asian person from abroad who is a male or a female. And then at the bottom would be Black people. I see some American tourists here, but they don't tend to go on benders. Oh. So anyway, my point is sometimes the value judgments are because of incompetency, but it's also because of value. And what is hilarious is that both people on left and right sometimes critique something simply because the surface level doesn't look like something they agree with. When if they took the time to actually sit down and actually think about something, they'd realize, oh, wait a minute, something else is going on here. And what I find funny is that China does it, right? And we all point our fingers at China. We're like, ha ha, China's terrible. Ha ha ha. When we ourselves are actually simply doing what China is doing. We are not giving things the benefit of the doubt and applying our own brains. And I know that there's some people who are legitimately not trained to critique and evaluate on their own judgment. So what they do is they go to people that they trust and they just hope that those people have taken the time to do the homework. And that's one reason why I hold all of us YouTuber people who are making videos, like we have to hold ourselves to a higher standard. And the reason why we have to hold ourselves to a higher standard is because we are going to be helping certain people make choices. So like we better have our shit together. How do eldest daughters feel in China? Depends on where you live. When I lived in the city, I was treated very well. But remember, I'm a foreigner. And people love Canada because there was a famous Canadian doctor who worked with Chinese people and saved a lot of lives. So as a Canadian, they would be like, "Oh, you're from Canada. Oh, Canada is such a beautiful country. It's so big and so full of nature. It's so beautiful and it's so cold, right?" And I'm like, daughters. I think I talked about this last time on Wednesday, Ben. But basically, girls historically were treated very poorly. And even in countryside areas that are more remote, women are treated very badly. But in the city, girls have become because the city life allows for more fluidity in power structures and hierarchies. Girls have more input and they have more say. So if you're from the city and you're a female, your life is pretty good. It's not going to be so bad. It's when you get married, that's where things get hinky. Okay, so like imagine, if you will, you marry a girl, right? You're a girl, you marry some guy, either in the city or from the country, right? He moves in, normal, right? Very normal. Then his family moves in. Not so normal. Not so good. Now, I'm not saying that family can't live together. Obviously not. Like, I live with my family, clearly. It gets a bit... There's power dynamics between the mother-in-law and the daughter. And then who's going to take care of the daughter's parents? Who's going to take care of them, right? So it's China and Korea and Japan to another extent. Like, it's not sunshine and roses. There's a reason why white men can stroll in and get Asian girls easily. Okay.
Subconscious. But in order to get to the deeper parts, you first have to start at the surface. See how that works? But that cuts to some of the problems with the conversation as a whole. What depths of understanding are we talking about? How many people out there can just barely get past the first layer of skin and think they've now dug to the bone? How many people have decided to become political, go down the commie rabbit hole, declare everything else to be political? So now, to them, they can't even understand the cat in the hat unless it is...
Okay, so this is where I came back to. Do you remember how there was that whole Anita Sarkeesian clip of everything is racist, everything is sexist, and we have to point it all out? That is literally the mindset that is held by a lot of censorship people in China, right? Like I've seen it firsthand on a national level, what that looks like. And I hate to say it, but some people on the right are the same way. It's like they get a sniff of the armchair critic and they think that everything in the show that has like a male-female lead, OMG, oh my god, it's woke. No, it's just a male-female. Oh boy, right? The female lead looks too normal. She's not beautiful enough. OMG, this is related to the fat people thing. Right? Like, calm the down. Now, is it true that there are trends that are happening that are clearly able for everyone to see? Absolutely. But does that mean absolutely everything that comes out is going to necessarily feed into those trends or be with like given wholly over to something that is unsupportable? No, you got to make that judgment yourself. You got to dig deeper yourself. But too many people are going for the clickbait, whether they're pro commie, whether they're pro woke, or whether they're anti woke. They get into this clickbait headspace and then they start flailing and jumping at shadows. It's like, calm down, everyone. Yeah, Ben. So one of the things is we can't hand wave away the very real trends that are happening. For example, trying to normalize being overweight. For example, trying to normalize unrealistic levels of LGBTQ representation, okay? Trying to normalize race swapping, trying to normalize communist values, okay? We can all look at these trends within entertainment and we could say, yes, this is a problem. Yes, we should be pointing it out. But my contention here is that just like the people who are communists or woke, who are jumping at shadows and accusing everything of being against their political value from very, very surface level readings, that has happened on the other side as well. Yeah, I'm okay with calling, let's say, morally or creatively corrupt. I'm okay with calling out creatively corrupt creators. I just think that sometimes not everything is as bad as it might be. In some cases, people lose nuance. And I can easily point at the woke people and see where they're losing nuance. But I'm also going to keep an eye on my own group of people. Because it is all too easy for us to end up making the same creatively corrupt stuff. Like, it's a question of, but for the grace of God, go I. I'm just very cautious about being on anyone's side, really. So let's see here. Let's see. We got these people here. Is it political? What's the message in this?
Political.
LOL.
So now, to them, they can't even understand the cat in the hat unless it is explained in terms of overthrowing fascism and the struggles for the proletariat. Because those are the people most likely to say everybody else is media illiterate. But even if we take those people out of the equation, and I dare say that...
Okay, and another thing is, did you see here this person says, is it political? What's the message in this? I don't know if anyone here has ever read postmodern critical theory, essays or articles, or anybody has read Donna Hathaway. All I can say is that there are a lot of people who are participating in the Emperor's Clothes. They are literally saying everything and nothing at the same time because they actually don't have a point of view. So we were studying Gothic literature, and there was a Linda Sarsour clone in our classroom, complete with a headscarf. Now, I don't care about the headscarf part, but holy moly, she had some opinions about post-colonial blah, blah, blah. And we got to Oliver Twist. What happened to the Linda Sarsour clone? Can chat guess what happened to her? Short answer. She stopped talking. Because Oliver Twist is fundamentally about white people fucking white people over. It's about white oppression, class oppression, right? It's not about racial oppression. There is some sex oppression, right, with Sykes and Nancy, but it's fundamentally about a white boy who is navigating the labyrinth of the city and navigating a world that has become so corrupt. And she had nothing to say because the message that is abundantly clear in Oliver Twist wasn't even on her radar. She didn't even have language for it. So she just became like a waste of space in the classroom as far as I was concerned. Linda Sarsour is she's probably pro-Palestinian. We should probably not really get into that stuff, but let's see. Linda Sarsour, opinion on Palestine. Let's see what she thinks. Oh, look at that. She's into free Palestine. Now, once again, I don't really want to get into that whole quagmire, but does Starbucks support Israel? Lord forbid that my coffee barista corporation. Anyway. Oh. So Linda Sarsour is a proponent for a lot of different things, and one thing that was interesting about Linda Sarsour versus what's her face? Oh, she's like this other woman. Let's go anti-hijab advocates. Amini. That was super sad. Oh, Massa Alinejad. Oh, there we go. Linda Sarsour versus Massa Alinejad. Yeah. So Sarsour wants to. So Sarsour so Macy's decided to sell fashionable hijabs, and Sarsour said something like, Sarsour was like, this is Linda Sarsour. I will say on a personal level, I've been very vocal in support of Iranian women. For me, hijab is only a form of oppression when the government forces it on people, when a father forces it on his daughter, when a husband forces it on his wife. For me, as a woman who chooses to wear hijab, it is not a form of oppression, and I will not be pushed into a position by anyone to say that hijab is a form of oppression. Whereas Massa Alinejad hates the hijab. So Massa was saying, this is terrible. This is a symbol of oppression. And yeah. So Massa, and there were some other ones. Have you ever heard of burkinis, Ben? Have you heard of burkinis? I was considering getting a burkini because I hate swimsuits. So like I wouldn't wear the head covering part, obviously not, but I would totally wear this outfit into the water. I'm such like yeah. I'm pretty sure Starbucks failed as a chain in Israel. Their capsules sell well enough, though. Interesting, Wooly. That is so fascinating. Why can't there be internalized oppression? Why not, Wooly? It sounds like they really are making it into them. Ruzi is killing mosquitoes. This is a burkini. You won't fit your boobs in. If I can get a big enough size, I'm sure. Yeah, Yella. Yeah. And once again, like, I would totally wear a burkini. Like, this kind of, like, very covered swimming gear. I'm sure that there's a way. I just don't like the headgear. You know? they seem to have, like, Arab women have booba, okay? They have booba. They're not flat-chested like Korean women. They definitely have booba. I just wouldn't wear, like, the like, I don't want to have something on my head and around my ears. That's weird. But anyway, the point, what I'm trying to suggest here, anyway, is that there was a Linda Sarsour clone in my class. So I'm not, like, I lived in Jordan for, how many years did my family live there? I lived there for 4 years. So we lived in Amman for a bit. Then we went down to Aqaba, and we could see Tel Aviv across the way. My brother shook hands with the old king. Oh, what was his name? King. Current one's called Abdullah, I think. What was the old king? Queen Noor and King Hussein. You're just making up these words? Yeah, sorry, Ruzi. I was in Bali one time, don't ask me. And I walked onto the beach and this woman rolled over, no top on, and I was like, I don't want to be here. I can't. And I looked down and my friends who were there, they had their son there. He was in grade 5 and he was in my grade 5 class. And his parents had already told him, like, there's going to be some nudity, like, you're going to see some boobie. And he was so uncomfortable. He was like a super geeky kid, you know, like, he just didn't feel comfortable. And I looked at his parents and I said, I'm going to go back to the hotel. Can I take, you know, A with me? And they were like, oh, do you want to go back with her? And he was like, yeah, can I go back with her? So I took him back to the hotel with me. Because we were both like, nah. But once again, I'm a prude. Like, I'm very, like, I'm a super prude. So I'm not trying to hold other people up to that standard. I'm not trying to be judgmental here. But it's just a personal thing. Like, I've never worn a two-piece in my life. Would I like to wear a two-piece at some point in time? You know, maybe. But it's not, I don't feel comfortable, and I don't like seeing other people. I also hate sand. It's rough and it's coarse and it gets everywhere. Like, literally. So when I go into the water, like, obviously I live in Canada. So we go to the Great Lakes. Lake Huron is the best. So I'll take sandals down to the water's edge. I'll get out. I'll get into the water. Then I'll come out. Then I'll stand in my sandals until my feet are practically dry before I'll walk back up on the sand. Ruzi was a geek as a kid, but I was also a perv. Oh, hello. I watched a TED Talk about hijab. It's one of those things that start with good intentions but took on a life of its own. It was intended to make rich and poor women look the same in terms of dress, since rich women wouldn't be attacked. Yeah, I don't know the full history behind the hijab, but I've done research for one reason or another into what's going on in Iran and Syria, and it's inhumane. Let's just say that. Just look up the story of Amini. It's gross. And that didn't even have to do with the hijab. That's what's even sadder. It's really sad. But yeah, okay, so what were we talking about? We were talking about people. Linda Sarsour clone, right? Linda Sarsour clone in my class. Very beautiful young woman. Ask her anything about post-colonial theory, she would talk your ear off. Ask her about the themes of Oliver Twist? Can't say. Doesn't know. My country has a big nudist culture, and for them it's totally natural to be completely naked. I think I would just expire. I think I'd just pass out somewhere on the beach. Yeah, I think I would be like, I will never go to the beach. But this is me, chat, okay? Like, obviously. I also have mouths. Yeah, I'm just not going to get into personal stuff, but let's just say trauma as a kid. So I'm a bit different. I'm not like other girls, chat. So anyhow, Linda Sorcerer Clone was one of those people who could only see, it was almost like she could only see red. And if she didn't see red in a book or a movie, she couldn't talk about it at all. And it was very crazy and hilarious.
For the proletariat, because those are the people most likely to say everybody else is media illiterate. But even if we take those people out of the equation, and I dare say the next part is largely thanks to these kinds of people, there has definitely been, let's say, a decline in even base levels of media literacy. Before going even deeper into the visual mediums we all know and love, let's quickly switch over to the audio-only portion of media, music. When it comes to music, one of the most primal and important symbols that almost no one thinks of it as such, we don't really get good music until we grow older. Our brains can't really pick up on the subtleties and intricacies of what we're hearing when we're children. Our brains simply have not evolved enough, and much life experience is lacking. We don't sing to toddlers an elaborate sonnet about the expressions of human joys. We sing, if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. That's one of the reasons why jangling keys in front of us as babies seems to entertain us so much. Why kids can listen to Baby Shark on repeat for hours, but an adult will want to blow his brains out to make it stop. Unfortunately, more complex music does take a bit longer to figure out, whatever that might mean. But once you do, its impact is so much greater. On a side note, I've recently taken to listening to music without doing anything else. I'll have a cup of tea, but no phone, no Twitter, just nothing but the sounds of the music itself. It is a tremendously different experience. Entire songs change in my mind. Some become that much more beautiful, while others turn out to be a bit lacking. Maybe this is one of the reasons for lower media literacy. Too many people whip out their phones mid-movie. Anyway, back to the plot of this video. We're talking about music complexities and how our perceptions change as we grow older. It's one of the reasons why people take a song and call it an amazing banger, but then get sick of it after a week or two. Meanwhile, some of the songs I've got on my favorites list I've been listening to for almost 20 years now, and every now and then I find a new element to the song I've never noticed before that changes the entire dynamic to what I'm listening to. Simple stuff gets bored.
Okay, chat. All right, time. It's time. Let's have chat put in to chat. Okay, it's time to look at ourselves. What piece of music have you listened to over the years, and it has become more meaningful over time? It has revealed itself in new, fresh ways over time, or you still find meaning within it or something within it despite the long passage of years. It doesn't have to be like every time you listen to it you hear something new, but like it's something that you always go back to because it's so meaningful. So let's hear from chat. I'm trying to think for myself, what would be something that would last for a long period of time and would have more meaning with more time. Would that be Lacrimosa, Wooly? La 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 la. What is it called? Mozart, Lacrimosa. This one. This one. Okay. All right. No, this is not Moonlight Sonata. This is part of Mozart's Requiem. It's called Lacrimosa. Wooly, I am a massive fan of both of the tracks that you chose. That is actually kind of nutty. I was going to choose Rachmaninoff's E minor thing. I was also thinking about Bach's fugues. Like anything with Bach, I think has tremendous, I don't know, power. Masked in the Mist by Yoko Kanno. Yoko Kanno. That's Japanese, right?
May be dangerous, but this place, it's stunning. Think there are any white...
Franz Schubert, yeah. I actually love L'Île de Joyeux by Debussy. I also like Peter Grieg. Sorry, Edvard Grieg. So far, people are mentioning mostly like very classical stuff. I should show you one of my okay, so I have a sister. She has a diploma in music. Okay, I'm going to show you one of her songs. Okay. Her name is Tickler of the Ivories. So I will show you her SoundCloud first. So if you want to oh my lord. Wait a minute. I'm just going to go SoundCloud. So you can listen to her stuff for free, by the way. Why is there so... Bing is such shit. Holy shit, I'm almost afraid. Let's see. Not again. So this is my sister. And she did this one recently. Yeah, at this rate, everyone's gonna find out my real name. If it's not me, it's gonna be my family. She also did one here. She has terrible naming conventions. But let's see if she's also very quiet, by the way. So you really have to have good headphones when you listen to her stuff. So anyway, so this is my sis. She does a great job. If you have SoundCloud and you like musical stuff, I recommend. But I'm going to actually go into my hard drive because I have her stuff separate. And let's see. And she made something that's called an invention. Okay. Okay. And this will, I think this is pretty awesome. She composed this. She has not yet released it online. My sister, Ruzi, my sister composed this. It's called an invention. It's a specific form of music that you have to do. It's a form of music. Yeah, Wooly, this is how can I say it? It's on a special kind of player. So it was not intended to sound like that. It's intended actually to sound like it probably would have been done on a piano. But it was put into a MIDI file, Wooly, so that's how that's like the default sound for it. It feels familiar, Ruzi, because it's like a hop, skip, and a jump away from like a fugue or like a polyphonic instrumentation. Yeah, similar to chamber music, Yalla. Yeah. So I had never watched the show, but Lauren Balfe did the music for the Apple show. The show on Tetris soundtrack. Did anyone see the Tetris thing on? Did anyone watch this thing? This I don't know, TV show? I didn't. But I like Lauren Balfe, so I was curious to see like what has he done. What was the put a cool AMV in content requests? No, it feels familiar to an old video game track. I just can't remember which one. Well, if we're talking about that, since Party isn't here, Sim, if you're watching, you might want to nope out for a second here. People who have done Endwalker will know. It's pretty similar. So this is very, very similar, I think. There's a part where it gets more convoluted. Look up harpsichord. Harpsichord? Harpsichord what? What? Are you saying that my sister's MIDI file was leaning into a harpsichord? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I love Lord Benehetir. Yeah, fantastic. There was the Hobbit music harpsichord behind the scenes. See if they have the clip from here. Maybe not.
When we were writing the scripts, we had a sense that...
Nope, not that one. The Hobbit behind the scenes, by the way, everyone, is better than the actual films. It's crazy good. Anyway, they talk about the difference between the clavichord and the harpsichord. Oh, maybe I should put clavichord. Clavichord. Maybe not. Anyway, there was this whole point where they were trying to choose
89 booster.
like whether to use a harpsichord and a clavichord, and they decided to use a clavichord because it was dingier.
In front of them, and they play.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Sega Genesis? Because bit music was limited in terms of sounds, like variety, I think they leaned into complexity instead. So I would not be surprised. So anyway, so in this Tetris soundtrack, there's one called Puzzle Piece. Highly recommend Puzzle Piece by Lauren Balfe. It just goes on, and it's like what, 5 minutes and 22 seconds. You know, the people of this day and age can't handle more than 2-minute songs, so they probably can't handle this one. But I love it. It's really good. NES Pictionary. Oh, okay. Chat, there's a music channel in my Discord. Please put everything in there because I love adding stuff. You probably just saw me adding something to my own music playlist. So please share. So he's probably going to say, I can already tell, he's probably going to say that over time, people have lost the ability to appreciate more complex musical arrangements or even longer musical arrangements. And so like people consume shit, and then the next generation of creatives are going to continue putting out shit.
Element to the song I've never noticed before that changes the entire dynamic to what I'm listening to. Simple stuff gets boring and repetitive real fast. Things with depth and complexity, we get to take our time as we internally dissect it, as we discover bits and layers to the music. I should also note that another element of media literacy is being able to take what I'm saying about music and apply it directly to movies and TV shows, because the same principle applies. I'm not inherently against people listening to subjectively bad or low quality music per se. Some of the songs in my playlist will make that very clear. Sometimes all you want is something simple and catchy. If this was about food, my preference for high-end sushi doesn't mean I wish for greasy burger joints to go away. The problem arises when there is a gross imbalance.
Oh my lord. Chat, I love this. I think it's the imbalance that is the problem. Yella, are you able to put it in my Discord or no? Wagner and I love Stephen Fry. It's on YouTube? Oh, Lord. My tabs right now are out of control. Do you want to see? This is my tabs right now. Oop. Okay. My tab situation is currently dire. Very dire. But yeah, so this is my point about romantasy. There were a lot of people who were supporting and kind of like really cheering me on and being very encouraging. If you read the comments for my romantasy, the state of fantasy thing, you will actually see some published authors weighing in on this. But there were a few crazy people, okay? And there was one crazy people that I really struggled with, right? I really, really struggled with going in there and getting into a fight, and I chose not to. And the reason is because I didn't want to And I even fronted it with saying, like, I don't want to be mean about female creatives or female interests, right? Like, and people were like, why are you even saying this? You shouldn't have to say this. But, you know, I did have to say it. And even having said it, there were people out there who were like, she wants to take... No, I'm not saying that we can't have romanticy. I'm just saying there's too much. Like, there's not enough balancing out on the other end, is what I'm saying. And this is exactly my concern, is like imbalance. We shouldn't have to want to eat like healthy, like it's good to eat healthy. Wooly will take out a shotgun and start like sniping me probably as I'm saying this. But like every now and then I'm going to want to eat something that is, you know, a little less healthy. I don't think once in a while going out and enjoying yourself, you know, having a Twinkie, it's not going to kill you. It's when it's all Twinkie. It's all Joe Louis.
Wants to go away. The problem arises when there is a gross
Why can't we have balance?
There needs to be that ladder of music, from the simple and easy to the complex and deep. Let some people climb that ladder, reach new peaks, while others can feel comfortable lower down or in the middle of said ladder. It's like with anything else. The further you go up in quality and understanding, the less there will be, both in terms of people who share your tastes and sources of whatever amazing thing you hope to find. Think of each anime season. How many new shows come out that look so bad you don't even give them a second glance, compared to shows that feel like they move you and really inspire you to something else? If this balance that we're talking about becomes too bottom heavy, with an over that feel like they move.
Vampire Dormitory, is it a girl with all guys? Or is it just all guys? That's my question.
You and really inspire you to something else. If this balance that we're talking about becomes too bottom heavy, where an overwhelming majority are stuck on the bottom and don't rise too high or even mid-tier levels
mumble rap
levels of complexity and quality, that causes problems.
What chat? You like that green lady? Blech, I can't figure it out. What can't you figure out? Oh, the track that you can't remember? Ruzi, we can go diving into YouTube one of these days. We can try to find classically inspired hits in NES games.
Attention, money, and resources pooled to the bottom, to the point where it starves out the top, which lowers the bar and creates a downward spiral of mediocrity. There have been many videos done by other people showcasing that music has objectively gotten worse over the years. I recommend looking some of these up. Why am I talking so much about music? Because people throughout all of history have used metaphors, analogies, and allegories to get the messages across. For some reason, we can never actually fully see the point of something unless it's given to us through another medium. That too is a part of media literacy, being able to substitute one thing for another thing to help people see the essence of what lies underneath both examples, the threads that tie everything together. If I were to make a video on music and the music industry, I would not start with the example above, but I would have to start with visual mediums like anime, and then work my way back to music. And speaking of that, let me tie this all back around to symbol illiteracy that we find in Western viewers of anime. Vinland Saga has been a story that has received much praise in online circles, even before it was an anime, while it was only just a manga. For years, I saw people praying and hoping it would get an anime adaptation. I was initially not interested in it, because I mostly heard it was a Viking anime, and it's so violent and brutal. There were some people who tried to mention the story, but they were drowned out by the former. So when the anime came out, I was in a very busy period of my life and I skipped it. I wasn't in the mood for the bloodfest. Finally, one day, I can't for the life of me remember what it was, whether it was a post on Twitter or some YouTube video or whatever else, but something let me know that there was more to the story than merely violence for the sake of violence. So I began to give season 1 a watch shortly before season 2 began airing, and it was an amazing experience. It was clear by the end of episode 1, this wasn't going to be some who can punch the hardest with the power of friendship kind of anime. It was obvious that this was going to be a story with some depth. By episode 4, it further solidified it, that the story was going to be deep, and I'm going to enjoy the journey of discovery to see how deep it goes, and what happens to poor Thorfinn. Seeing the growth of Thorfinn and his unorthodox relationship with Askeladd, the way the paths between Thorfinn and the Prince crossed, and the incredible journeys that caused such massive shifts in the characters. I loved every episode. Seeing the way he drops his blade at the end of episode 1 had so much meaning. While my father was never killed, and I never went on a lifelong quest for revenge while being raised by the very man I've sworn to kill, in terms of grudges and holding on to past angers, well past the point of what I should have grown out of them, I can relate. When season 2 came around, seeing Thorfinn's journey continued to excite me, seeing how he slowly grows into a new man, overcoming the unbearable trauma that his past life inflicted on him. The juxtaposition with his new slave friend, who he himself was constantly on the verge of walking the same path as he once did, the reunion with the king, his newfound quest for Vinland, and the famous quote, "I have no enemies." Vinland Saga is a masterpiece. If you simply thought that the second season wasn't well done in how they portrayed what they wanted to portray, I'd strongly disagree with you, but alright. If you thought the pacing was too slow, I could kinda see it, I guess, okay? But if you went, "Where's all the action? Why all this talking and feelings? I want to see Viking raids!" then you, my friend, are the prime poster child of media illiteracy. To the people who watched this beautiful show, but then dropped it because season 2 became boring to you due to the lack of action and violence, you are the person who still needs to listen to those jangling keys in order to understand music. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. If you watch the entire first season, listen to all of the dialogue, watched all the series of events play out, and after all that, if you were still thinking this is nothing more than a show about Vikings doing violent crap, you are the bottom of the ladder troglodyte. In the very first episode, you should have noticed this was not going to be a story about how cool Viking violence is. You were one of the examples I think of when I think about people who need to be gatekept out of anime, because all you're going to do is drag down the medium with you. And you are the reason I hope Japan never looks upon the West with what you do with their stories, even if the story is based on the West. The fights were not merely fights for the sake of fights. They were drenched in story. The relationship between Thorfinn and Askeladd, Askeladd and the rest of the Viking people, what it truly means to be a king, what is strength, what's good is revenge. These elements in the show, the way they portrayed, are full of depth and richness, metaphors as far as the eye can see. Imagine watching the movie Scream, and in the opening scene, you were made aware of the relationship between a cheerleader and football player. You hear a couple of jokes being made in the beginning, and you overlook the butchering of these two characters and think to yourself, alright, this movie is going to be a romantic comedy. That is the level of mental deficiency you have. I cannot respect you unless you feel genuine shame over this. But you more than likely didn't even make it to this part of the video. As since I didn't give bullet points, you probably have no idea what was going on. Sorry, I've been holding that in for...
Okay, I need to stop right here and talk about it. So, I have not seen Vinland Saga. I know it's been beloved. I find it so fascinating that the Japanese may be actually working to represent Northern Europe, you know, especially with Final Fantasy 16 and all of that. They are actually doing better representation of Northern European culture than Northern European people. So I find that fascinating. I find that very cool. I think it's on my paternal side. My grandmother, my paternal grandmother, I believe, comes from like Viking kind of stock. However, I can't agree with him more about this whole thing right here. Okay, I have written like a 250, 300,000 character journey for fan fiction, and there were people who were like, "Where's the romance? Where's the sex?" And I was like, "Oh boy, okay. Well, you know, it's just stupid fangirls online. How bad can it be elsewhere, right?" And the same thing could be said as well about stuff like Final Fantasy 14, for example, or Elden Ring. Okay, so let's say I go into Elden Ring. I'm this person, right? I'm trying to fit my block of narrative into the Elden Ring circle of experiential storytelling. And should I walk away from Elden Ring going, Elden Ring is shit because it doesn't have a story? No. I have to understand that this is not what Elden Ring is doing. So I need to calm the fuck down and just enjoy what Elden Ring is attempting to do. So I do agree that there are a lot of people who come into a story and are expecting it to do something that's not intended to do. The same thing with Final Fantasy XIV. There are a lot of people who are like, it's not bleak enough, or it's not linear or straightforward enough, or it has too much comedy, la 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 la. And the reality is that's not what 14 is. 14 isn't intended to be, and it should not be critiqued based on certain metrics of expectation, because your expectation may be actually way off. And this happens a lot. This happens a lot. So this is why, do you remember, everyone, when I was critiquing Rings of Power, I did not critique Rings of Power with the low-hanging fruit of the lore is bad. I touched on pacing issues. I touched on plot issues. I touched on costuming issues. I touched on music-related issues. I touched on lighting and cinematographic issues. That was all front. Remember, that was all at the front, right? That was easy peasy, surface level critique, right? I think, however, if we think about what was Rings of Power intending to do, which was to reach a casual audience, we could say even there it failed. But it's so easy to critique it from a certain angle. Sometimes we got to think and sit for a bit and think, actually, what are some of the bigger context issues that we should be concerned about? And that's where I think some people are coming into a situation and are being very critical, and some of their observations may be correct, and they may actually have legitimate, like, they're not lying, right? They're legitimately disappointed. They're legitimately sad that there is no action or something like that. So their feelings are legitimate in terms of they're feeling it, but they don't understand that they're way off base. Their perspective has gone off. And this is where I feel like I think people are mistaking their expectations with what the intention of the author is intending to do. And if the author doesn't meet their expectations, they're like, game bad, book bad. And the reality is no, like it's maybe bad for other reasons, but it's not bad for this reason. EFAP have a media literacy vid literally uploaded today in the content section on Discord. Oh, does EFAP have a Discord bin? So I have seen this before. Now, what about WoW, right? So we've been talking a lot about WoW. WoW recently has been trying to put in some drama, has been trying to put in some story beats, right? The family scene, all of that. So what about that? Like, if we're critiquing that, what is that? And I don't think that has anything whatsoever to do with this situation. I think people who are upset about shoehorned drama moments into WoW have a legitimate complaint, because it's a misapplication in a ham-fisted way for the target audience. That's different.
This movie is going to be a romantic comedy. That is the level of mental deficiency you have. I cannot respect you unless you feel genuine shame over this. But you more than likely didn't even make it to this part of the video. Since I didn't give bullet points, you probably have no idea what was going on. Sorry, I've been holding that in for years now. But it does nicely illustrate my frustrations with modern day media literacy. TikTok brain is spread way too far and wide, where if someone doesn't jangle those keys in 10 seconds of footage, many will get bored and move on. Yeah. I've been seeing this kind of thing too much. The imbalance getting worse and worse. The reason why it worries me is that, like the last example from before.
So this isn't just about males, okay? I need to talk about female readers, okay? So it says, how can you read this? There are no hot guys and romance, right? Or there's no drama and hot guys. There's no political message that I agree with and pro-social validation, right? So it's not just guys, by the way. Guys aren't the only people who like peace out if there aren't tits and memes, right? This is obviously hyperbolic, right? Women also are part of this problem. There's no cat boys in this book. Yeah. No cat boys in Caiaphas Cain, guys, so I can't read it anymore. It's dead to me. Duck is like, booba? Yeah. Once again, like this is a case where, do you remember my black pill moment? Maybe this is why Wooly was sharing it with me. Because I had this whole black pill moment in State of Fantasy, as well as kind of in Rings of Power Review, where I was saying, like, there's a large group of people who have been raised on bullshit, and they are perpetuating this cycle together. And when people come to me and are like, oh, there's nothing good out there, there is stuff that's good out there, you know. It's just like people have gotten into a certain habit. And then they go on to their, especially, and I will say that guy gamers on, let's say, like Asmongold's chat or Destiny's chat or whatever, they're standing around going, oh, there's no good things these days, right? Like, you've probably seen some of them on Asmongold's chat, right? Talking like they can somehow understand what is really good, when on their daily life, most of us are too exhausted to actually spend some time with something meaningful. So I'm not suggesting this is judgmental, by the way, because obviously I'm reading stuff that's not meaningful either, right? This is not about pointing at people and going, you're bad, you know, you're good, you're bad. That's not what I'm suggesting. I'm suggesting if we're going to shit on certain things, we also have to understand that a large portion of the people who are shitting on these things are they themselves part of the problem most of the time. And we're part of the problem. We're all in it together to a certain degree. The imbalance happened for a reason, right? I think Jordan Peterson's talked about this before. It's like the Pareto principle or something. Matthew principle, where like things will always pool one way or the other. So you always have to fight against imbalance. You cannot simply achieve equilibrium and then let it go. You have to actually actively pursue equilibrium. Equilibrium is not achieved by passivity. It's achieved by action. Oh, Wooly, Party and I were saying that we want to see the twins grow, like an inch by inch. We want to see them have a bit of height. Yeah, okay, so here's another thing, Jonathan. Like, does everything have to be S? And so then my answer is no, because like a lot of things today that we consider to be S tier, like fairy tales, myths, you know, famous classical literature, were in fact during their time like a B tier kind of thing, right? So once again, I don't think we can make instant value judgments on certain things for sure. Some things will resolve through time to have the staying power, usually because of archetypal energy. But for the rest, like, has anyone here seen the difference between the highest rated films on IMDb versus the most watched films? There is some overlap, but it's not entire, which just shows that there's a large portion of people out there who are just consuming competent. People are just looking for competently created stuff. Well, when I say equilibrium, Wooly, I'm talking about the balance between of course it's better if it's weighted in terms of weighted heavier to excellence. I will agree with that. But there's an aspect where people do have to let go every now and then. And so, once again, I have a couple people in my life who sometimes sound very snobby when they talk about certain things. I think those people are a bit insufferable. But that's how they're talking about it. I don't disagree with them entirely. Yeah. If I'm being charged 70, oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, Wooly. If we're talking about games, if we're talking about game creation, you're going to have to, if you're charging a lot of money, it got to be good. Absolutely, 110%. But overall, societally, I'm speaking, I feel like it's I'm willing to settle for general audiences to appreciate a 7 or an 8. I don't expect people to enjoy 9s and 10s. Like, I don't expect every single person to be watching every night Schindler's List and Citizen Kane and The Hidden Fortress and Rashomon. Like, I don't expect people to be consuming 9, 10 all the time. But we're in such a state right now that they can't even recognize quality from a 7 or an 8. Like, they're just piddling around with these lower level crap. On the other hand, is it as bad as it appears for TV? Because it does seem that a lot of these really poorly written shows are getting canceled. So maybe there is enough shit going out right now that normal people are rebelling. Like, wasn't Batwoman canceled? Greatest TV show ever made. I just feel like maybe things have gotten even so bad that even the normie, casual people who have no idea are rejecting it. After 3 seasons. Wow, that's disgusting. So maybe not. Maybe the casuals are yeah, that should be canceled after 1. That's true. I think Yoshi P also talked about how they were concerned about losing certain people, so they compromised too much. Casuals are checking out of Star Wars, yeah. Yeah, indie is probably where everything is at. Yeah. See, Ruzi, I agree. I think even if people don't fully understand why they're not enjoying stuff much and they just drop out. So basically, I think things have gotten so bad that even normal people who could take in like a 5 to a 7 in terms of scaling, they're dropping out. Yeah. Yeah. Or YouTube. Or streamers like Chieko. Yeah. There's a silent majority. And I think the silent majority is getting fed up, which tells you that things must be truly shit. Because if this group here that's going, there's no tits and meme references, if they're checking out, then something might be really bad. But we're also saying, even if it is quality, even if something quality comes around, there is a whole group of people who will have been raised on, absolute shit, and they won't appreciate it at all.
4. I'm finding way too many people are pulling towards the bottom. There's even this sense of totally ironic pride that people seem to have with just how trashy and low quality anime they watch is. That's even become the meme. It's all trash. You're trash, I'm trash, anime is trash, but we all love it. This video came to my attention after I had already started making this video, so I won't be too heavy on the visual edits. Considering this happened on the podcast the last 2 examples I made, this felt like the perfect place to put it. This is an example of media illiteracy. I will play the clip before adding my take.
Okay, here's what I would argue, right? Let's say if him was a realistic person, right?
All right.
Would he go to the fucking grave, never talking to another woman, never like marrying elsewhere? He's just like, yeah, I just kind of accepted that she wasn't into me. Never asked, never checked. I'm just going to go to the grave, be happy that she didn't visit me for 40 years, and just die single. Motherfucker, what? You never got... Okay, you tell me you had all these years to move on and potentially, like, find someone else. No, I was just be so into the fact that he's so in love with her, but couldn't have the thought to maybe ask her, maybe that she's just socially inept, and that you could be like, hey... Freeran, this is me saying I like you. How do you feel back? Just so I know, so I can move the fuck on.
Yeah.
God damn it, Himmel. That's the most bullshit part about Himmel, is that he didn't say anything. That man who won't shut the fuck up about himself, suddenly now he wants to shut the fuck up for 80 years? Unbelievable. I don't believe him. No shot.
Look. Freeran was the one who was just like, all right, I'm a yeet, guys. I'm a fuck off.
Yeah. There's no way that his Christian bro wasn't going to be like, bro, come on.
come on now.
Man. Come on now. Either say something or go. Come on. We know he would have, right? Also, that's the worst part.
The very first part of that lets you know that these people don't know what they're doing. You can't be talking about if they're a real person, because nothing about this fantasy should make it that easy to relate to. First off, one character is an elf who lived thousands of years. And second off, she wasn't just some side chick. She was someone who he spent many years together, who went through trials and tribulations we could never even fathom, succeeding in the grandiose task of saving the planet from a demon king. Such things form a bond with people that you cannot simply get over. There is such a thing as having such a deep connection with someone that, even when it is severed, you simply can't reconnect. That's why there's people who, after their spouse dies, they don't ever attempt to find another. Even I've gone through something similar. To top it off, this is one of the themes to the story. The concepts of loss, regret, moving on, and healing from those events, and ensuring that you or others don't repeat the same mistakes.
Okay, I'm gonna go back here for a second. Okay, so you see this man here? Do you remember, chat, I've talked about before the modern storytelling, modern aesthetic? This is an over-focus on psychology, right? And I'm beginning to think, I'm starting to formulate some more theories on how this is coming out. I have to get my hands on some writing textbooks from certain establishments. But if there's an over-focus on showing, not telling, so remember Hemingway, remember my show Don't Tell video, Hemingway was coming from a world of play and theater into a world of films, and he was applying it to writing. And Hemingway was a brilliant writer, but we can't always. I agree with Orson Scott Card. You can't. It doesn't have to be that way. That's one form of writing, one approach to writing. And what has happened is modern storytelling has once again, there's such an infusion of everything with these kinds of approaches and expectations that it has started to actually imbalance. Whereas I feel like, let's say your story is 75% modern, there should be a 25% that is meaningful and mythological on a level. Like it's saying something greater than the characters. So for example, my hot take is that if we look at the characters in episode 4 of Star Wars on their own, in a vacuum, Luke, Han, and Leia are not actually people. They are archetypes that are living out certain tropes. They're not actually people. And to that extent, they are triply meaningful because they can apply to people of all, like, I think if you took the basic idea of episode 4 and you rebranded it into another culture, it would still work. And the idea being is, like, it's not about, there are some, of course, psychological things going on, of course, because they have emotions and they're reacting to loss and things like that. But the point of the characters and the point of what is going on in that narrative is actually extremely basic, on a very basic and fundamental level. And I think sometimes modern storytelling, because of its psychological attempt at psychological complexity and truth and realism, has created a whole audience who is unable to let go of reality. And then you have an added layer of the political. So for example, in the old days, if we had a girl picking up a sword as a, moment of defiance, in the old days when there was less political stuff in play, I think a lot of people would react to that moment on a certain level. But these days, you have immersion Andes who are sitting there talking about muscle mass. Now, part of me is like, that's very fair and real to talk about, especially if the genre is intended to be more realistic or whatever. Or, for example, there is a political context as to why this woman is picking up a sword. It's actually not about an aesthetic moment. It's actually about making a comment about female empowerment. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, while there have been very realistic critiques about psychological truth, or this wouldn't have happened if it was IRL, that's not the point of the story. That's not the point that's being made in that story. You gotta let it go, bro. I have an example. Okay, I know somebody in Final Fantasy XIV, and we had a little chat. And they are extremely male-brained, like very male-brained. And they were having some issues with the Scions in A Realm Reborn. And they were going on and on about, well, I wouldn't do it this way. It doesn't seem real to me because I wouldn't have done it this way. And my sister, who was listening in, very bluntly, that would be Party, was like, but they aren't you. They're themselves. And I was like, and the point isn't to be true to your modern perspective and your modern aesthetic. You're experiencing someone else's life. Like, let it go, bro. So my feeling sometimes on this matter is that you have people who are, and let's not bash guys or gals here who are conservative, right? Let's talk also about the progressives, okay? So the progressives are coming in, right? They're looking at a Georgian novel. They're looking at period romances. And they're noticing, gee whiz, there are not a lot of people of color in these romances, right? These romances set during the 1800s don't have black girls marrying earls. So what are we going to do? What are we going to do? This is not real, right? We have to imitate reality, because what creator was like, we got to imitate reality? Was it The Rings of Power or was it Witcher? Which one was it, chat? There was like some person who was talking about how even though a particular fantasy was written during a specific time, it should, and there was that whole discussion. Does everyone recall Final Fantasy 16? The Japanese creators, Yoshi P and Koji and everyone, came out and were like, oh, we wanted to do a European aesthetic and most of the people were white. And then you had these academics coming out going, actually, it wasn't, it was, you know, that's not true. It's not historically correct, blah, 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 blah. And they were creating, they were totally missing the point of what, and like Yoshi P basically had to come out and be like, this is not the point. Oh, Kingdom Come Deliverance also had that? Sometimes you have to lie, Lamau. Kingdom Come. Right? Okay, so on the one side we have these immersion Andes who are over focused on realism at the cost of what the story is actually trying to say. On the other hand, you have these political Andes who are literally trying to form and force a story to fit their perceived world, because Lord forbid we portray, you know, a world that's all one thing or all another. Yeah, Jonathan's making a good point. I think it's funny when they use the argument that media should represent its audience, but then say every piece of media needs a gay character. The number of gay people in America is single digits, like in percentages. Yeah. Yeah. So, Jonathan, that's where I'm saying is like, there are these people, these men here, who are completely missing the point with a character called Himmel, because he wouldn't do what I would do, right? He's not psychologically true as a character, blah, blah, blah. But you also have the politically correct people who are also saying these kinds of things because they want to enforce their personal viewpoint on something. Pretty sure every woman in Batwoman was gay or bi. Yeah. I recently watched Dead Boy Detectives. It was very fun. It was very interesting. But you could totally see where things were completely imbalanced in terms of representation. Valhalla. Wasn't Valhalla... Wait a minute. Valhalla is set in Old England, right? Like it would be around the time that Old English was being made. Because Germans came to affect English before the French did. How would the Chinese person have gotten there? I would believe if a brown person was brought to England by the Vikings, because Vikings would have raided North African coasts and Spain. So I would totally understand if they plopped in a brown person, like a Hispanic person or an Arab person. And these people would have been slaves, by the way. Was this Chinese lady enslaved? Ruzi? Was she a slave or no? No. That's weird. Okay. If it was a Chinese man, I would believe it. Chinese woman, no. But Chinese man, still no. Like, the possibility of a Chinese man showing up in 9th century England would, let's say, be 1%, and a Chinese woman would be less. No, they would end up being very pale, right, Wooly? Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves had a black character that made sense in the Middle Ages. Yeah, black people absolutely had contact with once again, I'm not arguing. Black people did actually, in fact, on occasion, show up in the Middle Ages, right? Like, they popped up every now and then. But they were by no means consistently common. So, this man here, he is your typical modern storytelling, immersion Andy bro, who's like, but I don't see it, so it can't be good. Can't be right, because I can't understand it. Yeah, media illiterate. But also, I would argue, woke people trying to push something in is also media illiterate. Yeah. There's a way to get black people into medieval Europe, but you're not doing it often. You are not doing it often. It's not going to roll. My favorite historical. So if anyone loves historical fiction and they want to read one of the most difficult historical fictions of all time, Niccolo Rising. I highly recommend this series, Niccolo Rising. Highly recommend. There's like 6, maybe 7 books. Read it. In it, you meet a black man. Of course, this wasn't written during the era of people being woke, but you could almost see some of the right-wing people being like, there's a black man in Europe. This is what it's not. It's not the point. That's not the point. But anyway, this is set in the 1400s, so it's even more likely that black people would have started showing up. And he actually ends up going back to Africa in one of the most horrifying books of all time called Scales of Gold. This was written in... it's first started getting published in 1986. So this is an older series. Highly recommend. I've cried at several points while reading these books. So good. Has some of the best written female characters I've ever read. Yeah, Ruzi, there was glass being made. The Portuguese had already started settling in the Madeiras Isles or whatever. So you're starting to see the beginning of the slave trade, but it's not yet kicked in. But there's no way a Chinese person is getting to Europe in the 9th century. No way. No heckin' way. Why are you doing that? There's no way. Maybe, like I said, a Hispanic, maybe even, actually, even like a Jew, for example. Jews had a diaspora through medieval Europe, right? But not like Viking. Anyway, let's keep going.
His Christian bro wasn't going to be like, bro, come on.
Make it that easy to relate to. First off, one character is an elf who lived thousands of years. Okay. And second off, who he spent many years together, who went through trials and tribulations.
So he's trying to explain for this particular story why this works. I would say we don't even have to do that, right? There's a template below that we can critique these guys on. And the template below is that they're applying, first off, their personality preferences, and second, their modern day sensibilities to something that is not intended to be read that way or enjoyed that way. So it would be like if I went into reading a book about romance and getting pissed off because there was sex in it. Oh no, the girl gave in and said yes to the guy, and now they have a relationship. Whoa, what have they done? See you later, Johnny. Have a good work day, I assume. There was actually a black saint in Central Europe in the Middle Ages. Black saint. Let's see. Black saints. Catholic. 1853. 405 AD. That's promising. Moses the Strong, Moses the robber. Moses the Ethiopian was an ascetic monk and priest in Egypt in the 4th century AD and was a desert father. He is highly venerated in the Eastern Orthodox Church and the Oriental Orthodox Church. Well, there we go. Zhangzhou. Augustine is rather dark, if memory serves. Well, also, he lived in that area, didn't he? So, like, he could have had certain parentage as well. This is 1700s. Anthony the Great was a Christian monk from Egypt, revered since his death as a saint. And he might have also been of a brown skin color, so technically from Africa, but he's Egyptian. So once again, like, Egypt is kind of special in Africa. That I do know. I actually traveled to Egypt when I was a small kid. My dad had some stuff in Egypt, so we went there. But I didn't see the pyramids. Very sad. Oh no, the male character is getting rejected by the emotionally oblivious girl. Better get shitty at the character being the better guy and not forcing it. Well, and once again, like, he's clearly coming at it with a lot of preferences, right? A lot of suppositions. And he's completely missing the whole point. Maybe Himmel doesn't make sense for your average man, but he's making sense for humans in general who might carry a torch for somebody far beyond the usual time.
We could never even fathom succeeding in the grandiose task of saving the planet from a demon king. Such things form a bond with people that you cannot simply get over. There is such a thing as having such a deep connection with someone that, even when it is severed, you simply can't reconnect. That's why there's people who, after their spouse dies, they don't ever attempt to find another. Even I've gone through something similar. To top it off, this is one of the themes to the story. The concepts of loss, regret, moving on, and healing from those events, and ensuring that you or others don't repeat the same mistakes. Frieren probably wasn't even aware of how deep her own feelings ran until Himmel's death. It was only after that she realized just what she has missed. This, yet again, is something I can relate to. It's something that, if people are able to even subconsciously pick up on, will make them question their own selves, will make them wonder if maybe their own feelings have not been explored deeply enough, if they are waiting too long to express an emotion, or hoping the other would express it first, showing us the fleeting nature of life and just how quickly things can change for us humans. That's one of the reasons I don't like commentators or podcasts like this. They turn their stupidity and ignorance into these thoughtless, meaningless jokes. They take any depth that might have existed and fill it with dirt until it's shallow and safe enough for them to walk on. That's the end of this little portion.
Oh my lord, this person is like my spirit animal. I've disagreed with him on certain points in this video, but only in terms of me wanting to hear more or see more kind of exploration. But in this case, he is 100% on the money. 100% on the money. I feel like commentators sometimes get into clickbait, they get into cracking jokes. It was like that whole Guy Ladriel thing. It's not that the criticism was bad. It was how the criticism was made for Rings of Power. And I felt like with the Rings of Power criticism, we could have gone further. We could have gone a bit deeper. We could have maybe started talking about the actual issues that are at hand in our culture surrounding education, surrounding reading. You know, I don't know how many people in chat are married with kids, but there are lots of people out there who on chat, you know, when they're watching their streamer or whatever, they're like, oh yes, it's so bad. But what are they doing with their kids at home? Like, what are they doing? What are they doing to encourage literacy among their friends, right? Like, what are they doing to actually promote positive things in other people's lives in terms of like reading something good or reading something meaningful? I'm not suggesting that we should go around being like the Pooh Bear aristocratic meme, but like it's very easy for people to sit in an armchair, whether they're right wing or left wing, and take pot shots at stuff that's really shitty, because it's obviously clear that quite a few things are shitty. But I do agree that sometimes those critiques are either misplaced because they, like, in the terms of, let's say, the left wing. So there were some girls, of course, there were girls in my classes who were extremely antagonistic towards dead white European males, as they called them, dwems. And they were sitting in their little armchairs taking pot shots at stories and ideas and themes that they had very little to actually say about when they were given the material. Like, we read a poem by Coleridge, and so few of them actually tackled the poem. Why? Because they had nothing to say, because they're media illiterate. They were illiterate, just period illiterate. Because yes, they could read, yes, they could superficially understand, but they couldn't even really grapple with what we were talking about in class in terms of the Unheimlich and the Heimlich, for example. And this is a fourth year, okay? This is fourth year. We're all supposed to be studying with the aim of potentially picking up our masters. We should know by now. Anyway. So I think this happens across the board. It's not just people listening to podcasts. It's not just the podcasters themselves. It's also all of these young people that are going into university, and they come out and they think that they have this opinion. And of course, we're all told to share our opinion. All of our opinions, we should share them, etc., etc. But not all opinions are valid or balanced or nuanced or informed.
Back to the remainder of the video.
I feel his pain.
If depths of stories like Vinland Saga or the end of Attack on Titan get the reception that it does, why would people put in the effort to make these stories? How many will stop pursuing those stories?
Yeah.
There are a lot. And boy,
yeah, Jesse Cox in his interview with Yoshi P said, is there a way for people to like just skip A Realm Reborn through Endwalker so they can just start in 7.0? It's a good question, right? For a game that's so long, right? It requires 300 hours of gameplay. That's not to be sniffed at, right? But let's listen to this again.
Until it's shallow and safe enough for them to walk on. That's the end of this little portion. Back to the remainder of the video. If depths of stories like Vinland Saga or the end of Attack on Titan get the reception that it does, why would people put in the effort to make these stories? How many will stop pursuing those stories?
Apply this to video game stories, right? If people aren't going to appreciate good story when it comes along, why should devs waste brain power and money supporting writers to write something good? Why should they? It's not even worth it. Just do what the Chinese people are doing. Slapdash some stuff together, put it out, and people will be like, oh, this is a great story. Oh, this is fine. No, it's not. Yeah. That part also, like, if they don't ask me for permission to climb my Catboy body, I hope they give me an emote that shows me kick punting the Lalas off. Like, hopefully if they go with this route, they'll have, like, oh my god, no, we're gonna save it for Wednesday. Okay,
there are a lot. And boy, do I mean a lot of topics and examples that I can keep giving for this video. I plan on talking a bit more about media literacy and how it ties into religion. Give examples like how people would not step on a piece of paper with the name Jesus written on it, even though on the surface it's nothing more than a bunch of squiggles on a dead tree. I was going to bring up Helldivers 2 and the politification of everything, going into even more detail with that. I was finally going to go in depth about social engineering, and why zombie movies were so prevalent a decade ago, and why superhero movies were so prevalent following that. I think this is the third time I've done this now. Mention these things and say, I'll talk about it later. I'm sorry, I know. If you want to see more videos of a similar nature to this one, go to my channel and search for the videos I've got up on the screen. You'll see some overlap with this topic as I go into entirely new things, but it all ties in together. There are people who spent years, even decades of their lives analyzing these things. Hell, there's people who spend years or decades simply analyzing subgenres of the concept of media literacy. Color theory is a highly deep topic all on its own, and that's just one aspect of media literacy. Music and sound design is another. Lighting, camera work and angles, pacing, being able to separate temporary cultural relevancy and universal mankind relevancy. Saying I've studied symbols and the concept of symbols is an understatement. It has at times in my life become an obsession. One of the things I've learned, coming out the other end of that obsession, is that you don't actually need to explain every single little thing to people. Sometimes you may be writing a story and you have an in-depth, precise reason why you describe the curtains as night ocean dark blue. It may connect with the leftover emotions that the room entails. The colors worn on the crest of an important family in the story, in association with an ancient religion, either in the fictional story or even our own reality. But you don't necessarily need to explain any of this to people. Somehow, in ways none of us can truly understand, our minds will piece it all together on its own, even if we don't know it's been pieced together. Sometimes it's just easier to tell them that the curtains are effing blue. If you like this video, subscribe, like it, share it with those who you think would appreciate, and give me your thoughts in the comments down below.
I like this. I like it. So I'm gonna do an Asmongold. I'm gonna do an Asmongold. So here it is. Give a like. I'm gonna subscribe. Thank you, Wooly, for sharing this fantastic video. I loved it. It had me thinking quite a bit. I definitely hashtag let Lala's ride. I'm okay with my Lala friends taking a ride on my Catboy. I just hope that they do it in a way that allows for consent, of course. Because yeah. Let's just say I've been burned by some Lala lovers. Like, I know I joke about Catboys, but I have never yet told Chat to be a Catboy. Like, I've never told Ben stop being... Yeah, I've never told Ben to become a Catboy, right? Am I going to wiggle my ears at Mirokosa's character? Yes, of course. But I would never, ever, ever tell anyone to become a Catboy. Zepla was joking about it during one of her videos, and I was like, about everyone turning into bun boys, and I knew I was tired because I started getting hot under the collar. Oh, I love that. That sounds so cool, Ruzy. A mount where you transform into a giant flying cat and people could ride you. That's great. Make it a Lala, Ben. And that way you can ride on Nadra if Nadra transfers over. Nikki Rackett's drama. No. I have no idea. But first off, I just want to wrap this up because it is getting late for me. So I gotta... oh, is this Nikki Racetta? This thing here? This Nikki Racetta thing? No, I'm not up to speed on that. Okay. Media literacy has been given the same X is one thing I don't like treatment as every other once useful term, continuing our backslide into an indistinguishable gray goo of language when communication is impossible, because no word means anything different from any other word. Newspeak isn't the half of it. Symbolism in anime and even in comics is very important. Like when I have the protagonist of one of my stories constantly making his situation to cover for his insecurities and confusion. In the end, he does not know what he is doing. He just knows if he does not succeed, he will die again. But he wants to live somehow. This confuses him and plagues his mind till the plot twist where he finds his resolve and starts taking steps for the final encounter. Wow, is this Sim? I should have to explain that this is a metaphor for, if people don't catch this, this is the blank protagonist finding himself in a purpose, etc., etc. As a media illiterate with ADHD, it saddens me that my kin cannot even recognize when something is good or profound, claiming it to be boring and trash just because they didn't hit a dopamine spike every few seconds. But at the same time, they praise boring, mindless fighting as pinnacle of media. Yeah. This is a problem for, I would say, male brains. Okay, so people who don't have enough anima, who have repressed their anima, probably because our entire society is female energy right now. So then a lot of males end up just shutting down. And this results in hyper masculinization. So this is where Fresh and Fit and all of the weirdos come from. Because they're performing masculinity, they're not actually understanding what it is to be a masculine human, right? So this is definitely probably an outpouring of the male brain running amok. But I would argue that women are doing the same thing, right? For women, it's if I don't have that cutesy moment every, if I don't have that bitch slap fighting, if I don't have that high drama tension, then it's useless and it's stupid. So I wouldn't I would widen this. I would widen this to much greater. I think all genders, like both genders, are suffering from this. Yeah, Dragon Treasure had a personal connection with Nick, as you might imagine. He was furious when the whole story got out. I stopped watching him because all he was doing was getting drunk on stream? What? Nikki Ricada? Ricada Law? Is getting drunk? On stream? That's not normal. There's something else probably going on. If someone's getting drunk on stream, something else is going on. You know what I mean? That means something else. Yeah. The thing going on was cocaine. Wait, cocaine and weed and alcohol. But my question is why? Why is he on drugs and drinking? Like, what went on in that little brain to put him in that position? Where did that come from? Or was he always like that, but he was just hiding it? That's wildin'. Because I remember him covering stuff in what seemed like a very interesting kind of way back in the day. That's crazy. That's a shame. That's too bad. My money is on Drexel. What is Drexel? To be reductive. He got famous and it broke him. To be reductive. Yeah, I suppose like fame can get to people. For sure. Absolutely. It's just really interesting. Like maybe his psychology, like his toolbox, his psychological toolbox couldn't handle what was being thrown at him. Like I just don't get it. Like cocaine. Well, I'm saying maybe there's someone in chat who got into cocaine, but I've never. Okay, so Jonathan thinks that Ricada is a boy who was led astray by by his friend Drexel. That can happen. Some guys are, and some gals, a lot of gals, mostly gals, are followers. Ben can only comment on the weed. Yeah. I have never gotten drunk. I've never gotten high. I've never taken any substance. The last time I've had an alcoholic drink, to be honest, was probably a couple months ago. Now, if you put before me a nice cocktail, I will drink it. But in general, I'm kind of straight arrow. I have weirdness in other areas, but in these areas I'm not. I'm messed up in other areas. We're all messed up, right? We all have one area of our life where we're messed up. That is not my messed up area. That's for sure. My messed up area is reading very shitty romances. That's my messed up area, probably. Drexel is a very, very degenerate streamer, and I don't mean booba and anime girls kind of degen. Oh, so it's like a whole other level. Okay, noted. Stay away. Yeah, so Ruzi is correct. Like, even if you look at Jordan Peterson, not to slam the guy, he went through hell and back. But, when his wife got cancer, he completely collapsed and he was like relying on medication, right? This medication was being given to him by medical professionals, but it impacted his mental. Like, you could tell that he was struggling at some points and he had to go away and deal with it. So, like, even with medical stamps of approval, drugs can affect you. Wooly doesn't recommend it. I'm supposing you're saying you don't recommend getting drunk? I'm 1/4 Irish and I'm allergic to alcohol. I imagine I would be as well, Jonathan. I had a grandfather who was, he struggled with an alcohol addiction, and my mother had to grow up with a very jolly, very kind, very loving dad who would just abandon his family on the weekends to get drunk elsewhere. So he wasn't ever mean, he wasn't ever cruel, but he was just emotionally absent, and it really impacted my mom. So one day I was 16, I was at a Dutch friend's house after church, and Dutch people after church, they roll out some alcohol, they roll out some dessert. And so I went home in the evening and I was like, Mom, I had this fantastic drink and I think it was alcohol. And my mom was like, what? I was like, yeah, it's called Bailey's Irish Cream. I only had like 2 fingers of it, so it's okay, Mom. It was all right. And my mom just started crying because it was one of the things that my grandpa used to enjoy. So we were raised, needless to say, with a no alcohol household because of my mother's background. But now, like, we are fine. Like, we're all making up our own decisions about it. Like, we're all obviously adults and we've all made up our own minds about, like, so I have some siblings who smoke weed. I have some siblings who've enjoyed cigars. I've had some siblings who've been on and off smoking or on and off drinking. So, we didn't all stay on the straight and narrow. My problem, Wooly, is I'm really afraid. Like, I don't want to, like, if you overdrink, you can starve. Like, it's not good for your brain. I'm already, like, I don't know. Like, if anything, if I was going to go down a path, it would be to take something that would make me smarter. So I guess that would be cocaine or speed or something. But I just think long term it would be so bad, so I wouldn't ever do that. 5 or 6. Ben living it out there at 5 or 6, having a sip of beer. Well, having beer at an early age is something that was common, in medieval times, beer was watered down, so it was very watery. And of course, you would have parents giving their kids a sip of wine or something like that. Yeah, I don't think weed in and of itself is addictive. I believe it is like there's a psychosomatic effect where people need to feel chill all the time. Chieko going to be doing the Saved by the Bell. Drinking and some drugs are okay, but it has to be done healthily. Yeah, once again, I'm not super, like, I have a friend who gets panic attacks and super stressed out. So she, like, talked with her doctor, she looked at options, and they decided that she would buy gummies. And so if she's struggling with relaxing before going to bed, she'll nibble on a gummy. She doesn't eat a whole gummy, she eats a bit of it. And there was a time when my father contracted a very serious illness. It's called West Nile meningitis. So it's a special kind of meningitis. Thankfully, not bacterial. It's viral. So there's no cure for it. You just got to survive it, which is fine. Like most people will survive it. But it affected him emotionally. And at one point, my mom was like, I want to send him across the street to where this guy is. So there was this guy who lived across the street from my parents' house. And he was on disability, and he was in chronic pain. So he would often use, weed or various substances related to weed in order to manage things. And yeah, my mom was nearly going to send him over for help. Yeah. So, Duck, I'm also one of those people who I'm very cautious about making social rules like that. I think the moment you start telling people not to do something, it's like a Barbara Streisand effect. The Streisand effect is everyone wants to run out and start doing it. Yeah, so it's helping Ben with his arthritis. So I always assume with hope that people are using it responsibly. But this is just a personal thing. I haven't done it yet. But if I was going to take a drug, I would totally do DMT. I would get me to a hospital, and I would inject DMT because I just want to try DMT for reasons. Generally speaking, unless you have unresolved problems, booze or weed won't become a problem generally. Yeah. I generally, Wooly, I think people who are chronically attached to weed usually have other base issues that are causing them to over rely on weed. Same thing with booze. I always see alcohol and guns and weed as being kind of the same thing. They're tools that can be misused. But more often than not, it's not themselves that are to blame. It's actually the individual that's engaging with the tools. Ben laying it out. Is it affects you even if you are not the one smoking it? Oh my gosh. So Yella, I've never gotten high, but I actually like the smell of some kinds of weed. There was this one time when I was sitting in the living room with my sister and her hubby, and they were having, a toke, and they were doing, it was rancid. It got to the point where my sinuses started burning and my eyes started itching. So whatever was in there, it wasn't good. I was like, I'm sorry, I gotta go. Usually though, I'm okay with having some secondhand inhales. I'm okay with that. But I've never been high. If I could afford it, I'd have medical weed for anxiety. Yeah, for some people it's really helpful. Avoid the clockwork elves. They ain't your friends. Exactly, Wooly. I want to go and I want to be where the clockwork elves are. I want to see them be creepy. I'm just curious, Wooly. You know how it is. The smell was awful. I don't mind some weed, Rusinus. I had a friend whose father smoked a pipe. Like, not weed, tobacco stuff. And it smelled so good. Holy moly. I love being in the house. Alcohol is worse for that in my life experience. Yeah. Duck feels like in his current state of mind, or their current state of mind, I feel I would abuse it. Oh, good night. It's bedtime for us all. Oh, wow. Wooly is putting me to bed, chat. No. Bumweed. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Yella is giving me more and more. Yella's giving me like Austrian, Swiss, German vibes. Where they went out to a music festival and it was like a whole cloud of weed, and Yella's like, why am I feeling woozy? Little Yes. Yes. It was a Little Mermaid tune. And then once I get into the DMT space, I'm going to be like, a whole new world. But anyway, Wooly is reminding me, very gently, we might add, that it is very late. And I shouldn't be talking at 2:30 in the morning. It's not fair for my neighbors above me. It's not fair for my brother beside me. It's not fair for my sister and her hubby down the hallway. So I'm going to call it here for tonight. But I want to thank everyone for hanging in there, coming in and out, for being very patient with the weird audio, for surviving WoW with me. And also, thanks to Wooly for sharing this treasure of a video. On Wednesday, we're going to get into Final Fantasy XIV. We're going to go hard. So I'm going to line up a whole bunch of videos. We're going to talk about everything, and it's going to be fantastic, I hope. Oh my gosh, I hit the nail on the head. Yeah. So we're going to end it here. I'll probably not be going to bed, but I'm going to just chill quietly, and I'll see everyone in a few days' time. And Ruzi, we will reach out to you about our plans for the FC. Okay? So thanks again, everyone, and I'll see you all next time. Take care.